Dreamscape presents Empire High Forever by Ivy Smoak. Narrated by Connor Crace and Lori West. Chapter 1. Friday. Matt. I could have stared at Brooklyn tied up in bed for a lifetime, completely at my mercy. But no, Nigel had to go and ruin it. And if I ever catch you looking at my fiancée like that ever again, we're going to have a big problem. I let go of Nigel, depositing him back into the prom section of Club Onyx. But I was just trying to keep you and the lovely Mademoiselle safe, Master Matthew. From what? We're in the middle of a private club. I started to walk away, but Nigel was hot on my tail. I spun around. He froze, pressing his back against the wall. If he was trying to blend in, he was failing. I glared at him and kept walking, but I heard his footsteps behind me. Was he trying to get punched? Seriously, stop it. Stay right there. Nigel froze in the middle of the hallway mid-step. Like this? I ignored him and kept going. Luckily this time I didn't hear him following me. I opened up the door with a symbol of a masquerade mask and stared at the empty bed. What the hell? Brooklyn? I called and looked around the room, but she didn't respond. I walked around the bed, but no one was there. Brooklyn, I said again and turned in a circle. My heart started racing as I faced the empty bed again. I'd left her naked, tied up, alone. Fuck! I sprinted out of the room. Nigel! Yes? His voice was faint in the distance. Where are you? You told me not to move. I ran toward where I told him to stop following me. He was still frozen mid-step. Where the hell is Brooklyn? In the room with the masquerade mask. Did he think I was dense? I know where she's supposed to be, but she's missing. Nigel's eyes grew round. Well, I'd know where she was if you'd let me keep watching. Alas, my duties were tooketh away. I hated everything he'd just said. Do you have cameras in this hall? To see where she went? But I had this sick feeling in my stomach that Brooklyn didn't just up and leave. Why would she? We'd have been having the night of our lives and... How could she? She'd been tied up. She was bound, Nigel said. Which means something sinister is afoot. Luckily, I'm always packing. He pulled a gun out from the back waistband of his tuxedo. Jesus, what the fuck are you doing? Saving the day, Master Matthew. Someone must have kidnapped her. Oh, wait. Kidnapped. I laughed as relief filled my chest. Of course. This isn't funny. Mistress Brooklyn is in danger. She's not, I said. It's just Rob. He told me he wanted to recreate our homecoming where Brooklyn got kidnapped and James saved the day. Only this time, I'd save the day. I shook my head. I'd specifically told Rob not to do that, and I didn't love the fact that he'd faked kidnapped my fiancée while she was completely naked. I'll go find them. Nigel nodded. I'll search the room and bring up the security feed. You beat the shit out of Robert. He sprinted off with his gun. I'm glad it was me rather than Nigel going to talk to Rob. Nigel might have shot him. I laughed again as I walked out of the Club Onyx hallway and back to the dance. I'd been so amped up, I'd let my imagination run wild. Of course, Brooklyn was fine. I'd only left the room for a minute or so. But then I saw Rob dancing with Daphne in the middle of the dance floor. Brooklyn was nowhere in sight. My heart started beating funny in my chest again. I pushed my way through the crowd until I reached them. Where's Brooklyn? Rob shrugged and kept dancing. I don't know. I haven't seen her in like an hour. What have the two of you been up to? He winked at me. This isn't funny. Where is she? He lowered his eyebrows. I just told you I haven't seen her. Cut the shit, Rob. You said you were going to fake kidnap her. And you told me not to, so I didn't. We went with your proposal idea instead. I grabbed him by the lapels of his tux. What the hell are you doing? Daphne said. She grabbed my arm, but I shrugged her off. Where the fuck is Brooklyn? Are you high? Rob said and shoved my chest, but I didn't even flinch. I tightened my grip. Rob sighed. I was really trying not to recreate Homecoming. Please don't make me throw Punchy Man. I'm too old for this shit. How am I supposed to explain a black eye to my daughter? Both of you stop. Daphne grabbed Rob's arm this time. But I wasn't letting go. Not until Rob stopped whatever stupid prank he was pulling. He always did this shit. He made pranks too big or way too small to even notice. I knew this was the first one, but it wasn't fucking funny. Not again, James groaned and pushed the two of us apart. What the fuck, Matt? I pointed at Rob, but Rob looked genuinely clueless. And I knew Rob. He'd have an evil glint in his eye if he was in the middle of a scheme. Rob ran his hands down his lapels. Matt's lost his mind again. I didn't know what he meant by again, but I felt my mind scrambling. You didn't fake kidnap Brooklyn, I asked, even though I already knew the answer. I didn't even pay attention to his response. I ran my fingers through my hair and turned in a circle. Then where? My throat felt tight. Fuck. I couldn't have a panic attack right now. Breathe. If this wasn't a fake kidnapping, it meant it was a real kidnapping. I'd promised Brooklyn I'd protect her. I'd promised. I can't breathe. James grabbed my shoulders and made me face him. Let's split up and look for her, okay? Where did you last see her? I shook my head. Mr. Pruitt. Her dad is here? I shook my head again. No? Well, maybe. All I knew is that if Brooklyn was in trouble, Mr. Pruitt was the one to blame. This has to be related to her dad. I gotta go. All I could picture was walking into Mr. Pruitt's apartment 16 years ago and being told Brooklyn was dead. Tears started welling in the corners of my eyes. Not again. Fucking breathe. James kept his hands on my shoulders. Last time Brooklyn disappeared, we weren't there to help you. This time, we are. Penny, go find Mason and Bee so they can help too. Daphne, get the lights turned up and make an announcement. Rob, go find Tanner. Penny and Daphne darted off, but Rob stayed put. Seriously? Rob said. That's the task you give me? Psh, Tanner. He probably took her. He's up to something shady, I'm telling you. Then I'll find Tanner, James said. You stay with Matt. James ran off to go look for Tanner. The music cut off and the lights turned on. Daphne tapped the microphone and asked if anyone had seen Brooklyn. What if she's dead? What if I lose her again? I can't breathe. Rob looked around, trying to spot Brooklyn in the crowd. Is this a bad time to mention that if you'd let me fake kidnap Brooklyn, then she probably wouldn't be real kidnapped right now? I bent forward, gasping for air. Fuck. Hey, Rob said and put his hand on my back. Take a deep breath. Don't talk, man. Just breathe. His voice was oddly soothing. I took a deep breath, and then another. I couldn't afford to lose my shit right now. Brooklyn needed me. Rob patted my back. What would you and Sanders do without me? I can't lose her again. You won't. Like James said, you've got all of us this time. We're not going to let anything happen to her. But it already had. I stood up straight. The panic had settled in my chest, and now all I could feel was this sense of doom. I can't live without her. James, Tanner, and Nigel all ran up to us, quickly followed by Penny, Mason, and Bee. Nigel caught me up on everything, Tanner said. Weapon them. Yes, master. Nigel pulled out a suitcase from behind his back and popped open the lid. It was filled with guns. He lifted one up and tossed it at me. I dodged to the side. Would you stop throwing around firearms? Nigel looked horrified. Why did you not catch it? You're supposed to be good at American football, and it's loaded. You could have hurt someone. Me? We don't need guns. We need to go see Mr. Pruitt. Tanner shook his head. Mr. Pruitt has nothing to do with this. He never hurt Brooklyn again. And how the hell would you know that? Because we had a dinner. His voice trailed off. It's not important. All you need to know is that he didn't put that bomb in Brooklyn's car. And he's not responsible for this either. He never hurt her, trust me. Never hurt her. He'd fucking stolen her kidney and ruined my life. We don't trust you, Rob said. That's the whole problem, man bun. Get lost. Matt's real friends can handle this. Tanner sighed. Do I look like I have a man bun, young Robert? Stop it, I said. Both of you. I know it was Mr. Pruitt. Shouldn't we call the police? Mason asked. I don't know if that's the best idea if the mafia is involved, Tanner said. Yeah, probably not. And we don't want them poking around in here scaring off potential lovers. Besides, it wasn't Mr. Pruitt. She was taken from one of the rooms. You have to be a member to even get access to this floor, which Mr. Pruitt is not. And even if he did infiltrate somehow, he'd need the key. It had to be a member of Club Onyx. Then one of his hitmen must be a member here. None of his wet workers are club members either. I specifically checked. I wanted Brooklyn to be safe. Well, great job with that. Then it's someone he just hired specifically for this. I really don't think... I don't care what you think right now, Tanner. Brooklyn is in danger. That's all I care about. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it by talking to Mr. Pruitt. Okay, he said. But I'm worried we're wasting time. I pulled out my phone and called Mr. Pruitt. It went straight to voicemail. Son of a bitch. We need to go there, now. Why? Nigel asked. Were you not listening to anything I just said? Even if Mr. Pruitt didn't take her, it doesn't mean it wasn't someone with the mob. Poppy, Mrs. Pruitt. Fuck. I had no idea which one of those was worse. Nigel sighed like I was boring him. A big, beefy man took her, not a sexy woman or an old lady. I did not love the fact that Nigel thought Poppy was sexy. What man? You got the video footage? Of course I got the video footage, Nigel said. You told me to. I always do what I'm told. No, you don't. Why didn't you lead with that? You didn't ask. He just stood there staring up at me. I'm fucking asking now, Nigel, who took Brooklyn? Not Mr. Pruitt. Told you, Tanner said. I glared at him. Nigel, spit it out. Every second we spent talking about this was a second I didn't have to get Brooklyn back. Nigel pulled out his phone. Magnus King. He's been a member of Club Onyx for quite some time. He pointed to his phone where a video feed was playing. There he is. See? The big, beefy man who's stealing your helicopter for your special surprise for Brooklyn. I watched in horror as Magnus King carried Brooklyn into the helicopter. The escape is in poor taste, in my humble opinion, Nigel said. Men never steal other men's air carriages. Yeah, that was a dick move, but that wasn't what I was worried about right now. Is that video feed live? We can still stop them. I just needed to make it to the roof. No, it's from about 5 minutes ago. I watched as the helicopter took off from the roof. They could be going anywhere. Who the fuck is Magnus King? He's a known enforcer for the Locatellis. I told you something sinister was afoot. They're probably seeking revenge for the death of their only heir. You know, since Poppy blew him up with that car bomb. Fuck. This was bad. Really bad. I pulled out my phone and tried to call Mr. Pruitt again, but it still went straight to voicemail. We need to go to Mr. Pruitt's apartment. He'll know where to find the Locatellis. No need, Nigel said. I've already checked in with my spy network of houseboys, or in this case, housegirls. The Locatellis are very sexist and only hire housegirls. They forget that modern-day boys can also do housework. Nigel, focus, Tanner said. Right. The helicopter landed at the Locatelli Hotel in New York City. They're keeping her there, probably to murder her for revenge. Luckily, it's just down the street. I took a deep breath. I was done panicking. I was done thinking about the worst-case scenario. No one was murdering my girl. I turned to face my friends. First things first. Brooklyn would want me to make sure Jacob was safe. I took another deep breath. James, Penny, I need you to go home and make sure all the kids are safe. Penny's eyes grew round. They wouldn't. Her voice trailed off. James? Tears started falling down her cheeks. James nodded at me. I'll call you as soon as we get back to the apartment. We'll make sure Jacob is okay. He grabbed Penny's hand and they ran off. I should go with them, Daphne said. She tried to hide the tremor in her voice but failed. And I'll go get Tyler and Haley, too. They'll want to make sure Axel is safe. Thanks, Daphne. I hadn't even thought about Tyler and Haley, but of course their son was in danger, too. She gave Rob a swift kiss and then ran off to find Tyler and Haley in the crowd. I turned to my brother. Mason, B, make sure my house is safe. I was worried we were bugged or, worse, I couldn't get the car bomb image out of my head. I pulled out my key and handed it to Mason. I know Brooklyn will want to go home as soon as I get her back, and I don't want any surprises. Double-check the cars. We're on it. Mason squeezed my shoulder. Go get her back. And you two are coming with me, I said to Rob and Tanner. What about me? Nigel asked and cocked his gun. You go see Mr. Pruitt. I was a little worried that Nigel was going to accidentally shoot someone if he kept waving that around, and I'd preferred if it was Mr. Pruitt and not me. But he's not a part of this. Yes, he is. This is all happening because of him. Get whatever information you can out of him. A smile slowly spread across his face. I'll get it all. I haven't tortured anyone in ages. He sprinted off with his gun in the air. What the fuck? I shook my head. So, what's the plan? Tanner asked. I'd let Brooklyn down 1,000 times back in high school, and I wasn't going to let her down ever again. Follow me.
Chapter 2. Friday. Brooklyn. I'd seen so many lives cut short. I'd lost so much, but I still closed my eyes tight and prayed to a God I didn't believe in. Please let Jacob be okay. Please. Tears streamed down my cheeks, wetting the mask on my face. Just let my baby be okay. But I couldn't shake the feeling of what I already knew to be true. Everyone I loved died. Everyone. And I loved Jacob more than I'd ever loved anyone. He was everything to me. A piece of my soul. And if anything ever happened to him, I knew that would be it. My heart would finally stop beating too. I couldn't handle any more pain. Silent now, huh? The man who'd kidnapped me said, as he put me down on something soft and covered my shoulders with a towel. One mention of your son and you're quiet as a mouse. I wanted to scream again. Instead, I clenched my jaw. I'd never do something that would risk my son's life. But I also wasn't sure if anything I did would keep my son safe. Because I loved him, and I was bad fucking luck. My thoughts slammed together as tears spilled down my cheeks. I could hear Miller's voice when I'd told him I was bad luck. If anything, you're my good luck charm. And I heard Matt's voice, too, when I told him I was bad luck and that everyone I loved died. What about my parents? And what about Mrs. Alcaraz? And what about me? I'm still here loving you. I'll always be here loving you. I took a deep breath. I'm not bad luck. Miller believed that. Matt believed that. And I needed to start believing it myself. Nothing else bad was going to happen to me or my family. Because I wasn't 16 and in high school and being bullied by my crazy half-sister. I wasn't the same girl anymore. I was Brooklyn Miller, soon to be Brooklyn Caldwell. And I fucking believed in myself. I clenched my jaw harder as I tried to think of a plan to get out of this mess. But all I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. I'd heard the ticking down in my head earlier. I'd heard it and ignored it. Again. And this was what I got for not trusting my instincts. I'd never make that mistake again. I knew when I was in danger, and I just needed to believe when my body warned me. Matt would know I was gone. There had to be cameras everywhere in that fancy club. But I didn't know how long he'd take. And a part of me hoped he'd just go to make sure Jacob was safe. I took another deep breath. For some reason, my mind kept wanting to focus on homecoming with Isabella. No, I wasn't the same girl I'd been in high school. But I was the same in one way. 16 years ago, when Isabella had kidnapped me during the dance, I hadn't waited for someone to come rescue me. I'd rescued myself. And I knew I could figure out a way out of this, too. I just needed to think. I was definitely sitting on something soft, a couch maybe, and I knew he'd taken me to the roof of Club Onyx. We'd only been in the helicopter for a few minutes before we landed, so we were still in New York City. But I couldn't even picture any of the buildings nearby the Caldwell Hotel. That wasn't anything to go off of. Think. I'd started hearing the clock ticking down when my father started texting me incessantly, saying we needed to talk. Whatever was going on had to do with him, and as long as I wasn't screaming for help, there was no reason for my kidnapper to do anything to my son. "How do you know my father?" I asked as I started fidgeting with the restraints holding my wrists together.
"Everyone knows your father, Brooklyn."
I remembered my father saying something odd when we first met, something about me not reading newspapers because I didn't recognize him. Was he really that notable in this city? I was pretty sure he was only notable in one circle. The worst one. The one that did this kind of shit. Did he do something to you?
No, this isn't about me.
Then why the hell did you kidnap me? Is there something you want? Money? You can have everything in my account. I still had that bank account filled with my father's money that Miller and I didn't touch. Millions. He laughed.
I don't need your money.
Then what do you need?
I told you, this isn't about me.
Then who is it about?
My boss, and your father.
His boss and my father? Yeah, that definitely screamed mafia to me. My dad had told Matt that he was retired, but of course that was a lie, because the only thing my dad knew was lies. I tried to focus on my kidnapper's words. He was doing this for his boss, so he was just doing his boss's dirty work, which meant he was like Miller? A bodyguard of some sort? An enforcer? Maybe he wanted an out, just like Miller had. Maybe there was a heart of gold hidden somewhere inside of him, somewhere deep inside of him. Miller had never hidden his heart from me. He'd always been kind. If this isn't about you, then maybe we can come to some sort of arrangement instead?
And what exactly did you have in mind?
His fingers lightly touched the bottom of my chin. I shifted back and he laughed. "Don't touch me."
"You're a little timid for my taste,"
he said. "You don't know me." I wasn't timid. I knew how to defend myself, thanks to Miller. If this man hadn't threatened my son, I probably wouldn't be sitting wherever I was, still blindfolded and at his mercy. After the deer had scared me in the middle of the night at the lake house, Miller insisted that I learn to use a gun. But he taught me how to defend myself in other ways, too. I kept playing with my restraints, trying to find a weak point. The ones around my wrists weren't as tight as the ones on my ankles.
"I know everything about you," he said. "Your mother died when you were 16, and you moved in with your uncle. But your uncle got sick too, and then you moved in with your father. You were engaged, very young, probably so that you could hide your true last name and not be in danger at all."
That definitely wasn't why, asshole. I loved Matt, and my father didn't want to hide me from guys like this. He was trying to keep me safe from Isabella. Hell, my father had been trying to get me to take over for him not too long ago. This man didn't know me at all.
"And then you mysteriously died. But my boss never believed that.
It took us a while, but we eventually found you." No. The blood in my veins turned to ice. No. Richard Pruitt has been off his game for years, ever since his grandson was born. His heart just isn't in the business, and my boss is done taking orders from him, and we're definitely never going to take orders from you." I felt the tears falling down my cheeks again. It was you. He'd killed Miller. He'd put the bomb in my car. You killed my husband.
No, not me. Unlike your father, my boss likes getting his hands dirty. He did it himself, and the bomb was meant for you.
"I'm going to kill him," I said. I was surprised by the words that tumbled out of my mouth. I wasn't even sure I meant them. But I hated that he laughed.
"Sure you are."
"A life for a life," I said. I held back a sob as I twisted my wrist, trying to break free and failing. I'd wanted to kill my father for Miller's death. I hadn't been able to pull the trigger then. Maybe I'd be able to pull it on a stranger who'd stolen everything from me.
That's the whole problem. You already took a life out of retaliation. You killed Luigi Locatelli's only heir.
I had nothing to do with that.
And now he'll stop at nothing until your whole family is wiped from the map,"
he said, ignoring me. My whole family? Jacob. My heart started racing faster as the restraints dug into my wrists. I needed to get back to my son. I needed to protect him.
"That's no use,"
he said, and grabbed my wrist so I'd stop fidgeting.
"You're not getting out of this. My boss will be here any minute to finish the job."
"You don't have to do this," I said. "You don't have to listen to your boss. You can be free. You can do whatever you want. I can help you." He didn't respond, which seemed like a good thing. It probably meant he was thinking about it. Please be like Miller. Please want an out. "If you let me go, I'll help you," I said. "I promise. You don't need to work in this business. We'll figure a way out together."
"Not everyone's life is a fairy tale,"
he said. Was he kidding? Did it look like I was in a fucking fairy tale right now?
"And even if I did let you go, he'd still find you. He'd find you and kill you. And then he'd just kill me, too."
Honestly, he was probably right. Look at what happened to Miller. We just wanted to be free. I pictured our lake house, and him proposing under the lights hanging in the sky, the smile on his face.
"We're written in the stars."
Tears started streaming down my cheeks again. I'd gotten Miller out, but his life was still cut short. There is no out. Fuck. I leaned over. I can't breathe. There's never an out. Miller knew. I gasped for air and leaned over more. Miller knew his past would eventually catch up with him. That's why he'd written me that note. That's why he'd taught me how to defend myself. He knew he wouldn't be around forever. There is no fucking out. There never had been. I'd been living in a fairy tale, just like my kidnapper had said. It was a dream. It was never going to last. I can't breathe. And who was I kidding? I hadn't saved myself 16 years ago when Isabella had left me naked and stranded in the middle of the city. I'd run to James for help, and my dad had shown up. Whenever I was in danger, I always ran to someone for help. Miller, Matt. God, Matt. I squeezed my eyes tight as my lungs refused to expand. When I was a teenager, Matt had a bad habit of not showing up when I needed him. But ever since I came back to New York, he'd always shown up. And I needed him now. If my life was a fairy tale, I needed him to be my knight in shining armor. And wasn't he? He'd been the reason I kept breathing when I first moved to the city. He held me when I cried about my mom. He'd been there for me after my uncle's funeral. And he'd loved me fiercely for 16 years. Please, Matt, I need you.
Chapter 3. Friday. Matt. When Mr. Pruitt had taken Brooklyn from her uncle's funeral, I'd tried to come to her rescue, but I'd gone to the wrong apartment. I'd had no idea that Mr. Pruitt had a second hidden apartment where he'd taken her. I'd tried to show up, but I'd failed her. The second time she was kidnapped, I'd thought she was dead. I'd had this hope in my chest that maybe she was still alive. I'd done everything in my power to find her, but I was just a kid, and I'd failed her again. Now, though, I knew exactly where she was thanks to Nigel's network of houseboy spies, or whatever the fuck he'd said, and I wasn't a dumb kid anymore. I wouldn't fail this time. I looked up at the Locatelli Hotel that was just down the street from Club Onyx. "We shouldn't walk through the front doors," Tanner said. "They probably have cameras everywhere." Rob nodded. "I hate it, but Tanner's probably right for the first time ever. Maybe we can sneak in the back door?" "No, the back door will be tightly guarded," Tanner said. "Every man knows you must protect your back entrance from intruders." "What exactly are we talking about right now?" Rob asked. "Proper etiquette for locking doors." "Are you sure that's what you're referring to? Because it kind of sounds like you think Magnus King has a very specific fear of being taken by behind from a stranger." "Get off it, old chap. This isn't a time for jokes. My best friend's fiancée has been taken." "Matt's my best friend, and you're the one procrastinating by talking about back doors." "The kitchen," I said. Brooklyn told me that when she had to sneak into the hotel at homecoming, she'd gone through the kitchen entrance. "Magnus King takes it in the bud in the kitchen?" Rob asked. "What? No, we can sneak in through the kitchen. What the hell are you two talking about?" I was trying not to pay attention to their bickering. "I have no idea," Tanner said. "I actually have a list of all Club Onyx members' sexual preferences, and Magnus King has never once taken part in—" "Stop it," I said. "He started it." Tanner and Rob said at the same time and pointed at each other. For fuck's sake, how did they not realize how similar they were? I should have asked James and Mason to come with me instead. I walked past the first alley. There weren't any trash bins, so that must not have been where the kitchen was located. I hurried toward the alley on the other side of the hotel. Bingo. There were trash bins back here, but you could barely smell them over the aroma of freshly baked bread. The kitchen door was propped open with a brick. Brooklyn was a genius. "Wait." Tanner grabbed my arm. "What's the plan now? Should we—" "Dress like waiters?" Rob and Tanner said at the same time. They glared at each other. It wasn't a bad idea. We were practically dressed the part already. I pulled off my tux jacket and tossed it to the side. Rob and Tanner did the same, except Tanner folded his and gently put it on top of Rob and my discarded jackets. "What are you doing?" I asked. "It was expensive." "You cheap ass, you're a billionaire." "Because I'm fiscally responsible and never throw anything away like you millennials. Anyone who's lived through the Depression understands." "So my great-grandparents understand you. And you're a millennial too." He shrugged. "I mean, probably. Not that I've ever met Bobby or Clara, because that wouldn't make sense, since I'm your age." "Younger than me." And how did he know my great-grandparents' names? "Right. It's hard to keep track of time. Let's focus on the task at hand, shall we? Because if you're not careful, you'll blink and 50 years will go by." He walked through the open door. Rob caught my arm before I could follow. "Why did you have to bring him too? He's so annoying." "Can you please just get along for 2 seconds? All that matters right now is that we save Brooklyn." Rob sighed. "Yeah, For Sanders. Tanner walked back out wearing an apron and a chef's hat. For my waiters? He chucked 2 aprons at us. I didn't know how he'd gotten those so fast, but it didn't really matter. I put the apron on and tied it behind my back. We followed Tanner into the kitchen. Back to work, Tanner yelled in a demanding voice. Yes, Chef Rhodes, everyone in the kitchen shouted. There weren't many people working this late, but the handful of line cooks in here looked terrified as Tanner walked past them, like they were worried he'd yell at them or stab them with a knife or something. How in the hell did he convince them that he... Never mind. I didn't care. They were probably just tired from working all day and weren't paying attention to the fact that Chef Rhodes was not the executive chef here. Tanner winked at me and turned back to his new staff. And what are you going to say if someone asks you about where I am? That no one has seen you or your friends, Chef Rhodes, they all yelled in unison. Okay, then. This way. Tanner walked backwards through a door. Rob and I hurried after him. Have you been here before? Rob asked. No, never. Why would I come here when I frequent Club Onyx? And keep your head down, Robert, there's cameras everywhere. But they called you Chef Rhodes, Rob said as he trained his eyes on the ground. Tanner shrugged. Because they know how to show respect, unlike some people I know. Where do you think they're keeping her? I asked before the 2 of them could start fighting again. Shit. I pulled them down a different hallway just as the security guard walked past in the other hall. Do they seriously patrol the place? Well, they have something invaluable, do they not? Tanner said. And Magnus King has a penthouse suite in all the Locatelli hotels around the world. They'll be up there. I found a stairwell and pushed open the door, doing my best to keep my head down. Why do you know so much about Magnus King? Because I've been trying to find him his perfect match for years. The more details I know, the better. I feel like I'm close. Rob laughed. You own a sex club, man. The purpose of Club Onyx is to find true love. Never mind. Neanderthals will never understand. Did you just call me a Neanderthal? If the hideous shoe fits. What's wrong with my shoes? Rob looked down. They're not Odegar. Of course they're not. That company sucks. The owner is a lying crazy person with an insane complex that makes him label friendships inaccurately. I'm going to kill you by beating you to death with your basic-ass shoes, Tanner said. Whoa. I stepped between them on the stairs. Enough. He started it, they both said at the same time again and pointed to each other. It was like hanging out with Scarlett and Sophie. Do you two not understand the severity of what is going on right now? Brooklyn needs me. And for once in my fucking life, I'm not going to let her down. So get your shit together or leave. Tanner cracked his knuckles. We're ready. Right, Robert? I looked down at the step Rob was on. Rob nodded. Shit, someone is coming. He gestured up the stairs where the sounds of footsteps were coming from. Act normal. Tanner started whistling and then ran up the stairs toward the noise. That's not normal, Rob hissed. And why are you running toward the person? But he started running up too. Fuck. I ran up the stairs after them. Top of the morning to you, good sir, Tanner said. The security guard stared at him. What did you just say to me? Did I say something weird? Tanner asked and turned to us. I don't think I did. You definitely did. The security guard pulled out his radio, but before he clicked on the button, Tanner karate chopped him right in the throat. He coughed and bent forward and then toppled to his knees. What the fuck? He fell onto his side and didn't move at all. Did you just kill him? Rob asked. No. Tanner cocked his head to the side. I mean, I don't think so. I'm a little rusty. I hope I didn't hit his throat too low. He shook his head. No, he's just asleep. I'm sure of it. He smiled. Not rusty after all. High five. I just stared at him. I was seriously worried he'd just killed that security guard despite what he said. Fucking ninja, Rob said instead of high-fiving him. No, I'm not classically trained in that. Tanner leaned down and grabbed the guard's radio. Come on, we better go before he wakes up. And then he started sprinting up the stairs again. Rob and I glanced at each other. Yeah, I had no idea what that was either. I grabbed Rob's arm and we followed Tanner up the stairs. We didn't run into anyone else, but Rob and I were completely out of breath by the time we reached the top floor. Tanner was just standing there breathing normally, though. "How are you not tired?" Rob said. "This hotel is fucking tall." "Oh, I lift the weights and... cycle? Yes, and what's that other thing people do all the time to stay fit?" "Shot put." "Who the hell shot puts?" Rob asked. "Olympic athletes, check yourself. And I feel like I'm really close." He looked a little dazed. "Like, really close." "Well, you did say she was on the top floor," Rob said. "No, I'm talking about Magnus King's match. I have the oddest sensation that it could happen tonight." Rob laughed. "Why are you even thinking about this right now?" "Because it's a full-time job. You'd be terrible at it." "Running Odegar?" "I have many jobs, Robert." "Jesus. Stop it. Seriously, we need to focus." My voice trailed off as a guard walked out the door talking into his radio. "There's no sign of any intruders yet." His voice trailed off when he saw us. "What are you all doing out of the kitchen?" Rob karate chopped him in the throat and... nothing happened. "Fuck," Rob said. "Why did it work when Tanner did it?" He looked down at his hand in confusion. The guard grunted and stepped toward him, but Tanner spun around and kicked the back of the guard's knees, making his legs buckle. Tanner did a weird backflip over his head and then slammed the base of his palm into the center of the guard's chest. The guard gasped for air and then fell backward, his body sprawled out in the middle of the stairwell, completely lifeless. "What the fuck, Tanner?" I yelled. "Sorry," he winced. "Like I said, I'm a little rusty." "Stop killing people." "I haven't killed anyone. He's asleep, just like the last one." "I don't think he's breathing," Rob said. "He is. It's just shallow. You're acting like I'm an evil assassin." "I have no idea what you are," Rob yelled. "That's the whole problem. Oh my God, we're all going to jail." He groaned. "I'm not meant for prison. I like tits too much. Fuck my life. Now I need to talk to Magnus King about how to properly protect my back door." "We're not going to prison," I said calmly, even though I wasn't entirely sure. "They kidnapped Brooklyn, and we were just defending ourselves." "Neither of them ever touched us," Rob said. "It's fine," Tanner said. "He'll wake up." He kicked the guard's lifeless leg. "Are you part of the mafia too?" Rob looked totally freaked out. Tanner laughed. "They wish. They'd never be able to afford me. Plus, I'm too busy running all my companies and hanging out with you guys. All your dramas are practically a full-time gig, you know. And look." He snapped his fingers in front of the guy's face and whispered something to him. The security guard groaned but didn't open his eyes. At least he was conscious. I was relieved that Tanner hadn't killed him. "See?" Tanner said and put his hand on Rob's shoulder. "No need to take it in the butt after all. But seriously, do you feel that in the air?" "What? A dick?" Tanner laughed. "No. Love, man. There's love in the air. Seriously. I'm so close I can taste it." I'd only seen Tanner look this excited when he told me that Kennedy fucked Felix. "Are you implying that Brooklyn is going to fall in love with Magnus King?" Rob asked. "Huh," Tanner said. "I didn't think of that, but it wouldn't be unprecedented. She's fallen in love with her captor before." "Quit it." I glared at him. "No one is falling in love with Brooklyn tonight." "She was naked when he took her," Rob said. "And if your painting is accurate, he might fall in love with her." I hit him in the back of his head. "Ow!" He rubbed the spot. "I'm just saying we should be prepared for what we're about to walk into." "I'd be so pissed if that's the love in the air I feel," Tanner said. "I didn't even introduce them. What a waste." What the fuck were the two of them going on about? Brooklyn isn't sleeping with Magnus King right now. I knew my girl. She was a fighter. She was the strongest person I knew, even if sometimes she didn't believe it. And I'd bet she was punching Magnus King square in the nuts right now.
Chapter 4. Friday. Brooklyn. My kidnapper untied my mask and put his hands on my shoulders. I cringed at the bright light of the room. "Are you all right?" he asked. No, I'm not all right. You fucking kidnapped me. You told me Luigi Locatelli plans on killing my whole family, and I can't breathe. I blinked as his face came into focus. He actually looked kind. If a kidnapper really could look that way. He seemed genuinely concerned about me gasping for air, though. It's just a panic attack, I gasped and bent forward. Do you get these a lot? He kept his hands on my shoulders, and it was oddly comforting. I took a shaky breath. Only when I think about my world falling apart. He didn't respond. He just stayed there with his hands on my shoulders. I took another deep breath. It didn't matter how kind my kidnapper was suddenly being. I still needed to get out of this room. My son needed me. Matt needed me. My friends needed me. I wasn't as forgettable as I once thought, and I wasn't going down without a fight. I exhaled slowly as I looked around the office we were in. It was all white with modern furniture, lots of sharp edges. I could use that to my advantage. Feeling better? He asked. I will be in a second. I lifted my knees as fast as possible so I could kick him in the groin. But his hand fell from my shoulder and he grabbed my ankles before I made contact. Nice try. He stayed on eye level with me. I hated how kind he looked. Was that whole thing an act, or... I wish. Having panic attacks at the exact wrong moments weren't exactly helpful. Would some water help? Only if you want it to be spit in your face. He smiled. I like the feisty side of you better. He let go of my ankles and stood up. He folded his arms as he stared down at me. I tried to twist my wrists again, but it was no use. I couldn't get out of these restraints. Even if I had incapacitated him for a few seconds, I only would have been able to hop around the room completely useless. The angles of the desk and other furniture were sharp, but not razor sharp. I needed him to feel comfortable enough to unclasp my wrists and ankles. I needed him to like me. I stopped fidgeting and stared at him. My husband worked for my father. I know. He was a bodyguard. Are you one too? No. He didn't offer any more information. So you just do the company's annual kidnappings? Annual? He smiled. No. The way he said it made it seem like it was a lot more frequent than annually. Do you like your job? It has its perks. His eyes fell to my chest. I looked down. The towel he'd put around my shoulders had fallen. Can you please untie me so I can put something on? So you can try to kick me in the nuts again? I don't think so. But he lifted the towel back around me, this time tucking it beneath my arms to keep it in place. It was also probably so that I wouldn't be tempted to sucker punch him. If I did, my towel would fall. What's your name? I asked. King. Magnus King. Right. He'd mentioned something about being a king, but not my prom king. I'd had no idea what he was talking about. Magnus King. Huh. What? It's just... that's the kind of name that belongs to a boss, not a second in command. Trust me, I know. I stared at him. So you know you can do more than the semi-annual kidnappings? Semi-annual? He smiled. Sure. How many kidnappings a year did he do? I tried to shake away the thought. So maybe you should be in charge. Locatelli no longer has an heir. He's focused on revenge instead of running his business. You said my father lost focus. Locatelli has too. Maybe this is your chance to take over. So when Locatelli walks in this room to kill you, I should kill him instead? That's your plan? Yes? I lifted my shoulders to try to look more confident. It's a good plan. You don't want to be working for someone else. You can run this whole town. There's only one problem. As soon as he steps down, I'm taking over anyway. There doesn't have to be any bloodshed. Except for mine and my family. He pressed his lips together. Did you want something to eat? Anything you want. It's on me. A last meal? Really? Or maybe you want something stronger than water. Maybe some banana juice. I just stared at him. Or we could play a game. There's ping pong on the roof. What kind of kidnappee wanted to get drunk and play ping pong? Seriously, who was this guy? The only thing I want is for you to let me go. Brooklyn, I'm sorry, but there is no going forward from this. The Locatellis and Pruitts have been butting heads for years. It was always going to come to this. That would have been nice to know. My father had mentioned unrest in the families before. I'd had no idea what that entailed. But there doesn't have to be any animosity. If you let me go, I'll forget this ever happened. I'll tell my dad not to retaliate, and we're cool, right? You're not in charge yet. And I never will be. But my father will listen. Shit, no. What? My father said he stepped down. Maybe. No, he hasn't. He says he has, which means my cousin Poppy is in charge. And we didn't exactly have a great relationship. I couldn't negotiate anything on her behalf. She was crazy. Magnus lowered his eyebrows. I would have heard if that was true. And you're the one taking over. Not your cousin. I want nothing to do with any of this. And I told my father that if he wanted to be part of my life and my son's life, that he had to step down. And he did. But did I really believe that? Did I believe anything that man ever said? Locatelli would have told me. He frowned and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. Unless your boss was just using this feud between him and my father to get you to do what he wanted. He didn't respond. He was busy texting someone. Fuck this. I looked around the room again. There was seriously nothing helpful. Actually, about that last meal. I could eat? Magnus looked up from his phone. Yeah. What would you like? Lobster? Or we have a great signature steak dish. A steak knife would be perfect. I'd love to try the steak. He nodded and kept texting. The door opened. I half expected it to be the fastest room service order ever, but it was just a man with gray hair and a hardened face and no steak knife to help me escape. He gave me a quick glance and then sat down behind the white and black marbled desk. He propped his feet up on top of it. Magnus did not look particularly pleased. This seemed like it was his office. Brooklyn Pruitt, the old man said without looking at me, but he said my last name with such disdain. Do you know who I am? I certainly had a guess. Luigi Locatelli? Good. So you're all caught up. How long do you think it'll take for your father to come to your rescue? Half an hour? More? He glanced at his watch. I really want to get this over with as fast as possible. Magnus stepped in front of me. Papi Cannavaro took over, he said. Did you know? Yes, and it doesn't matter. Of course it matters. Richard Pruitt has single-handedly kept the Cannavaros in line for decades. You know the Cannavaros are fucking nuts. Without him, they'll... He killed my son, King, because you tried to kill his daughter. Locatelli slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. We're finishing this tonight. Understand? I started fidgeting with my restraints again as I looked around the room for anything helpful. I could pick up the lamp and hurl it at Locatelli's head. The Cannavaros will wipe us off the map next if you go through with this, Magnus said. No, they won't. Are you forgetting that Pruitt is married to one of them? I have a deal set up with the Cannavaros, Locatelli said. We're on the same page. That couldn't be true. For all Poppy's faults, she loved my father. Her parents had died when she was young. She'd relied a lot on my father growing up. She never would have agreed to hurt him. But she'd also relied a lot on Mrs. Pruitt. Oh, fuck. We get rid of the Pruitt line and we're the head of the families, Locatelli said. The Cannavaros have agreed. Simple, clean, and no retaliation. The plan is flawless. This wasn't just about my dad. It was about Mrs. Pruitt and her hatred of me. And my mother. She'd wanted me out of this town just as badly as Isabella had. But why now? I'd passed on taking over for my dad. I didn't want any part of her legacy. I just wanted to live my life, and my dad had stepped aside. Was his wife really that spiteful? But I had a sinking feeling it went back farther than me reappearing in the city. Maybe Mrs. Pruitt had teamed up with the Locatellis a while ago. Maybe it was her that ordered the hit on me at the lake house. And she'd just gotten Locatelli to go along with it. She'd wanted me dead this whole time. So I'll ask again, Locatelli said and rounded the desk. He walked in front of me and pulled a gun out from his waistband. How long do you think until your father arrives? My dad wasn't coming. I'd cut him out. I wasn't answering his texts or calls. I stared at the gun and tried to keep my breath even. Tanner had told me to respond. He told me that if my dad was reaching out, it was probably important. What if my father had been trying to warn me? I felt like I was going to be sick. Patricia was right about you, Locatelli said, a sinister smile splitting across his face. You're much too weak to take over. Patricia Pruitt could go to hell. Mrs. Pruitt is insane, and I'm a lot stronger than I look, asshole. The divorce became final this morning, he said, and I really think she'd prefer it if you called her Ms. Cannavaro now. The Pruitt name isn't going to be worth much in a few minutes. Really, where is your father? He truly is off his game. He glanced at his watch again. Wait, what? They were divorced? My father had mentioned that they lived separately. He never said they were divorcing. Had he done that for me? I swallowed hard. Did it even matter? Tears bit at the corners of my eyes. It did matter. It mattered to me. I'd told my father I wanted nothing to do with him unless he stepped down. Cutting ties with the Cannavaros could have been seen as a part of that. And he'd once told me that there was no out. Had he known they'd come for him? And had he done it anyway? For me? For Jacob? My heart felt funny in my chest. My father was a liar, a thief, a mobster. But I knew somewhere deep down he did love me. I'd tried so hard to remember the bad things about him over the years, but he'd done everything from a place of love, even if he'd done it all wrong. even this. There was no way he'd know the Locatellis would take me. He probably just expected them to take him, and he probably had tried to warn me. I just wanted the truth. All of it. Did Mrs. Pruitt order the hit on me at the lake house? Was it you or her?
We made an arrangement.
Was it your idea or hers? Just tell me. There was a knock on the door.
"Room service,"
called a deep voice from the other side. Locatelli turned to Magnus.
"Did you order something? A last meal. Was that really necessary? She deserves a final meal. I don't tell you how to do your job, so don't tell me how to do mine. Excuse me."
Magnus ignored him and threw open the door.
"Who the hell are you?"
Tanner was standing there, in a chef's hat. Wait, Tanner?
Chapter 5. Friday. A few seconds earlier. Matt. "Should we just knock and say housekeeping?" Rob asked as we stared at the door with Magnus King's name on it. "What kind of shoddy hotel has housekeeping coming around this late at night?" Tanner said. "Utterly ridiculous. Do you have a better idea?" "Obviously." Tanner pointed to his chef's hat. "A late-night snack." He knocked on the door and yelled, "Room service!" "What the hell are you doing?" I said. "We didn't come up with a plan yet." "I find it better to just act on impulse. I rarely plan anything. It always works out okay." Of course everything worked out okay for him, because he knew some kind of weird technique that put people to sleep almost instantly, or killed them. I still wasn't entirely sure. "You don't have any food trays," Rob said. "Magnus is obviously going to know you're lying. Besides, won't he know you're not the chef at this hotel?" "Magnus King is rich. He barely pays attention to who's on staff." Tanner shrugged. "Look at me. I have no idea who cooks my meals on a daily basis." "Isn't it Nigel?" I asked. "Oh, right. Yes, probably. But I don't know the particulars. He may hire it out for all I know." I was pretty sure he made everything, or else he wouldn't have asked me how much meat I wanted in my lunches. I shook away the thought. What the hell was I thinking about right now? "But won't he recognize you? You said you've been working on setting him up with someone." Tanner shrugged. "He definitely won't recognize me. I just have one of those faces that blends into a crowd." "Do you, though?" I asked. "Of course. Trust me. He has no idea who I am." "But you just said you were helping him." "Forget about that. And don't mention it to him. I blend in, trust me. It would be rather impractical to stand out everywhere I went." "Then you should stop wearing neon green tuxes with zigzags all over them," Rob said. "That's not me, young Robert. How many times do I have to tell you? Look at the very normal tux I'm wearing right now, and definitely don't mention the colorful tuxedos or man bun to Magnus. It will confuse the poor lad." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Rob asked. Tanner just shook his head. "Fine. Maybe he won't recognize you," I said. "But what should we do? Should we just stand here?" "To the side." Tanner pushed Rob away from the door. Rob wasn't expecting to be pushed and almost fell over. "What the fuck, man?" "I'll distract Magnus with my charm, and then you two rush him. Good? Good." I ducked to the side right as the door opened. Magnus King, the guy from Nigel's video feed, answered the door. "Who the hell are you?" Yeah, this was a terrible plan. "I'm Chef Rhodes," Tanner said. "Ask anyone from the kitchen." Why the hell did he tell him his name? Now he was definitely going to recognize him. "Chef Rhodes, there is no—" I didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. I rushed in and slammed my shoulder into his stomach. The guy was built like a brick wall, but Rob jumped onto my back to add to my momentum, and all three of us toppled to the floor. "Matt!" Brooklyn screamed. I turned my head to see her. She stood up but immediately tripped and fell to her knees. She had a towel wrapped around her, and her wrists and ankles were still bound. But she was alive. She was still breathing. The relief I felt was quickly erased when King slammed his fist into the side of my jaw. Blood flew out of my mouth. King grabbed me in a headlock, wrapping his arm around my throat. Fuck. I clawed at his arm. Rob scrambled to his feet and looked around for something to help. "Do something!" he yelled at Tanner. "But Matt told me not to kill anyone." I gasped for air as King tightened his arm around my throat. I silently pleaded with my eyes to Tanner. "Help me." "I don't know what you want me to do," Tanner yelled. "Is murder okay now?" Rob pulled a lamp from the socket and slammed it down on King's shoulder. The glass shattered into a million pieces. "What the fuck?" King groaned and released me from his grip. I sat up and then slammed my elbow into his face. "Son of a bitch," he said and grabbed his jaw. I stood up and was about to kick him when I saw a glint of metal out of the corner of my eye. "Enough," said a deep voice. We all froze. There was an older man standing in the corner of the room with a gun pointed in our direction. He smiled. "Matthew Caldwell, your family has snubbed mine for years. Do you think you're better than me?" "I'm not a mobster, if that's what you mean." I wiped the blood off my mouth with the back of my hand. "I'm just here for my girl. Let her go and you'll never hear from me again." "Ah, yes. Brooklyn Pruitt." He walked over to Brooklyn on the floor, grabbed a fistful of her hair and pulled her to her feet. She didn't scream, but I saw the tears biting the corners of her eyes. I swear to God. I took one step toward him, but he turned the gun to the side of Brooklyn's head. "No." "Take care of Jacob," she mouthed silently at me. "Promise." I couldn't lose her again. "Please," she mouthed again. She didn't look scared, but I was terrified. I couldn't live without her, not again. Tears started streaming down her cheeks now. "Matt, promise me." I nodded. Of course I'd take care of her son, but I couldn't lose her. I'd only just gotten her back. Baby. Locatelli gripped her hair tighter, pulling her head back so I couldn't see her eyes anymore. For years I couldn't remember the hue of her eyes. I didn't want to forget again. King pushed himself off the ground. "I really think we should talk about this," he said. "Well, this has been fun," Locatelli said. "But it's time to take care of the trash." I grit my teeth. Isabella had said something like that to Brooklyn once, when she'd found out that Brooklyn's uncle was the janitor, and no one was allowed to talk to Brooklyn like that ever again. "Let her go," I said as evenly as possible. "If you think it's been bad being snubbed by my family, just wait until we rain hell on you. Your family won't lift a finger unless they want to be next. The city is mine now, as soon as I end the Pruitt line." What the fuck was he talking about? "Luigi," Magnus said and lifted his hands to his sides in peace. "We really should talk about this. Teaming up with Patricia Cannavaro is a mistake. You can't trust her." Patricia Cannavaro? Was he talking about Mrs. Pruitt? Motherfucker. I should have known she was behind this somehow. "Did someone order room service?" said someone from behind us. I turned around to see a very bewildered guy in an actual server's uniform holding a tray of food. Tanner pulled off the cloche to reveal a steak dinner. "Ah, perfect. Just what I was looking for." He lifted up the steak knife, spun it around, and threw the knife. It sunk into Locatelli's forearm. He screamed and dropped his gun. A shot fired off, the bullet landing in the drywall. "Fuck!" Locatelli yelled, and released his grip on Brooklyn's hair so he could pull out the knife. Brooklyn fell to the ground. "Matt!" she yelled as she somehow managed to kick the gun toward me with her bound ankles. I grabbed it off the ground and held it in front of me. Locatelli dropped the knife from his hand and stared at me. I'd never held a gun before. I'd never even imagined killing someone before. Well, that wasn't entirely true. I used to dream of offing Mr. Pruitt for what he did to Brooklyn. But this guy in front of me, practically a complete stranger, I clenched my jaw. He'd kidnapped Brooklyn. He'd been seconds away from killing her. He deserved to die. The gun shook slightly in my hand. I could feel everyone's eyes on me. "Get over there," I said to Magnus King. "With him." "I'm not with him. I don't agree with anything he's fucking doing." "Over there, now." Magnus kept his hands in the air and walked over to Locatelli. I saw him eyeing something on the side of his desk. It looked like there was a button hidden at the top of one of the legs. A panic button, probably. But he hadn't hit it. "Matt, don't," Brooklyn said. She'd grabbed the knife off the ground and was working on cutting through her restraints. "Rob, help her." Rob hurried over and grabbed the knife. He quickly got her free and helped her to her feet. "Get her out of here," I said, and held the gun a little tighter. I didn't want her to see this. 16 years ago, Mr. Pruitt took Brooklyn away from me because he thought I couldn't protect her. He thought Miller would do a better job taking care of her than me. But Mr. Pruitt was fucking wrong. I could protect her. I'd do anything to keep her safe. But the fucking gun kept shaking in my hand. Rob tried to pull Brooklyn out of the room, but she refused. "Matt," she said. I took a deep breath and stared at the man I was about to kill. "Matt, it's okay. We can just call 911. Nothing about this was okay. Miller wouldn't have even hesitated. So why the fuck was I hesitating? "You're not Miller." She gently put her hand on my arm. "I can protect you too." I clenched my jaw. I had to do this. "This isn't you," she said again. But it needed to be. For once in my life, I fucking needed to show up. The gun started shaking more in my hand. I just needed to pull the trigger. I needed to show her I'd always be there to protect her. "I don't want you to be anyone but you, Matt. Please." I turned to look at her. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Her beautiful blue irises were rimmed with red. I refused to ever forget the color again. I refused to let anyone ever take her away from me. The gun kept shaking in my hand. Brooklyn wound her fingers around my arm. "I love you exactly the way you are." I felt tears falling down my cheeks, and a gunshot echoed in my ears. No. Blood splattered on the wall behind Luigi Locatelli's head, and he fell to his knees. The shot had gone clean through his forehead. I didn't. I stared at the gun in my hand in horror. My stomach churned. I was a murderer. I was just as bad as her father. Brooklyn let go of my arm. She looked horrified, disgusted by me. She was staring at me like she didn't even know me. I didn't mean to. I dropped the gun. All I'd ever wanted was to protect her. I'd wanted to be enough, because no matter how much I wanted to live in the present, I was haunted by the past. She'd chosen Miller, and I knew a piece of her wished that he was the one standing beside her right now. I'd never fill that hole in her heart. I'd never be what she truly wanted or needed, especially now, based on the way she was staring at me.
Chapter 6. Friday, a few seconds earlier. Brooklyn. Matt wasn't a murderer, and neither was I. Yes, I dreamed of killing my father. Yes, I dreamed of wanting revenge for Miller. But if I had the gun, I wasn't sure I'd actually be able to pull the trigger. It was one thing to want something. It was an entirely different thing to actually do it. I knew Matt wanted to protect me, and I was so grateful. I was grateful that he'd shown up. I was grateful that he was even contemplating doing this. But Matt wasn't Miller, and I didn't need him to be. I just needed him to be him. "I love you exactly the way you are," I said, and I meant it. Tears ran down his cheeks. It looked like he was about to lower the gun. But then a shot rang out. The bullet pierced Locatelli right in the middle of his forehead. No. I was glad Locatelli was dead. He deserved it. But I hadn't needed Matt to pull the trigger for me. I didn't need him to be something that he wasn't. Matt stared down at his gun in horror. Oh, Matt, My heart shattered for him. "What the fuck?" Magnus King yelled and lifted his hands higher in the air. Matt dropped the gun. He looked like he was going to throw up. I knew he'd done it for me, but I hadn't wanted him to. I didn't want him to ever feel like he needed to be different. I didn't want him to feel like he wasn't good enough exactly the way he was. "I'm so sorry you thought I wanted that." I hugged him. He put his arms around me. I pressed the side of my face against his chest. His heart was racing so fast. There were so many times that he held me when I needed him. It had always felt like he was taking my pain away, and all I wanted to do was take away his. Tanner put his hand on Matt's shoulder. "Your first kill is always the hardest. Taking another man's life is no easy feat, but you will get over it. Trust me." "What the hell, Tanner?" Rob said. "How many people have you killed?" "I just meant from shows I've seen. War shows. It's a history thing, Robert. You wouldn't understand. But you will get over this, Matt," he said. I had a feeling that Matt wasn't going to get over this, because this wasn't him. And this wasn't me. We didn't want to be part of this world. I didn't want danger to be lurking around every corner. Danger. Shit. I pulled back. "Jacob, is he okay? We need to go." "Just got the text from James," Rob said. He showed me the picture on his phone. James was sitting on the floor in his tux reading Jacob a bedtime story. "All the kids are safe, although Penny crying woke them all up. Just so you know, the first thing Matt did was send James to check and make sure Jacob was okay." Matt. I hugged him again. If I hadn't already said yes to his proposal, I would have now. "Perfect shot, Uncle Richard." I pulled back from Matt and turned toward the door to see Poppy standing there with Nigel and my father. The gun in my dad's hand was smoking. "Dad?" My voice cracked. He'd come, even though I told him I wanted nothing to do with him, and he was the one who'd pulled the trigger. Oh, thank God. "Angel," my father said calmly. "Are you all right?" I nodded. "Oh, thank fuck," Matt said and looked up at the ceiling in relief. "I thought I killed him." He still looked like he was going to hurl. Jesus. I wanted to breathe a sigh of relief that Matt wasn't the one who had shot Locatelli. But Poppy was behind all of this, and it wasn't exactly soothing seeing my father so easily murder someone right in front of my face. "Everyone stay where they are," Nigel yelled. "I have a hand grenade and I'm not afraid to use it." He lifted the grenade above his head and waved it around. My dad turned to him. "Put that away before you hurt someone, son." Nigel smiled up at him. "Do you think of me as a son? I barely know who you are. Put the pin back in that now." "I think I misplaced the pin," Nigel mumbled. "I expected to be using it." He looked around the floor and started checking his pockets. "Why does no one ever offer you their jacket when you're in duress?" my father asked and walked over to me. "James let you run around that hotel half naked back in high school, and here you are again in nothing but a towel." He shrugged out of his suit jacket and put it around my shoulders. I remembered him taking care of me after Isabella tried to murder me at homecoming. I remembered the smell of the cologne on his jacket making me feel safe. But I also remembered the smell of his cologne at the lake house, making me feel anything but safe. I felt trapped. I knew there were a lot of sides to my father. I knew that he loved me in his own way, and I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. I at least wanted him to be alive long enough so we could talk about everything, all of it. I was just about to open my mouth when my dad turned to Magnus. "As for you," my father said, "no one touches my daughter without my permission." He lifted his gun. "Wait," I stepped in front of him. "Magnus was just following Locatelli's orders, and he was actually kind of nice about the whole thing." "He kidnapped you," my dad said. "So did you." But I knew my father didn't see it that way. He thought he was protecting me from Isabella. He thought he was doing the right thing. Magnus isn't the bad guy here, and Locatelli was just a pawn, Dad. Your wife is behind all of this. All the Cannavaros are. You should be threatening her. I pointed to Poppy. Poppy betrayed you. She's working with your wife to... No, Poppy was the one that warned me what Patricia was up to. I told you, Angel, Poppy is on our side. She found out what Patricia was doing. Well, not just what she was currently doing, what she did. I'm so sorry, sweetheart, but I was wrong. It wasn't just Luigi Locatelli who had a hand in Miller's death. It was Patricia's plan. I swallowed hard. "That's true," Poppy said. "Aunt Patricia completely lost her mind when you returned to the city. Well, actually before you returned, since she was the one that planned to blow you up. Which, for the record, I only just found out about recently. I told Uncle Richard as soon as I uncovered the truth, and I tried my best to talk to Aunt Patricia, but she wouldn't listen to reason. And why do you not believe that I'm on your side? I killed the Locatelli heir for you. Well, a little for Matt." She winked at him. "How are you doing, sugar tits?" "Stop it, Poppy," Matt said and put his arm around my shoulders. I melted into his side. "And I've been trying to warn you all week that you might be in danger," my dad said. "Why haven't you answered any of my calls or texts, Angel?" "Because I thought you killed my husband. I hadn't believed that he was innocent. But now, Tanner had already told me that my father hadn't done it. But I'd kind of needed Locatelli to admit all of it to truly believe it." "Did you really step down, Dad?" He nodded. "You told me I had to, so I did. Poppy has taken my place." "I love being on top," she said and winked at Matt again. "What the fuck?" Matt mumbled under his breath. "Why now? Why not when my mom—" My voice trailed off. "Why not when my mom needed you?" "Patricia's parents were still alive then. And Poppy's parents," he added a little quieter. "Oh, it's okay, Uncle Richard. They definitely would have offed you for running out on Aunt Patricia. My parents were totally nuts. No need to hide it." "So are you, Poppy." "I'd only just taken over," my dad said. "I didn't have the alliances I do now. I never would have survived. And I would have put your mother in danger, and you. But as I told you before, I didn't know you were born. I didn't know, Brooklyn. Or maybe I would have done things differently. I want to believe that I would." Tears pooled in the corners of my eyes. He'd wanted my mother to get rid of me. He'd thought that she had. And it was hard not to wonder how everything would have turned out if he'd known the truth. But you couldn't rewind time. I knew that better than anyone. All you could do was move forward. "But won't Mrs. Pruitt retaliate now?" "You mean Ms. Cannavaro. She's no longer my wife. Distancing myself from the Mafia was what you asked me to do in order to be a part of your life and my grandson's. So I took that very seriously. And," he looked at his watch. "Oh, look at the time." He smiled. "A helicopter crashed into the Hudson River 2 minutes ago. My ex-wife was on board. There were no survivors." I should have been horrified. My father wasn't looking at a news report. He was just checking the time. He'd clearly just had his ex-wife murdered. But having Mrs. Pruitt out of my life made me breathe a little easier. My dad hadn't murdered Miller, and he'd gotten revenge for Miller's death, twice over, 3 times if you counted Locatelli's son, and he really had retired. He was out, for real, for me.
"Did you seriously kill her?"
Rob asked. My dad turned to him.
"It's better not to say these things out loud, Robert." "Yeah, probably not," Rob said. "And, speaking of killing people, we need to go check on a few security guards, probably."
"They're fine," Tanner said.
"Why do you never believe anything I say?" "Because you're a crazy person."
"Ah, Poppy," my father said and turned to her. I pressed my lips together. Was I the only one that caught the transition there?
"I think it's best if you team up with Magnus from here on out. The 2 of you can take over where I left off."
"But Uncle Richard," protested Poppy.
"No buts," he said, shaking his head. "It's cleaner this way. 2 families can keep everyone else in line easier, and he has certain skills that you do not, and it expands your connections and power." "I have to say I don't love this idea either," Magnus said. "Would you rather be on the ground next to your boss?"
Magnus cleared his throat.
"No, sir, but the Cannavaros, they're
crazy?" Poppy glared at him. She knew what he was inferring, too.
"You'll keep each other in line, yes?"
my dad said and turned back to me.
"Now, where were we? I see you're engaged again, for real this time, because I'm done meddling."
He lifted his hands to show that he was innocent. "Matt told me that my father never intended to let us get married back in high school, that he'd always planned to take me away from the city. But I couldn't hold on to that anger anymore. Besides, his meddling let me live a beautiful life with Miller. It gave me 16 years of happiness. It gave me Jacob. The only thing I regretted was hurting Matt. I loved my little bubble. And I loved my life right now, too. I'd always love both."
"I think a celebration is in order. Magnus, order us a bottle of your best champagne, will you?" "I really think we should discuss this a bit more," Magnus said. "Maybe privately." "Do you really think this is a negotiation? You were working with Locatelli to murder me and my entire family." "I didn't know why. And now you'll be in the know. Poppy, get closer to Magnus and discuss things, will you? I don't want to be a part of this anymore. I'm retired."
He moved his hands together to show them that he actually wanted them to move closer together.
"Wait!"
Tanner yelled and stepped in between Poppy and Magnus.
"Magnus King, I want to formally introduce you to Poppy Cannavaro."
He grabbed both their hands and made them shake.
"That counts, I think," he said. "I introduced them. You all saw it, right?" "That definitely counts," Nigel said. "Has anyone seen the pin to my grenade? My thumb is getting tired. And explosions aren't always good for coitus."
"Ew, what?" Poppy said. She glanced at Magnus with her nose turned up. Nigel kept pulling out his pockets.
"Love is in the air. Don't you feel it? I just hope it's not explosive."
I had no idea what Nigel was talking about. I just wanted out of this room, and away from that grenade. I looked up at Matt. "Take me home."
Chapter 7. Friday. Matt. Mason and B were still working with a member of James' security to make sure my house hadn't been tampered with. I didn't want to take Brooklyn back there until we got the all clear. I stared at Brooklyn's back. She was just standing in the door jamb of Scarlett's room, where all the kids were asleep. I wanted to comfort her, but I didn't know how when I was still a little shaky. I didn't know if I would actually have gone through with pulling the trigger. But when I'd thought I had, I'd never felt so much regret. All I wanted was for Brooklyn to be safe, but I wasn't a killer. She told me that I was exactly what she wanted, that she didn't need me to be someone I wasn't. But there was a part of me that knew that she'd always miss Miller. Not that she wished I was him, but that she wished he was still here. A sob escaped her throat. I never could stay away when I knew she needed me. Baby. I put my hand on her shoulder and she jumped. She turned her head away from me to try and hide her tears. Come here. I pulled her against my chest. I don't know what I would have done if I had lost Jacob, too. I ran my fingers through her hair. God, it killed me to see her cry. It's over now. For real, this time. It's hard to believe that when the pain never stops. I held her tighter. Someone cleared their throat. I turned to see Penny standing there. I was just checking in, she said. I don't know how much longer Mason and Bea will be, but you two should spend the night. Rob and Daphne are staying too. A slumber party of sorts. She smiled. Honestly, that sounded great. Being with our friends right now helped. Count us in, Penny. I looked down at Brooklyn. She nodded in agreement. Brooklyn, would you like a hot shower? And you can borrow some of my clothes to sleep in. Brooklyn was still in a towel with a Locatelli Hotel logo on it, with her father's jacket draped around her shoulders. Penny, Brooklyn said, I'm so sorry about ruining your birthday. I didn't even know what to say. Are you choking? Penny grabbed her hand. This is one of my most memorable birthdays ever, and you don't need to apologize for something you had no control over. Brooklyn, we're family. We're all in this together. She squeezed her hand. Brooklyn smiled through her tears. Actually, a hot shower sounds great. Come with me. Penny pulled her away from Scarlett's bedroom. I exhaled slowly and grabbed my hand that kept shaking. I needed to calm down. Brooklyn needed me right now, and I was too in my head. I sat down on the stairs and closed my eyes for a second. I didn't know why I was still so shaken. I hadn't pulled the trigger. Rob told me what happened, James said. I opened my eyes. He sat down next to me with a sigh. What a night, huh? I forced a laugh. This was definitely not how I wanted prom to go. Honestly, it was about as bad as my original prom. This time my laugh was real. Mine too. At least Penny and Brooklyn got an authentic Empire High prom. Terrible. I shook my head. And it wasn't even Tanner who ruined it. James laughed. Promenade. Right. I took another deep breath. James looked over his shoulder and then back at me. I know Brooklyn came to my room that homecoming for help, but I definitely wasn't her first choice. She needed you 16 years ago, and she needs you now. He nodded toward his bedroom door. I knew about how the two of them showered together after homecoming. You want me to recreate your moment with her 16 years ago? Unless you want me to join her in the shower again. Fuck off, I laughed. He smiled. Go on. Besides, I could use a minute alone with my wife. It is still her birthday for another few minutes. I didn't need to be told twice. I wasn't a cockblocker. I stood up and wandered into their bedroom. Penny was in their walk-in closet, probably searching for something for Brooklyn to change into. I quickly snuck into the bathroom and closed the door behind me. The sound of Brooklyn crying could be heard over the water falling on the tile. I opened the shower door. She was sitting in the corner of the shower with her arms wrapped around her legs, naked. Her hand was wrapped around her necklace. She was clutching the rings Miller had given her, but my ring on her finger shimmered in the light. The steam all around her made her look ethereal. She lifted her head and stared at me. She smiled, but it looked so sad. I knew she'd been in her underwear when James joined her in the shower 16 years ago, and that James had been fully clothed. I was not trying to recreate whatever the hell that was, but I also wanted her to know that I was just here to make sure she was okay. So I kicked off my dress shoes and climbed into the shower still in my tux. She laughed as I sat down next to her and let the water fall all over my pants. It only took a few seconds for my clothes to cling uncomfortably to my skin. "Why does every dance I attend end this way?" She let go of her necklace and stared up at me with her big, blue eyes. "It's a pretty great tradition, as long as I'm the one in the shower with you." She slid her hand into mine and rested her head on my shoulder. For just a few seconds, we sat there getting soaked. It was oddly comforting to just sit and let the water cascade down on us. It felt safe. I took a deep breath, trying to erase the image of the gunshot from my head. "I'm so tired of being scared, Matt. I'm tired of always feeling like I'm running out of time." "Hey." I tugged her arm and pulled her onto my lap. "You're not running out of time." She straddled my waist and I watched the beads of water drip down her tits. No, James had definitely never seen her like this. Her forehead fell to mine. For just a few minutes we breathed in each other's exhales. My hand, finally, stopped shaking, and her tears disappeared. "I just want everything to stop hurting," she whispered against my lips. I didn't know what exactly she was referring to. She'd been clinging to the rings dangling from her neck. Was she thinking about Miller? Was she thinking about her father, her uncle, her mom? She'd known so much pain that I couldn't possibly know what was plaguing her. "Please, make it stop," she whispered. No, I didn't know what was hurting her in this moment, but I knew how to take away the pain, because I knew she was the only one that could take away mine. I slowly lowered my mouth to hers. Her lips were salty from her tears. "Please," she whispered. "I just want the pain to stop." She shifted forward, grinding against me. Fuck. I buried my fingers in her wet hair. Sometimes Brooklyn just wanted to be held when she cried. Other times she just wanted to forget for a moment. And I was really good at distracting her. I kissed a path down her chest, tracing the water cascading down her skin. When she'd first come back to town, fucking her was the only thing that made me feel better, and it would make us both feel better now. I knew exactly how to take away her pain. My tongue swirled around her nipple. She tilted her head back in the water. I lightly bit down, tugging her nipple with my teeth. Her moan disappeared into the steam as I kissed down her stomach. "You're safe," I whispered. I kissed her hip bone. "We're safe here." "In James' shower," she said, her laughter filling my ears. "Don't talk about James right now." She laughed again. "We really shouldn't be doing this in here." She put her hands on my shoulders and stood up. James shouldn't have been with her the first time she'd needed help, and I wanted to erase that memory from her mind. I caught her wrist before she could step out of the shower. She stared down at me. "Matt." I shifted forward onto my knees. She truly did look like an angel standing in the steam, and I was perfectly content worshiping her on my knees. I placed a long, slow stroke against her wetness. "Matt," she moaned this time. She'd asked me to take away her pain. I kept my eyes trained on her as I pushed her backward against the tile wall. I paused, my breath hot against her pussy, and watched her chest rise and fall. Yeah, I knew exactly what my girl liked. I grabbed her hips and thrust my tongue inside of her. She was so fucking wet for me, so soft, so sweet. Her fingers tangled in my wet hair as my tongue swirled faster. I lifted one of her thighs over my shoulder to get better access. I moved my lips to her clit and sucked hard. "Matt." She grabbed the collar of my dress shirt to pull me up. I raised my eyebrow at her and stayed on my knees. "Did you want something?" You know I like when you tell me exactly what you want." I circled her clit with my thumb as I looked up at her. "I want your cock inside me." I leaned forward and licked her pussy again. "Where exactly? Because I can think of a few places." I gripped her ass cheek in my hand. She groaned in frustration. "Matt, if you don't fuck me right this second, I'm going to lose my mind." I'd definitely distracted her from her pain, and she didn't need to tell me twice. I stood up and grabbed her hands, putting them on the waistband of my tuxedo pants. She unbuttoned and unzipped my pants as I tried to get my dress shirt off. The fabric was too wet and clingy, though, and just stuck to my arms as more water fell on my shoulders. She laughed as she tried to push my wet pants and boxers down my hips. Fuck this. I pulled my pants down just enough to free my cock and grabbed her thighs, lifting her legs around my waist. I slammed her back against the tile walls. I thrust inside of her. She breathed a sigh of relief, like my cock was the only thing that could soothe her. Her sweet cunt was the only thing that could soothe me, too, especially when she gripped me like that. I sucked on the side of her neck, marking her flesh. Mine. As she pulled me closer, I felt the ring on her finger on the back of my neck. Mine. I slammed into her, harder. She'd always be mine, and I'd never let anything happen to her. I pictured the hole in Locatelli's forehead and closed my eyes tight. I'd always do anything to protect her, even if it made me sick to my stomach. I thrust into her faster. The harder I fucked her, the better I felt, the easier it was to breathe, the less blood I saw in my mind. And there was something really satisfying about taking her in James' shower. Brooklyn was mine. All mine. I moved one of my hands to her left breast and squeezed, and no one was allowed to touch her like this but me. I was done, feeling like I wasn't good enough for her, like I wasn't what she wanted. She wanted me. For me. Her fingers dug into the muscles of my back, trying to pull me even closer. She wanted my cock, my body against hers, my love. And she'd never run to anyone else again, because I'd always be there for her, in any way she needed. I slammed into her, harder, my fingers digging into her thigh. I couldn't stop staring down at her, sucking on her skin, squeezing her tits. We were completely in the moment, together, no fears, and definitely no pain, unless I fucked her any harder. "Feel better now, baby," I said, and bit down on her earlobe. She shattered around me, gripping my cock. Fuck. I emptied myself inside of her, filling her pussy with my cum.
Chapter 8. Friday. Brooklyn. I felt surprisingly calm. Every time I moved, I was a little sore from my time in the shower with Matt. It pulled me back into this moment, right here, with all the untouchables and their spouses. Being here with them felt like home, and it made me feel young again, like we were having a sleepover back in high school or something. I blew on my mug of hot chocolate. It was like no time had passed at all, yet so much at the same time. Matt pulled my feet onto his lap and smiled at me. He'd borrowed some clothes from James, and the too small t-shirt clung to his muscles almost as much as his wet dress shirt had. Luckily, Penny and I were about the same size. The leggings she'd let me borrow were more comfortable than anything I owned. And I couldn't help but think about the pair that Matt had ripped recently. I really needed to go shopping. I smiled. I definitely didn't think I'd be calm enough to be thinking about shopping right now.
I can't believe you almost killed someone,
Penny said to Matt. She was sitting on James's lap, and he was absent-mindedly tracing circles on her thigh. They looked so at peace. I was so happy for him.
I don't know if I would have done it,
Matt said. I wasn't so sure about that. It really seemed like he had been about to, but I was glad he hadn't.
I thought you were going to do it, Rob said. You were all like, "Get Brooklyn out of here. I don't want her to see me kill this lunatic."
Tanner nodded.
He would have done anything to protect you, Brooklyn.
I knew, but he didn't need to. I lightly nudged Matt's thigh with my foot. He caught my ankle and started to massage my sole. I sighed and sunk farther into the pillows on the couch. "Craziest birthday ever," Daphne said as she took a sip of wine. She seemed the most rattled still. And I got it. She'd already lost someone close to her. I took a deep breath, trying to focus on Matt's fingers on my skin.
"The most memorable birthday ever," Rob said. "Only fitting for this lovely MILF."
"Stop," Penny groaned, but she was smiling so hard.
"A super memorable engagement, too."
He smiled at us. I looked down at the ring on my finger. After all these years, it was still a perfect fit, and this time it meant more, because this time it was permanent. A comfortable silence settled around all of us. I looked over at Mason and Bea. I was so happy to see him so happy. His eyes met mine, and he winked at me. I rolled my eyes. He probably thought I was checking him out or something. I definitely was not. I took a sip of my hot chocolate.
"I have an idea," Rob said. "Let's play Truth or Dare."
"How do you play?" Tanner asked. Rob groaned.
"What is wrong with you? What full-grown man doesn't know how to play Truth or Dare?"
"I grew up overseas." Tanner used that excuse a lot for not understanding pretty common references. Did children really grow up so differently overseas? "It's when you choose to share a truth or perform a dare, and then the person asking gets to either ask a very inappropriate question or dare you to do something silly."
"Or dare you to do something inappropriate,"
Rob said and winked at me. Daphne laughed and elbowed him in the side. He bent over, pretending to be in pain.
"Who's handing out the first dare? Birthday girl?"
"Sure," Penny said. She turned to Matt. "Truth or dare?" she asked. He laughed.
"Dare."
"I dare you to kiss your new fiancée."
"Technically, she's my old fiancée."
"Hey," I lightly nudged him with my foot again.
"Careful with that."
He grabbed my foot off his lap and pulled me closer.
"And I will love you until you're old and gray, just so you know."
He pressed his lips against mine. Rob whistled. I laughed and pulled back.
"Your turn, Matt," Rob said. Truth or dare, Rob?" "Dare, of course. I dare you and Tanner to each say something nice about each other."
Rob groaned.
"Seriously? Lame."
"You have to do it," Daphne said. "Be nice." Rob shook his head.
"Tanner, you look better without a man bun."
"Thanks," Tanner said. Rob stood up.
"He just admitted he sometimes has a man bun." He pointed at Tanner. "Didn't you hear him?" Tanner just laughed. "And young Robert, I think you have a wonderful imagination." That's not a compliment, Rob said. You're calling me crazy, and I'm not crazy. Well, that didn't work, Matt said. Rob, you're up. He glared at Tanner. I dare you to pull your hair into a bun and take off your glasses. I can't see anything without my glasses, but fine. He pulled them off. And my hair is too short to put into that hairstyle. He ran his fingers through his hair. I cocked my head to the side. Was it too short? I couldn't really tell. Tanner cleared his throat and put his glasses back on. Brooklyn, he smiled at me. Truth or dare? Dare? I dare you to take your shirt off, he said. I laughed. Whoa, what? Matt said. Not cool, man. Oh, why? We're engaged? Right, but... Tanner looked down at his phone. I looked up the rules, and that was literally one of the examples. He held up his phone. Sure enough, it was on there. Wow, he'd seriously never played this before? I kind of thought he might be joking. Ask something else, Matt said. Okay, Brooklyn. I dare you to get a hickey from Rob like the one you already have on your neck. I put my hand over where Matt had sucked on my neck in the shower. Okay, Rob said. What the fuck? Matt said. He grabbed the phone from Tanner. What the hell is this shit? You looked up adult slumber party games. He tossed the phone back at him. Right, because we're adults. Choose something less that, Matt said. I couldn't help but smile. I kind of loved how possessive Matt was being. Okay, maybe just kiss Rob? He said. What? Matt looked even more pissed about that. I laughed. It's fine, I said. I'll just kiss him on the cheek. I set my hot chocolate down, climbed off the couch, and walked over to Rob. He had a stupid, cocky smirk on his face. Don't make this weird, Rob, I said. How am I making it weird, Sanders? Kiss me. I know you've been dying to. Definitely not. Pretty sure you have. No. I leaned down to kiss his cheek, but at the last second he turned his head and pressed his lips against mine. I slapped his cheek and pulled back. Luckily, Daphne was just laughing. I was glad they were so secure in their relationship, or else that would have been incredibly awkward. But I could feel Matt's heated gaze on my back. That reminds me of the good old days, Rob said and rubbed his cheek. But finally, I didn't like being the only untouchable that never kissed you. I never kissed Mason either, Rob. I felt my face turning red, realizing what I said. I turned to Penny. Sorry, I said. Penny smiled. It's fine. She looked up at James. Everything worked out. James ran the tip of his nose down the length of hers. I turned away and cleared my throat. Okay, I dare Daphne to slap Rob. What? Rob said. Rude, Sanders. You didn't even give her a choice of truth or dare. Daphne lightly patted the side of his face instead of slapping him. If you're waiting for someone to dare you to have a threesome, it's not happening, babe. He licked her palm and she screamed. I laughed and sat back down next to Matt. Sorry, I whispered. His lips dropped to my ear. I'm actually a little relieved to hear that you never kissed him back in high school. Of course I didn't. Why would you think I did? Brooklyn, you kissed a lot of people back in high school. I gaped at him. Me? Really? What about you and the whole cheerleading squad?
Before I knew you. I shook my head, but I couldn't stop smiling. Yeah, it really felt like we were teenagers again tonight. Okay, I dare Mason to kiss Brooklyn, too, Daphne said.
What?
Matt turned to her.
Traitor.
She just laughed and took another sip of wine. Sorry, Matt, she giggled again. You really do not need to do that, I said to Mason. Bea won't like it, so don't. Bea poured herself another glass of wine. I'm actually really enjoying not having the heat on me, she said. Me too, Penny said. Agreed, Daphne added. Yeah, hanging out with these guys could be a lot sometimes. Mason took a swig of his beer, stood up, and stretched. Why was he stretching?
Bro,
Matt said.
Bro,
Mason said back.
I'm the only one that hasn't kissed her. It's only fair.
I hate all of you, Matt said. I turned my head and tapped my cheek for Mason.
I don't think so,
he said. He grabbed my chin and turned me to face him. It was strange. All these guys were hot. There was really no denying that. The Caldwells and Hunters were always too perfect for their own good. But I'd really only ever wanted to kiss Matt. Mason shoved Matt's shoulder and then pressed his lips against mine.
I hate this game,
Matt mumbled. I laughed against Mason's lips. It was almost like he took that as a challenge, because his tongue darted across my lips.
What the fuck?
Matt said. I laughed again and pulled back. Mason laughed too.
Yeah, that was like kissing my sister.
I pushed on his arm. Yeah, that was definitely weird. And also, in a strange way, it was kind of like kissing Matt. I shook the thought away. Never again.
I'm going to kill all of them,
Matt said as Mason collapsed back down next to Bea. I snuggled into his side. You're the best kisser, I whispered into his ear. His body untensed. I'd officially kissed every single untouchable. And I'd already known it, but Matt was definitely the one for me.
I feel like it's my turn,
Tanner said.
Don't you fucking dare, Tanner,
Matt said. Tanner laughed.
I was just kidding. After all, a best friend would never cross that line. I'm definitely going to be the best man now.
You set me up, Rob said.
I know your weaknesses.
Rob groaned.
That doesn't prove anything.
You're both ridiculous, Mason said.
I'm definitely going to be the best man.
Tanner and Rob both turned to him.
No,
they both said at the same time. I laughed. I would be shocked if Matt didn't ask Mason to be his best man. But I kind of loved this rivalry Tanner and Rob had going on.
I'm here,
Nigel yelled and ran into the room. You could only see the top of his head. The rest of him was hidden behind a huge pile of pillows in his arms.
Sorry, Tanner said. I forgot to cancel this. It was part of the adult sleepover article I read.
What?
Extra down in these ones,
Nigel said and put them on the floor.
And I brought the lingerie, too.
He pulled a lacy bra out of a bag.
What the hell is that for?
Matt asked.
For the pillow fight, like in the article Master Tanner sent me. And in my favorite movies about modern-day sleepovers, if the lingerie doesn't fit, naked is fine too, based on my research. Actually, naked is better.
He dropped the bag and kicked it to the side. What kind of movies was he referring to?
Mademoiselle, you first,
he said and smiled at me.
No,
Matt said firmly.
truth or dare or whatever Nigel is referring to is over. But, Nigel started.
I didn't get a turn, though, Bee said. And it's only fair that I get to dare someone to do something. I stared at her. She definitely had a few glasses of wine, and it seemed like the more she had, the more wild she got. I was so curious about her dare. Screw the lingerie, she said.
Yes,
Nigel yelled. She laughed. No, we're flipping that shit on its head. I dare all of the guys to have a pillow fight in their boxers.
Now that's a dare,
Penny said. Here's to that. Daphne clinked her wine glass against Penny's. Take it off, Bee yelled and hit Mason with a pillow. Mason stood up and tore off his t-shirt. He winked at me again as he flexed his pecs. I wasn't checking you out, weirdo. Although it was a little hard to look away. I watched as Rob jumped on the couch and ripped off his shirt, as Daphne ducked out of the way, laughing. Penny climbed off James's lap. You next. As you wish, birthday girl. He kissed her and then grabbed the collar of his t-shirt and pulled it off over his head. All of these boys had definitely grown up. Oh my God, this feels like Daphne's bachelorette party all over again, Bee said. Penny fanned her face.
What happened at Daphne's bachelorette party? I asked.
All the guys put on a striptease for us, Bee said. It was so hot, and James got so mad at Penny. Everyone really brought their A-game for her, and she was loving it.
I didn't do anything wrong,
Penny said. James lowered his mouth to Penny's ear and whispered something to her. Her face turned bright red and she swatted him away.
It's pillow fight time, unless you're backing down from a dare.
Me? Never, he said, and grabbed a pillow and tossed it at Matt. Matt sighed and stood up. My eyes raked down his body as he pulled off his too-tight t-shirt. He tossed it at me, and I laughed. He lowered his sweatpants and kicked them off at me. Yes, everyone seeing him in his boxer briefs seemed inappropriate, but this show was all for me. Matt turned around and shimmied his butt in my face. I laughed again and slapped his ass. We definitely have to do the same thing for your bachelorette party, Bee said.
There's zero chance,
Matt said.
I think tonight has been enough.
Boo, Bee said and stuck out her tongue. But then she cheered as Mason tore off his sweatpants. And yes, he tore them off. Tanner took his shirt off, folded it, and then turned to me. Hold this for me. He handed me the shirt, grabbed one of the pillows Nigel had brought, and hit Rob with it. Feathers burst out of it. Rob grabbed a pillow too. More feathers burst into the air as he slammed a pillow against Tanner.
Boys fight!
Nigel yelled and pulled off his shirt. He was surprisingly fit, too. I'd seen him naked before, but I didn't remember his abs. I'd been rather distracted by his enormous monster dong. I stifled a laugh. James jumped from one couch to the other, trying to get away from Mason. Matt tried to break up Rob and Tanner hitting each other. They were being a little violent about it, and Matt was somehow taking most of the blows from the pillows. This is amazing, Penny said and plopped down next to me. Daphne sat down on the other side of me. It finally feels like we're all whole. Bee screamed and jumped on top of us. You're so drunk, Penny said. Bee laughed. Not even. She leaned across us and grabbed a pillow. Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking?
Oh, we're definitely joining in on this,
Penny said. We all got up and grabbed pillows. "Attack!" Daphne yelled, and we all charged into the fight. She jumped onto Rob's back, and they somehow managed to both hit Tanner at the same time. James and Penny started making out, and Mason and Bee hit them with pillows. There were so many feathers in the air now that I could barely see anything. Matt caught me around the waist, holding me close so no one could hit me. I looked up at the feathers floating all around us. It reminded me of the snow at the lake house. I closed my eyes for just a second and pictured Miller's smiling face. I felt him here, with us. I felt him all around me. I opened my eyes and smiled. Miller would always have my heart, and so would Matt. I could love them both at the same time. Daphne was right. I was whole again. Matt leaned down and kissed me as the feathers fell all around us.
Chapter 9. Thursday. Matt. Brooklyn seemed okay the night after everything happened at prom, but each day that followed she closed herself off a little more. I poured us each a cup of coffee as I watched her sitting with her tomato plants on the floor. She was picking a few ripe tomatoes off the vines, but mostly she was just staring at them, lost in thought. I knew what the plants meant to her. I knew they tied her to her past. I took a deep breath and handed her a steaming mug of coffee. She shook her head. "Thanks, but I'm not thirsty." Every time I tried to do something for her, she pushed me away a little more. I set the extra mug down on the counter. "Felix and Kennedy invited us out to dinner again tonight. Are you feeling up to it?" Felix had been texting me about going on a double date the past few days. They'd left prom early and had to find out secondhand what had happened. I knew they were worried about Brooklyn, just like I was. "No, I want to make something with these tomatoes tonight, before they go bad. Kennedy and Felix will understand." They didn't understand. Neither did I, and I was starting to worry that Brooklyn was never going to leave the house again. "Have you thought any more about costumes for the Halloween party next weekend?" She shrugged. "I'm sure whatever you choose will be fine." I didn't want to choose. I wanted us to look together. For a long time, there was no annual Halloween party. No one had been up to it after she'd died. But my parents restarted it a few years ago, and this was the first Halloween Brooklyn was back. I wanted to go all out, but she didn't seem interested at all. "How about we go for a run?" I said, and sat down next to her on the floor. "That's okay. But you love to run." She didn't look at me. "I think the fresh air might do you some good." "I'm not comfortable leaving Jacob here alone." "He won't be alone. We can get Mrs. Alcaraz to watch him, or Tanner, or Nigel, or whoever you feel most comfortable with." "That's okay," she said again, and picked off more tomatoes. "Brooklyn." I grabbed her hand. At least she didn't pull away from my touch. "Maybe we should have your father over? You can ask him any other questions you have, to put your mind at ease." "I don't want to see him." "I'll skip work and stay here so you're not alone with him." "You can't skip work again," she said. "You haven't been to work a day this week, and you told me you had meetings today." It almost seemed like she was excited to get rid of me. "I'll figure it out." She shook her head. "Really, you should go, and I don't want any visitors. If there's one thing I learned in the past few weeks, it's that I should trust my instincts, and my instincts are screaming at me to stay here, where it's safe, with you and Jacob, no one else." I loved that she trusted me, but she was slowly breaking my heart. Life had given her an unfair hand, and she was starting to turn her back on it. I didn't want her to stop living because she was scared. "I just don't want you to waste any days," I said. I knew how important that was to her. "Don't." She pulled her hand out of mine. "Don't use my mother's words against me." "I wasn't, Brooklyn. I'm just worried about you." "I need to be here. I don't know how to explain it. I need to be here where it's safe." "What if we go to my parents' house for the day instead? We can jump in leaves again and—" "You're not listening to me." I'm trying, but you're scaring me. Baby. I cradled her face in my hands. You haven't even stepped outside in days. I'm protecting my family. I was trying to understand. I really was, but I didn't. We're safe now. I know because we're here, and I'm not leaving. She stood up, making my hands fall from her face. I don't know what else you want me to say. Baby, I just want you to talk to me. Hiya, Coach, Jacob said as he slid across the floor in his socks. I laughed as he fell into my arms. The panic in my chest always subsided when Jacob was in the room. Good morning, kiddo. Can we come to practice today? Please? He'd been asking me every day, and every day I looked at Brooklyn, waiting for her to change her mind, waiting for her to start moving forward again. She shook her head. I cleared my throat. Not today, Jacob. Maybe next week. No, I want to come today, Mommy, please. He turned to her. You heard Matt, she said. I pressed my lips together. I didn't love the way she was making it seem like I was saying no. I wanted nothing more than for Jacob and her to come to practice with me. But what could I say? I ruffled Jacob's hair. We can play outside when I get home, okay? When will that be? And can Scarlett come? I looked up at Brooklyn. She shook her head. I'll be home before dinner. We're going to have a quiet night in, just the three of us. Your mom is making homemade tomato sauce. Doesn't that sound good? Yes, si, oui. I smiled. I looked up at Brooklyn to see if she was smiling too, but she wasn't paying attention. I stood up, lifting Jacob upside down by his ankles. He laughed as he tried to wiggle free. Put me down, he said through his laughter. What? I can't hear you. Jacob laughed harder. I said put me down, Coach. What? I lifted him higher in the air. Coach! I plopped him down on the kitchen counter and stole another glance at Brooklyn. No smile. No laughter. I swallowed hard. I just wanted to help. I desperately wanted to help her smile again. But everything I did just seemed to make it worse. I'll see the two of you later, okay? Mm-hmm, Brooklyn said. But she didn't look up or say goodbye. Call me if you need me, yeah? Okay, Coach, Jacob said. But Brooklyn still didn't say anything. I gave Jacob one last smile and headed to the door. I needed to do something to fix this, but I didn't know how. There was only one person that knew Brooklyn as well as I did, Kennedy. But Brooklyn refused to see her. I didn't understand why. Maybe Brooklyn was right. Maybe I wasn't listening. But I was trying my best. I just wanted to see her smile again. I eyed my cell phone. There was one other person that knew Brooklyn pretty damn well. James. But I didn't want to call him about this. I kept staring at my phone. What if he was the only one that could help? He was the only person I knew that had dealt closely with the Pruitts. He knew them. He could definitely help. I sighed. Fuck it. I hit James' number and pulled my phone to my ear. He answered after a few rings. Hey, Matt. How's Brooklyn doing? Penny had called trying to set up a playdate for Scarlett and Jacob earlier this week. I'd let her know that Brooklyn wasn't up to it. I'd figured she'd told James, too. Not great, actually, I said. I need your help. Do you think maybe you could talk to her? Me? She's scared to leave the house. I don't know. She's closed herself off. I don't know what to do. And you know what it's like to be part of that world. Isabella tried to kill you. James didn't say anything. And you made up with your dad. I know it's not the same as Brooklyn and her dad, but you were able to put the past in the past and move forward. I think maybe talking to you could help her. I don't know what else to do, James. I'm really worried about her. My next class doesn't start for another hour. I could swing by now. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, man. Of course, Matt. I'll let you know how it goes. Hopefully Brooklyn would let him in the house. I knew she didn't want any visitors. I was trying my best to listen, but it was James. She'd talk to James. Please, Let this help.
Chapter 10. Thursday. Brooklyn. The thought of leaving the house made my chest hurt. I just knew in my gut that I was supposed to be home, that I was safe here, and I didn't know any other way to explain it to Matt. I knew he was just trying to help, but if he asked me to leave the house one more time, I was going to scream. I was exactly where I needed to be.
"Can we go to the zoo?"
Jacob asked. Not you too. I felt bad enough denying him football practice. Not today, sweet boy.
"Can we go see Scarlett?"
This kid and his crush on Scarlett. Maybe next week. That's what Matt had said. It was possible that I'd feel differently next week. Maybe.
"But I miss her."
I pressed my lips together. Not today, I said, but soon. He sighed.
"Can Abuelo Tanner come?"
I shook my head.
"What about Mr. Nigel?"
Jacob, please. I pulled him off the kitchen counter. How about you go play with your trucks?
"But they're not as fun without Mr. Nigel. He makes the engines roar."
You can make the engines roar.
"Not the way he can."
I had no idea what that meant. Use your imagination. His shoulders slumped. He went into the living room and fell face down onto the couch in despair. Jacob, where had he learned that move? I had a feeling he'd picked it up from Nigel. I wasn't trying to torture him. I was just keeping him safe. We can have cupcakes for dessert after lunch, I said. How does that sound?
"Cupcakes!"
He pushed himself up and then jumped off the couch. He fell to his knees on the carpet and started crawling around making his own engine revving noises. He was fine. We were all fine. I turned to the stove to start the tomato sauce when there was a knock on the door.
"Abuelo Tanner!"
Jacob yelled and ran to the door. I dropped my spoon and ran toward him. Jacob, no! But he flung the door open before I had a chance to stop him.
"Oh, hi, Uncle James,"
he said with a big smile.
"Will you play trucks with me?"
So now he knew the word uncle? I'd have to teach him that for Tanner, too. Although I did find it cute that he called him abuelo. James crouched down to get on eye level with him. That sounds like fun. But I need to talk to your mom first, okay, buddy?
"Okay."
Jacob ran back to his toys. James smiled and stood back up. Is everything okay? I asked. You tell me. I sighed. Matt sent you, didn't he? James stepped inside and closed the door behind him. We're worried about you. I shook my head and walked back over to the stove. I'm fine, I said, and turned off the burner before I accidentally burned the whole house down. I don't know if that's true, Brooklyn. He leaned against the kitchen island. Matt says you haven't been leaving the house. You're pushing him away. I'm not pushing him away. I just want to be here. With him, I've told him that 1,000 times. But you don't want to leave the house. What do you want me to say? That I'm scared to leave? He nodded. We can start with that. Why are you scared to leave? I folded my arms across my chest. You know why. No, I don't. Your father took care of everything. You're safe. Hardly. I just stared at him. It's never ending. Penny took Scarlett and Liam to the park this morning and came back home safely. You have security guards following their every move. Would that make you feel better, having security? Because I can... No, I said. It wouldn't. It would remind me of Miller. It would remind me of everything I'd lost. Tears started welling in my eyes. James, I've already talked about all this with Matt. He's just not listening. I have this innate sense that I need to be here, to be still, for just a while, and I need to trust that feeling. Okay, well, let's be still then. He slid onto one of the stools. I stared at him. I didn't know what he wanted from me. You spent a lot of your life on the run, he said. I bet it's an adjustment, staying still. I put my hands on the counter. I was at the lake house for 15 years, James. I'm used to being still. I frowned. I remembered right after Jacob was born. I'd had this innate sense that we needed to run. There'd been this doom in my chest. The feeling I had then wasn't like the feeling I had now, though. It was almost the opposite. I just wanted to be calm and comfortable and safe. I shook my head. Why couldn't I explain it right? Maybe that's the problem, then. Living in the city isn't exactly still. That's not it. I like it here. I like being close to all of you guys, and Jacob loves it here. I looked over at him. He'd like it a lot more if I let him out of the house, though. James put his elbows on the counter and leaned a little closer. After Isabella's death, I felt so much relief. For years I'd felt on edge, but once she was really gone, I felt at peace. His eyes searched mine. I did feel more at peace now, but still on edge. I couldn't explain it, and I was so tired of trying to. It was hard, though, he said, because that feeling of looking over your shoulder doesn't just go away. I do understand, Brooklyn. Probably better than anyone. I knew he understood. He'd been part of the Pruitt family for a short time. He got it. What did you do to get over that fear? I leaned on Penny, and I am leaning on Matt. He just doesn't like the way I'm leaning, I guess. You didn't let me finish. Yes, I leaned on Penny, but I leaned on all my friends. Would you have let me in today if Jacob hadn't answered the door? Of course I would have. Really? He raised his eyebrow at me, and for just a second he looked 18 again. I smiled and then sighed. Honestly, James, I don't know. We're all here for you. You know that. I blinked fast so my tears wouldn't start up. I do know that. But I also know that I don't know how to talk about this. And Matt thinks I'm crazy. I don't want him to think that, but I want to be still. Yeah, I smiled. That. He looked over his shoulder at Jacob playing. It's hard to stay still with kids, though. I laughed. I know. James turned back to me. Sometimes being still is the same as being stuck. I pressed my lips together. Did you know that my parents are divorced? Matt mentioned that, yeah. It wasn't until Scarlett was born that I was able to have a real conversation with my father. About the way I grew up. About the way I felt about his absence. My dad was awful. But I know it doesn't even begin to compare to how your father has been. Probably not. I forgave my dad, for all of it. I didn't realize how unhappy he was, how stuck he felt staying with my mother. Where was he going with this? I'm happy with Matt. I don't feel stuck in the slightest. James laughed. I'm not talking about you and Matt. I'm talking about Mr. Pruitt. He's taken steps to make up for his wrongs. He killed his wife. That is not the same as just getting a divorce and owning up to his mistakes. Yeah, not exactly the same. But I think you'll feel a lot less stuck if you try to forgive him. It might put you at ease. You don't want to stay still forever, Brooklyn. For some reason, I wrapped my arm in front of my stomach. I looked down. I wasn't sure why I'd done that. It was something I did when I was pregnant with Jacob, because I wanted to keep him safe. I dropped my arm. I can stay still for a bit, though. He nodded. I wish I could stay still for a bit longer, but I have a class I have to get to. He stood up, rounded the counter, and pulled me into a hug. For the record, I don't think Matt cares whether you ever step foot out of the house again. He just wants you to be happy. I know. I pressed the side of my face against his chest. And I'm not trying to pressure you either. I was just here to talk, to let you know that we're all here whenever you're ready. Thanks, James. Talking to James made me feel calmer. He did understand. I think he understood better than I even understood myself.
Mr. Nigel!
Jacob yelled. I turned around from the stove to see Nigel walking in through the door he'd installed in the middle of my living room. He had a huge basket in his arms. I tried to give him a stern look, but I was pretty sure I failed. Nigel, we talked about this. I did knock, he said. Oh, did he? I'd been so lost in thought. Besides, I talked to Master Matthew about it, not you, and I know you don't mind me coming and going as I please. I mind a little, but I didn't mind how happy Jacob was to see him. The two of them walked into the kitchen. Nigel put his basket on the counter and then grabbed Jacob and put him beside it. Your sous chefs are at your service, mademoiselle. What is all this? I asked and looked into the basket. It was full of spice bottles. Matthew likes his food spicy. I didn't realize. That's okay, I've got you covered. He started pulling the spices out of the basket. All the spices.
But I want to play trucks,
Jacob said. What was that, Mr. Jacob? I didn't understand you.
Camion,
Jacob said and pointed to his toys. Much better. You play. Your mother only needs one professional sous chef on this lovely afternoon. He put Jacob back down on the floor. Jacob hurried back into the living room. What did Jacob just say? I asked. What does camion mean? Trucks. He's a very fast learner. Yeah, I know. With his mix of Spanish from Mrs. Alcaraz and French from Nigel, soon I wasn't going to understand him at all. What is this? I asked, and lifted up a small shirt from the bottom of the basket. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Nigel grabbed the shirt and a pair of athletic shorts from the bottom of the basket and walked over to Jacob. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but in under a minute, Nigel had Jacob getting dressed. What the? Nigel walked over, smiling. Problem fixed. How did you do that? Jacob always refused to put on clothes for me. Seriously, how? Mr. Jacob likes the finer things in life. He just needed a softer fabric. I know all the best fabrics from my time helping with Odegar. Those are Odegar children's clothes? Yes, it was my idea, but Master Tanner started a new line just for Jacob. That wasn't necessary. Of course it is. Anything for our grandson. I laughed. Jacob isn't your grandson, Nigel. Nigel frowned. Stop reminding me. I haven't found one of my own yet. I rarely knew what he was talking about. How much do I owe you for the clothes?
Nothing, and more will be arriving soon. I just needed to make sure he liked them first.
I pulled out my phone. I need to thank Tanner.
It was my idea, though, Nigel said. I like comfortable clothes, too.
He gestured to his lederhosen. It didn't look very comfortable to me.
And you can thank him later. We need to have an important discussion.
About what? Nigel hoisted himself up onto the counter, and I laughed. He smiled at me.
Like James, I understand you, too. I understand you best.
Nigel, were you listening to our conversation?
Yes, of course. And I know you don't need a security detail because I'm keeping you safe. Thank you for trusting me.
That wasn't why, but it was nice knowing he was looking out for us. It did make me feel better. If I was being honest, I actually really liked it, even though it infuriated Matt. I do appreciate it, Nigel.
I know, and I like when you stare into the cameras.
Well, I definitely didn't do that, unless there were cameras somewhere I didn't know about.
But I also have had bouts of not wanting to leave the house. For a while, I was scared of the plague. I didn't leave my house for a year.
The plague?
Yes, I lost my younger brother. And then I was terrified.
He stopped talking when he looked up at me. He cleared his throat.
I saw a documentary about it. My brother coincidentally died soon after the documentary, and I was terrified, so I stayed home.
Nigel, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you had a brother.
It was a long time ago.
But you could hear the sadness in his voice. It wasn't that long ago. Nigel was young, definitely younger than I was. I'm really sorry. I grabbed his hand and squeezed it.
It's actually nice having a little guy around again, Nigel said and looked over at Jacob. My brother was about that age when the sickness got him.
What sickness? I wanted to ask more questions, but I didn't want to push him. You're really good with Jacob. I'm sure you were good with your brother, too. Nigel nodded.
I'm a natural caregiver. I always have been. It's a blessing and a curse.
Okay.
But I digress. What I mean to say is that I understand you. Once the plague ended, or people forgot about the scary documentary, I still didn't leave the house for quite some time. People made fun of me around town. They used to throw rocks and sticks at me.
Oh my God. What town had he grown up in? And where on earth were his parents during all of this? Someone should have stopped him from watching that documentary. I'm so sorry, Nigel. That's awful.
Actually, people still make fun of me for a lot of things.
He sounded so dejected.
I think no one realizes that I can hear when they call me weird. Or maybe they do. Someone shouted it in my face one time. It was very hurtful. I don't think people realize how much words can hurt.
He looked down at his lap. I pressed my lips together. You know what? He looked back up at me. People thought I was weird when I first moved to the city.
Yeah?
Maybe not weird exactly, but they definitely thought I was different. I nodded. I didn't fit in at all. I didn't have lots of money like the other students at Empire High, and I was a complete outcast. Barely anyone spoke to me.
I can't imagine you being an outcast, mademoiselle.
Trust me, I was. And people used to say mean things to me, too. I pictured Isabella calling me trash and laughing, and Mrs. Pruitt saying those awful things about my mother.
People can be so cruel.
They really can be. I think when someone is different, it scares people. But different isn't bad.
It isn't?
Not at all. There is only one you. So why should you try to be anything other than you? I actually think being weird is a compliment. Who wants to be normal anyway? I train regularly on being a normal modern-day boy, and I hate it. I laughed. I had no idea what he was talking about. Don't ever change, Nigel. Don't let the haters win. Screw them. He smiled. Yes, screw them. Next time someone says something mean about me, I'm going to throw my hand grenade at them. I finally found the pin, but I'm ready to take it out again. Well, maybe not that. It's better to just ignore them. I pictured Isabella's cruel smile. Sometimes people that lash out are actually very unhappy in their own life. They're just trying to find something else to focus on so they don't have to look inside themselves and face their own demons. So just smile and keep being you. Ignore them. Nigel smiled. People hate being ignored. I love it. I laughed. And maybe we can call them whizzies behind their backs. Whizzies? It was a nickname for Isabella. Not many people know it. He beamed at me. Deal. And you can stay home as long as you want, he said. I'll keep you and Mr. Jacob safe, I promise. I believed him. I felt tears welling in my eyes. I hated that people were cruel to him. He was one of the kindest people I'd ever met. Now, let's spice up this sauce. He poured an entire bottle of chili flakes into his hand and hopped off the counter. He was as bad as Jacob was with sprinkles, and I didn't know if Matt would like it that spicy.
Chapter 11. Friday. 1 week later. Matt. I didn't understand why Brooklyn wouldn't leave the house, but it didn't matter whether I understood it or not. All that mattered was that I gave her what she needed. Pushing her certainly hadn't helped. Ever since I talked to James, I understood what I'd done wrong. I hadn't mentioned leaving the house once for over a week. I'd been trying to think of things that would make me feel better, instead of what she needed. But I could give her this. I loved this. Matt, those pieces are huge, Brooklyn said, and grabbed the knife out of my hand. They need to be half the size, at least. She cut one of the pieces of bell pepper in half that I'd already cut. Like that. I don't know if I should trust your cooking skills after you tried to poison me last week. She laughed and handed me the knife back. I told you that was all Nigel. He said you liked it spicy. He would. I started cutting again. I still don't understand why you let Nigel anywhere near our food. He can't be trusted around anything like that, especially beverages. She laughed. He's a really great cook usually. I'm sorry about that sauce, though. She leaned a little closer to me. It really was too spicy, she whispered. Why are we whispering? I whispered back. Because he's probably listening. I'm taking down the security system. I put the knife down. No, she grabbed my hand. I like it. I sighed. Okay, at least we moved your painting into our bedroom so we can't zoom in on it all day. Brooklyn laughed. God, I loved that sound. She was doing better, I could tell. Jacob slid into the kitchen in his socks. Doesn't that remind you a bit of our first Halloween? I asked Brooklyn. If he takes off his pants and starts singing, we're in trouble. I laughed. Let me finish this up real quick, she said, and grabbed the knife back. I pressed my lips together as I watched her expertly cut all my pieces in half. I was happy to be here with her and Jacob, but there was a small piece of me that was sad we were missing out on my parents' Halloween party tonight. I was really hoping she'd come around. They'd been so looking forward to it. I'd been looking forward to it. But staying home would be fun, too. When is Sena ready? Jacob asked. Sena? Dinner, Coach. I don't know as much Spanish as you, I said and ruffled his hair. It'll be ready in just a minute, Brooklyn said. Do you want to pick out the movie tonight while your mom finishes up? We've been doing movie marathons almost every night the past week. Yes, I felt bad about missing out on Halloween, but I loved snuggling up to Brooklyn on the couch. Jacob nodded and ran out of the room. Brooklyn pushed around something in a pan with a spatula. You know, I wrapped my arms around her from behind. It's nice having home-cooked meals every night. She leaned her head back and looked up at me. Well, good, because I like cooking for you every night. But are you sure you want to watch movies tonight? Of course. She turned off the stove and turned toward me. There's nothing else you want to do? Nope. She raised her eyebrow at me. I'm happy right here with you and Jacob. I know, but your mom texted me about the Halloween party to see if we'd changed our minds. I'm sorry. I already told her we weren't coming. You don't have to text her back. I'll call her. I already texted her. Oh, well, good. I wasn't sure what she wanted me to say. That I wanted to go? That I was sad we were missing out on a fun night with our friends? I cleared my throat. Dinner smells amazing. Let me get the plates. I stepped around her, but she grabbed my hand. I told her we were coming, she said. Wait, what? I don't want to miss out. I'm not going to waste any more days. A smile spread across her face. I picked her up and twirled her around. Her laughter filled the room. Oh, shit, I said, and put her down on her feet. We don't have costumes. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Actually, I do have your old Sandy costume. Why on earth do you have that? I shrugged. Mr. Pruitt let me keep a few of your things. I think it's at my parents' house. A lot of her things were there. I'm very curious about what other old things of mine you kept, but Sandy doesn't exactly fit the theme of this year's party. Right. It was comedies and rom-coms this year. I'm sure we have something. I actually already have it covered. You do? How long had she been planning on going? Mm-hmm. She was trying to hide her smile, but failing. What did you do? You're going to love it, I promise. It almost tops your risky business costume. Almost. I had a feeling I was going to be half naked in a few minutes. Everyone's dropping the kids off at James and Penny's again. They're doing this trick-or-treat thing in their apartment complex. Ellen says she has it covered, and all their security will be there. And Jacob is so excited to see Scarlett. Serve up dinner real quick. I already ate because I need some time to get ready, so eat up. We don't want to be late. She hurried upstairs. I couldn't stop smiling. So you already knew about this? I asked Jacob. Yesy, I'm going to be a football player. Mi abuelo made me an Empire High uniform. I'd have to thank Tanner for that. Good choice, kiddo. Do you know what Scarlett is dressing up as? A princess, I think. Yeah, that sounded about right. I served up dinner and the two of us started eating. Do you know what your mother's dressing up as? No. Do you? Nope. But I couldn't wait to see it. I was just finishing up the dishes when I heard Brooklyn's feet on the stairs. I turned around to see her walking down the stairs in a silky red dress. She looked amazing, but I had no idea what her costume was. She was balancing a huge gold frame from my painting room in her arms, and a very tiny bag was dangling from her wrist. Take a guess, she said, and lifted the frame over my head. She let it fall around my shoulders. I have no idea, but you look like Cameron Diaz from The Mask. She smiled. I'll take that as a compliment, but no, that's not it. She tapped on the frame. I've got no clue. This will probably help. She opened the bag and held it out for me. I pulled out a pair of my tan boxer briefs. I turned them over and there was a huge fig leaf sewed to the front. Adam and Eve. I don't think Eve dressed like that, baby. No, the fig leaf. The frame. I just stared at her. She put her hand on her hip. I'm a stage 5 clinger. Oh my God. I started laughing. Wedding Crashers? Yes. I laughed. I remembered watching that with her and her uncle. So I'm the painting that the weird brother painted. This is the most ridiculous costume ever. It's perfect. It really was. I can't believe you planned all this. Did you really think I was going to make you miss out on the Halloween party? Now go change. She slapped my butt. I hurried upstairs and changed. I was correct. This was the most ridiculous costume ever, but so fucking hilarious. I stared at the fig leaf that didn't really cover anything. It was good she'd sewn it to the boxers or you'd be able to see everything it was trying to hide. My friends were going to get a good laugh out of this. Brooklyn had nailed it. I pulled a pair of jeans over the fig leaf boxers. I didn't need to give Jacob any ideas about running around naked anymore. He'd been so good the last week, thanks to Nigel and Tanner. I pulled on a shirt, too. I'd just take everything off when we got to the party. "Ready?" I called as I grabbed the frame. I hurried down the stairs. I was so excited to go to the party, it actually felt like Halloween as a kid when I was so pumped to go get candy. And I couldn't stop smiling. Smiles definitely came easier when my girl was smiling too. Brooklyn grabbed Jacob's helmet. She'd put black paint under his eyes and he looked like the cutest little running back, especially with a regulation-sized football tucked under his arm. He was going to have so much fun tonight. We were just about to head out the front door when the stupid living room door opened. "Wait for me!" Nigel yelled, and ran into the living room through his private door. He was wearing all black except for the striped scarf around his neck. His hair was askew like he'd just woken up, and he was holding a paint palette in one hand. He smiled at me. Brooklyn laughed. "Nigel, that's perfect. I figured you'd be listening. You totally nailed it." She held up her hand for a high five. He awkwardly shook her hand instead. "It seemed like an invitation to me. You can't be Gloria and Jeremy without me." "I'm sorry, who are you supposed to be?" I asked. "Todd Cleary," Nigel said, and adjusted his scarf. "Who?" "The brother from the movie, the homo painter." I laughed. "Nigel, you can't say that." But he'd totally nailed the look. "Why not? That's what he was. And you and I?" He stepped closer to me. "We had a moment at the table earlier, didn't we?" "When you were watching me eat?" "No, before. So I painted you, since you refused to paint me." He tapped the frame. "I call this painting Celebration." He waved his free hand through the air. "But you're not doing it right. Take off your pants." He reached for the button on my jeans. I stepped back from him. I remembered his character from the movie perfectly now. He'd painted the painting I was supposed to be, and tied the character up in the bed and tried to do things to him. Nigel was very much like Todd Cleary. "Cut it out, Nigel. This was supposed to be a couple's costume." "A throuple's costume, yes." Brooklyn couldn't stop laughing. "Let's play tummy sticks," he said. "Nope, no, absolutely not. Go change." Nigel turned to Brooklyn. "Someone is being a wizzy." Brooklyn laughed. "Such a wizzy." "What does that mean?" I said. "It's a savage insult," Nigel said. "Well, yeah, I got that." "I bet you're devastated right now." "Go change," I said more firmly. "The only other costume I have is Hitch. It's a nod to Master Tanner's expert matchmaking skills. But I'm out of shoe polish for my face, so I won't quite look like Will Smith. Wait, can I borrow some of that paint that you put under Mr. Jacob's eyes?" "What for?" Jacob asked. "No," I said firmly. "You're not allowed to put shoe polish or paint on your face. Come on, man." "Why? It was fine a few years ago, I think. Has that changed? I haven't checked my Halloween costume notes in a decade or two." "Just keep being the homo painter, it's fine." What the fuck was I even saying? "Okay," he smiled. "Let's do homo things." Brooklyn bent over, laughing. I was glad she was finally laughing again, but I did not love anything about this. "What does homo mean?" Jacob asked. "And what's tummy sticks? Is that like when we fight with swords?" "It's very much like sword fighting," Nigel started. "Nope," Brooklyn said and lifted Jacob into her arms. "Time to go." She laughed all the way down the front steps. "Let's go," Nigel said, and slapped my butt like Brooklyn had earlier. Yeah, I hated this, but I loved seeing Brooklyn so happy.
Chapter 12. Friday. Brooklyn. I took a deep breath as I walked into the foyer of the Caldwell mansion. It was decorated very similarly to how it had been the last time I'd been to one of their Halloween parties. Fake blood oozed down the banister, and cobwebs wrapped around the chandelier. And down the hall to the left, screams could be heard. I'd been so in love with Matt that Halloween, but for some reason all I could think about was the first time I'd ever stepped foot inside here. That party I attended with Felix and Kennedy. I'd had no idea the party would be here, or I probably wouldn't have agreed to come. I'd hated Matt. Loved, hated. It was definitely a fine line when it came to him. But what I remembered best about that night was that I felt hopeful. Hopeful for my future, and definitely a little scared. Especially when Rob pushed me into Matt's dark room. My eyes wandered up the stairs. And God, who was I kidding? I hadn't hated Matt. I'd been so desperately in love with him. Yeah, stepping into his childhood home made me feel so freaking hopeful, especially if I didn't have to think about how that night ended. "What are you thinking?" Matt asked. That I feel 16 again. I smiled up at him, and he smiled down at me. "Well, there's one thing I can promise about tonight. It won't end the same as the last Halloween party we attended together." I should hope not. I also hope it doesn't end like that other party. The first time I was here. He winced. "I owe you 1,000 apologies, Brooklyn. For making me hide in the closet while you flirted with Wizzy? I said with a laugh. "I'm sorry." He kissed my forehead. "I'm sorry." He kissed the tip of my nose, and I laughed again. "I'm so sorry about all of it." He placed a kiss on my lips. "You are officially forgiven. Besides, before she showed up, it was one of the best moments of my life. Remember how I punched you because I thought you were a vampire? That night really was crazy." He tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. "I remember every second." I was smiling so hard it hurt. "Thanks for coming tonight. It means a lot to me." Standing here with him, it was easy to not be scared. I was doing my best to try and keep the thoughts in the back of my head where they belonged. We were safe. Jacob was safe. I put my arm in front of my stomach and then immediately dropped it. I had no idea why I kept doing that. "Thanks for being patient with me. I know the past couple weeks have been hard. I just wanted to be home. I get it. I love that I'm a part of that. And like I said, nothing is going to happen tonight, because you're not leaving my sight." "Oh, I know. I'm not leaving your side for a second. There's a reason why I chose this couple." I gestured to our costumes, trying not to get distracted by what his fig leaf was hiding. "I'm going to be such a stage 5 clinger tonight." He laughed. "Should we get in there?" "Yeah, Nigel's costume doesn't make much sense without us." Matt insisted that Nigel go in while he took off his clothes in the car, but I was pretty sure he just didn't want to be seen in the party next to Nigel. Matt groaned. "I hate his costume." "It's hilarious." "It's really not." "It so is." I tried to hide my laugh as Matt tucked me into his side. We made our way down the hall with the eerie music. Each step grew a little darker. I was gripping his hand so tightly, looking left and right, waiting for something to pop out. But nothing happened. The hallway was decorated with tons of tombstones, but there were no coffins for zombies or skeletons to pop out of. It was just tombstone after tombstone. The music had grown more sinister, but nothing else had. I took a long, slow breath. This isn't nearly as scary as last time.
A ghost fell from the ceiling right in front of us, cutting me off. I screamed at the top of my lungs and pressed my back against the wall. Okay, yeah, this definitely felt like the Halloween party, not the other party. My heart was racing so fast. Matt laughed. Not funny, I said. I nearly had a heart attack. Matt caged me in against the wall. I love making your heart race. You probably shouldn't make my heart race too much, because it'll just get you excited too, and you might tent your fig leaf. He laughed and pulled back. Fair. You really should have sewn on a bigger leaf. That's the biggest one I could find. He smiled. He seemed very content with that explanation. I grabbed his hand. Come on, let's get out of this hallway as fast as possible. I started running, pulling him with me. He laughed when another ghost fell from the ceiling, and I screamed. This shit seriously wasn't funny. This party probably wasn't the best choice after being too scared to leave the house in weeks. I stepped to the side to avoid another ghost. I knew it was all fake, but I couldn't seem to calm my racing heart. There was a big wrought iron gate near the end of the hallway, several feet in front of the closed door at the end of the hall. We pushed it, but it didn't budge. What the hell? Matt said and tried again to no avail. There was a low groaning noise behind us, and the floorboard in front of one of the tombstones shifted to the side. A zombie started slowly sitting up. "Open the gate!" I yelled. "I can't, it's locked." Someone screamed behind us. I turned around to see Penny clinging to James. She was waving around a flute like she was going to hit a ghost or zombie with it, and from her band camp t-shirt, I knew immediately that she was the girl from American Pie. But James's costume completed the couple's costume perfectly. His hair was really curly, and he was dressed almost exactly like Matt, but instead of a fig leaf on his boxers, he had a pie tin over his junk. I would have laughed, but the zombie was starting to climb out of the floor. "Open it!" Penny yelled. "It's locked," I said. "Oh my God, how do we get out of here?" She grabbed my arm. Matt rattled the gate again. "Seriously, what the fuck?" "I think we need a key," James said. "The key," Penny said. "The one in the invitation, of course." I'd never seen the invitation. Matt had just told me about it, but I liked the idea of the extra security layer. James put the key into the lock and turned it. The gate squeaked on its hinges, sending a chill down my spine. The four of us ran toward the door at the end of the hall. "Matt, your parents are sick," Penny said with a laugh. "Every year gets scarier. Where do they come up with this stuff?" "They watch a lot of movies," Matt said. "Too many, probably." He was just about to push the door open when it opened on its own. The hinges squeaked worse than the metal gate. "Come in, if you dare," boomed a voice from a hidden speaker. I agreed with Penny. Matt's parents were twisted. But when the doors finally opened all the way, the ballroom was significantly less scary. Creepy, yes, but the zombies and ghosts were serving hors d'oeuvres instead of trying to attack us, which I much preferred. Cobwebs cascaded down the walls with huge spiders that were somehow moving about on them. Blood was splattered all over the cobwebs, and the sound of chainsaws could be heard beneath the music the band was playing. The side of the stage was decorated to make it look like the band was standing on top of an old VHS tape, but the music was upbeat and fun, and everyone dancing and drinking and chatting over in a pumpkin patch definitely calmed my nerves. "I'm going to go get us drinks," Penny said. "I'll be right back." Rob walked over to us. "Hey, pie fucker," he said to James. James laughed. "I'm obviously Jim from American Pie." Or you're just a pervert. He turned to me. This party is great and all, but want to come to the party in my pants, Sanders?
What? He gestured to his costume. He had glasses on, a brown suit that looked like it was from the 80s, and he was holding a hand grenade.
I love dress. He poked my stomach. I love breast.
He poked the side of my boob.
I love nip. Dude, stop saying random stuff you love and poking Brooklyn.
Matt swatted his hand away.
We know who you are. You're the weatherman from Anchorman.
Rob smiled.
Nailed it. Yep, I'm Brick.
His smile grew.
I stabbed someone with a trident earlier.
I started laughing. I remember that.
It's better with Daphne. Where is she? Oh, there she is.
He pointed to the man walking up to us. Wait, no. Oh my God. Daphne was dressed like Ron Burgundy from the movie. She was wearing a fitted burgundy suit and had a fake mustache on. "Hey, Toots," Daphne said and slapped Rob's butt. I wrinkled my nose. "What's that smell?" "Do you like it?" She adjusted her tie. "I call it Sex Panther. It's illegal in 8 countries." I couldn't stop laughing. "You two are ridiculous," I said. Daphne kissed his cheek.
"Stop that, it tickles."
He swatted her hand away.
"What are you supposed to be?"
he asked us.
"You motorboating son of a bitch," Matt said. "You old sailor, you."
Rob just stared at him.
"You want me to motorboat, Sanders? I mean, if you really want me to. I gotta get out of here, man," Matt added. "I got a stage 5 clinger. Virgin clinger." He pointed to me. "If Sanders is a virgin, she won't be for long in that dress."
Rob winked at me. How was he not getting who we were? "If you ever leave me, I will find you," I said, and booped Matt on the tip of his nose. Daphne, Rob, and James were all staring at us like we were crazy. "It makes more sense with Nigel," I said, "but I don't know where he—"
"You called, mademoiselle?"
Nigel said and appeared next to Matt. Matt jumped. "We're trying to get them to guess our couple's costume," I said. Nigel nodded.
"Our thruple's costume, yes."
He stared at Rob for a second.
"Wait, why are you being me?"
he asked.
"What?"
Rob looked truly offended.
"The hand grenade. That's me from when I saved Brooklyn."
Rob laughed.
"No, I'm Brick." Did he just call himself a brick?
Nigel turned to me. "Forget about Rob's costume," I said. "Help us explain ours."
"Right. Let me get into character. I'm a homo painter, you see."
He tossed his scarf over his shoulder and turned toward Matt.
"I made this painting for you because of the moment we shared at the table."
"Nigel," Matt started.
"Shush,"
Nigel said and put his finger to his lips.
"Don't you love it? It's so sexual and violent."
Matt looked disgusted and moved his face away.
"Stop touching me," Matt said. "But they need to know about us."
It was actually a perfect rendition of him being tied to the bed in the movie, and I wasn't sure Matt even intended it to be. I could barely breathe, I was laughing so hard. Rob, James, and Daphne were all laughing too. They had to know who we were now.
"Quit it, Nigel,"
Matt yelled and slapped his hand away.
"Do you want me to hide in the closet?" Sure," Matt said. "Great, I'll pop out at just the right moment."
Nigel sprinted off. James laughed.
"Wow, okay, that was a lot, but you guys are from Wedding Crashers."
"Bingo."
"We actually have a third to our costume, too. My dad is around here somewhere being super awkward and giving out sexual advice like the dad from American Pie. I couldn't wait to see that. Wait, didn't the girl from Wedding Crashers have red hair? Rob asked. Yeah, I shrugged. It was last minute. Or was it because you didn't want to accidentally seduce my brother? I felt my cheeks turning red. Definitely not. Or maybe it was because you were worried Matt would like you more with red hair? Because of his crush on Penny and all? I actually had thought about that. Shut it, Rob, Matt said. I don't think Brick is supposed to think that much about anything. Rob shrugged. Fair, I was just curious. I feel like it was a little bit of both, though, right? He turned back to me. What did I miss? Penny asked. She was somehow balancing a ton of shots in her hands. Daphne turned to her. I'm in a glass case of emotion, she yelled and knocked the glasses out of Penny's hands. Jesus, Daphne, James said. Penny just laughed. You're getting the next ones, Ron Burgundy. She turned to me. It took me a minute, but you're from Wedding Crashers, right? The Stage 5 Clinger and the Celebration Portrait? Epic. She didn't seem to remember that the girl had red hair, or didn't care, because it didn't matter. I love boob, Rob said and poked the side of Penny's boob. Stop it, she said and swatted his hand away. I love redhead. He poked her hair and winked at me. Rob loved stirring the pot. Matt pulled me in close. I don't have a crush on Penny, he whispered into my ear. I know. I did know. He'd been in a bad place because of me. I looked up at him, but I caught sight of Mason and Bee out of the corner of my eye. The Caldwells seemed to prefer blondes. Speaking of which, why the hell are Mason and Bee dressed like that?
Chapter 13. Friday. Matt. This is Sparta! Mason yelled and raised his sword in the air. He was dressed like King Leonidas from 300, and Bee was dressed like the Queen, in a very revealing draped white dress. Why are you dressed like that? Rob asked. Did you not read the invitation? What? Mason looked around at all of us, then looked over his shoulder at literally everyone else dressed as characters from comedies and rom-coms. Fuck. What did the invitation say? Mason, you told me the theme was movie characters, Bee said. Is that not right? Yeah, Mason said. I definitely said that, but I also may have skimmed the invitation. What? Bee started looking around at all the costumes, too. I was too busy to read the whole thing. It literally would have taken 2 seconds, Rob said, and then he poked the side of Bee's breast that was exposed. I love boob. She swatted his hand away. What are you supposed to be, a pervert? No, Rob said. Well, kind of. He's dressed like Nigel, I said, when he showed up with a hand grenade the other night. Bee laughed. I'm not dressed like Nigel. Rob chucked his grenade into the center of the room where people were dancing. Someone screamed. It's not real, Rob yelled over his shoulder. He shook his head. Apparently Rob did not want to be mistaken for Nigel, and I was a little worried that now that I'd said his name, he'd pop out like he'd promised. I looked around. He was nowhere in sight. We're not the only ones that didn't read the whole invitation, Mason said. That guy is dressed like the guy from Scream. He pointed to someone who'd just walked in. Or he's dressed like the murderer from Scary Movie, which does fit the theme. Son of a bitch, Mason said. But I was much more distracted by the 2 people next to him. They were both dressed like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers, and they kept glaring at each other. Or maybe the shorter one was supposed to be Mini-Me? She was dressed in a low-cut gray shirt dress and had a bald cat in her arms. The skin cap on her head and drawn-in raised eyebrows just made her look insane, though. "Is that Poppy dressed like Dr. Evil?" Brooklyn asked. I squinted to get a better look. Oh, shit. I think you might be right. No wonder I thought she looked insane. "Bold move with a bald cap," Daphne said. "And I thought my mustache was good." Brooklyn laughed. "I much prefer your mustache." Kennedy rushed over to us in what I could only describe as a filled burlap sack. "There you guys are." "What are you supposed to be?" Brooklyn asked. "I'm a sandbag, of course." She put her hand on her hip, like she needed to sell it, but we all saw it. Felix put his arm around her. He was wearing a pair of khakis and had no shirt on, and half of his chest was waxed. "Nope, she's a boob," Felix said and poked her. But unlike when Rob did it, this made complete sense. I laughed, remembering when Steve Carell's character said breasts felt like sandbags in The 40-Year-Old Virgin, because he'd never touched one before. "Dude, that's epic." I high-fived him. They totally deserved to win Best Costume. Kennedy flicked Felix where he was partially waxed. "Ah, Kelly Clarkson!" Felix yelled at the top of his lungs. Brooklyn laughed. "You two totally deserve to win Best Costume," she said, reading my mind. "What about me?" Rob said. "I've been in character almost the whole time. Look." He screamed at the top of his lungs and knocked a tray out of a passing waiter's hand. "You and Daphne need to stop making a mess," James said. "Someone's going to trip over all this stuff." Rob screamed again. Honestly, it was exactly what Brick would do. "I see your parents," Brooklyn said and grabbed my hand. "Let's go say hello." She pulled me through the crowd to my parents. They were dressed like the couple from How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Well, kind of. My mom was in a satin yellow dress and my dad was in a tux. They were both covered in fake blood. "You just couldn't resist making it gory," I said. "Oh, I'm so glad you could both come." My mom went to hug me, but the frame was kind of in the way. "At least I'm clothed." I laughed. My dad snapped his fingers. "Wedding Crashers, right?" Brooklyn nodded. "Oh, there you are," James and Rob's dad said as he pushed himself in between my parents. He had glasses on and had left his hair curly like James. "I saw you across the room, Matt, and I noticed that although you're naked and your date looks gorgeous, you're not tenting your fig leaf. There's an easy fix for that. I brought some magazines." He lifted the paper bag in his hand. "Plenty of nudies. They'll help." My dad burst out laughing and slapped Mr. Hunter on the back. Wow. James wasn't kidding when he said his dad was going around giving awkward sexual advice. He was just like the dad in American Pie, and so much more fun as their third than Nigel was as ours. "You must be Mr. Hunter," Brooklyn said and offered him her hand. "James looks so much like you." I'd forgotten that the two of them had never really met before. Mr. Hunter smiled and took her hand. "Well, I should hope he looks like me. I made sure to put it in the right hole, unlike when I caught him with that pie." Brooklyn laughed. "Who is that?" Mr. Caldwell asked. I turned to see an old man walking into the party. I laughed. No, not an old man. Even though the wrinkles and crazy white hair looked very real, you could tell the guy wasn't actually old because he was ripped. He was in swim trunks and wearing a wrestling helmet, and he had his arms slung around two topless girls in cut-off jean shorts. They were wearing gold pasties, but it didn't make it any more tasteful. Tanner and I had watched Old School together recently, but I never would have guessed he'd come as that character. "Is that Tanner?" Brooklyn asked. "He makes an incredibly realistic old man." I laughed. He really does. Yep, that's Tanner. "Who is he supposed to be, and why does he have two topless girls with him?" "It's from Old School," I said. "Oh, right. Are either of those girls the one he brought to prom?" "Doubtful." "Huh." "My boy Blue," I yelled over to him. Tanner smiled and walked over to us. "You old sailor, you," I said. "Are they built for speed or comfort?" "I actually am a Navy man, World War II. Thanks for noticing," Tanner said. Was that in character? Or was he saying that for real? But then I got distracted because he leaned down and motorboated the brunette. She giggled. It had been a while since I'd been out with Tanner. I'd forgotten how quickly he went through women, and how sexual literally everything he did was. I wasn't sure Brooklyn had ever seen this side of him, though, despite the fact that they'd hung out quite a bit before I knew she was back in town. Definitely speed, Tanner said, and then repeated the action with the blonde. And I'd say comfort for these. He slapped both their asses. I glanced at Brooklyn. Her eyes were completely round. Well, I see you don't need any of my advice, Mr. Hunter said. Tanner laughed. Except to stay safe and wrap it up. Don't worry, I won't set anything on fire here. Mr. Hunter frowned. What does that have to do with anything? If it burns when you pee, it might be syphilis, son. One time when I was your age... Definitely clean, man, Tanner said. Well then, have fun with your harem. Mr. Hunter turned to my parents. Who should I mess with next? Let's do Mason, my mom said, and the three of them hurried off to torment my brother. Just give me a minute, Tanner said to his girls and tapped them on their asses again. The two of them wandered off into the crowd. Wow. Brooklyn cleared her throat. Are you dating both of them at once? I don't really date, Tanner said with a shrug. And actually, I'll probably try to set them up with someone here if I can. Swinger, Rob yelled. I jumped. I hadn't seen him walk up to us. That's it. You're a swinger. That's what you've been hiding. Tanner laughed. I wouldn't classify myself that way. If I was a swinger, I wouldn't hide it. There's nothing wrong with group sex, Rob. I do dabble in it occasionally. There is something about having chicks in twos that I love. Brooklyn's jaw actually dropped. Yeah, Brooklyn did not know about this side of Tanner. Rob glared at him. You're very unenlightened, young Robert. And you're great at being old. Tanner laughed. Nice comeback. And I am old, so it's not really an insult. You're younger than me, Rob said. Time is a funny thing. It's not as linear as one might assume. I need to go find my trident, Rob said, and stormed off. I laughed. Had he actually brought a trident? When he said he killed someone with a trident earlier, I thought he was just quoting the movie. You look lovely, Tanner said, and gave Brooklyn a hug. Tanner, I have so many questions, she said, and pulled back. But also somehow so much is clear at the same time, like the two of you hanging out in the city together like a bunch of whores. Tanner smiled. I'd hardly classify myself that way either. You and Matt were terrible influences on each other. You were both hurting, and instead of dealing with your feelings, you just slept your way through half of New York. Well, she wasn't wrong. Tanner pressed his lips together, but he didn't say anything. I didn't really know the extent of their friendship, but I knew they'd talked a lot. I knew he'd helped Brooklyn open her heart up to love again, so they must have shared some intimate details, and I could also tell that her words hurt him. I cleared my throat. Brooklyn? I'm sorry, she quickly said. I wasn't trying to judge you, Tanner. Things just started clicking into place in my head. I hadn't really pictured you as Matt's wingman, but of course you were. All of his other friends are married. I didn't think this was helping. She was making it sound like Tanner was some kind of replacement for my other friends. Brooklyn, I don't think... But it's like you said, she continued. Everyone handles grief differently, and I'm really glad you were there for Matt, truly. But when Matt told me you usually hang out with models, I didn't really believe him. It doesn't really seem like... you. Tanner still didn't say anything. If that is you, that's fine. I just couldn't picture it until literally a second ago, because when we talk, you just seem so down to earth. I definitely see it now, though. It'll be a little hard to unsee, actually. She laughed. But for some reason, I just feel like maybe you'd love a sweet girl to settle down with. Tanner grabbed a glass off a passing tray and downed the whole thing. Maybe in 100 years, Brooklyn. He sighed and put the glass back down on the tray. I don't get it, Brooklyn said. You like setting matches for everyone else, why not yourself? He opened his mouth and then closed it again. If you'll excuse me, I think I need another drink. He walked off. Brooklyn, what was that? I said. You basically just said you used to think he was a nice guy, but now you think he's a womanizing asshole. She put her face in her hands. I'm so sorry, I'm mortified. It was like I couldn't stop talking. Hey. I pulled her hands down. Tanner is such a sweet guy. I just never in a million years expected him to show up with two topless women. It's Halloween. I mean, look at me. I gestured to my fig leaf. She groaned. I know, I'm such a jerk. I should go apologize. I caught her hand before she could follow him. Maybe give him a second, okay? Or maybe several minutes, because he'd just tossed one of the girls he'd come with over his shoulder and was walking out the door. Tanner and I probably were bad influences on each other, but he was also one of my best friends. I wasn't sure what I would have done if I hadn't met him a few years ago. All of my other friends had moved on with their lives, and I was just stuck. Tanner understood that. He was there for me when no one else was. Just because I was ready to settle down now, it didn't mean he had to be too. I knew what it was like when all my single friends got into serious relationships. I hated feeling like the odd man out. I knew exactly how Tanner was feeling right now, and having one of my friend's girls tell me to settle down hadn't helped me either, despite Penny's best intentions. He's a good guy, I said to Brooklyn. I know he's a good guy. He's a great guy. He's honestly one of my best friends. And I feel like such an ass. I laughed. Well, if you feel like an ass, maybe I need to make an ass out of myself too. I shimmied my shoulders to the music. She laughed. I really should go apologize. I grabbed her hand and pulled her onto the dance floor, where the rest of our friends were already dancing. Tanner definitely needed some time, and I wanted to dance until sweat dripped down Brooklyn's chest, and I could trace the path with my tongue.
Chapter 14. Friday. Brooklyn. I laughed as the song finally changed to a slow one and Matt pulled me in close. I was glad he'd ditched the frame around his shoulders so that I could put my arms there instead. I forgot how good of a dancer you were. We dance almost every night when you're cooking. I smiled. Yeah, with Jacob. That's different. You mean because at home you don't grind all up on me like a horny teenager? Hey, I swatted his arm. But he wasn't wrong. I couldn't get enough of him. And they were playing music from the early 2000s. It felt like high school all over again, but also different. I felt closer to him now than I had before. I think because I felt more sure of myself. I felt like I belonged in his world, like I fit. I didn't have a single doubt in my head this Halloween. It helped that Isabella wasn't dressed in the same costume as me, running around killing puppies. I pushed the thought away. I see Tanner, finally. I'm going to go apologize. Matt kept his hands firmly on my hips. And what exactly are you going to say? That I'm sorry? That's all you're going to say? I laughed. I mean, I'd like to talk about why he hooks up with 2 girls at once. It's a little hurtful. For who? The girls? Did they look like they weren't having fun? They looked perfectly happy to me. I mean, yeah, but... My voice trailed off as I stared up into his eyes. Wait, how did he know it wasn't hurtful to the girls? Matt, have you ever been with more than one woman at once? Do you really want me to answer that? I sighed. No, probably not. I searched his eyes. We're okay, right? Like, you don't want stuff like that anymore. I've had enough nights like that. I lightly shoved his chest. He caught my hand. No, I don't want that. I just want you. I think I've shared you enough for 16 years, Brooklyn. I'm never sharing you again for another second. I couldn't help but smile. The less specifics I knew about our time apart, the better. Because I had a feeling he really did have a lot of nights like that. Well, you have to share me for one more second because I'm going to go talk to Tanner. Matt laughed as I hurried off. Tanner, I yelled over the music. Can we talk for a second? He smiled. How about we dance instead? He grabbed my hand and pulled me back onto the dance floor. He looked a lot happier than he had an hour ago, and I wondered how much he'd had to drink as he smiled down at me. "I'm so sorry about earlier. I was out of line." "It's fine," he said. "It's already forgotten." "It's not fine. I was just surprised to see you with two girls at the same time." "Too scandalous?" "I mean, a little. Matt kind of explained it to me." "How threesomes work?" I felt my face blush. "I know how threesomes work." The logistics were a little blurry in my head, but I got the general idea. "Do you really? Because I think if you'd experienced a good one, you wouldn't be staring at me in horror, but with lust in your eyes." "Tanner, I'm trying to apologize." "I'm not stopping you," he said with a smile. "You kind of are. Stop distracting me." "If you and Matt want to borrow Tatiana for the night—" "Tanner, I just want to know why you do this when it's obvious you'd rather be in a relationship. I know you. I know you love love." He shook his head. "I can't have what you have." "Why?" "Because I can't." "Why?" I said again. "I mean, look at Matt. You probably thought he'd be a bachelor forever, but he's in love." "Because you came back, Brooklyn." His Adam's apple rose and then fell. "You came back." God, my heart ached for him. "And your girlfriend didn't." He smiled, but it looked so sad. "Are you trying to rub it in?" "No, definitely not. I'm so sorry, Tanner." I pressed the side of my face against his chest. "Sleep with 100 women, sleep with 1,000. I don't care. It doesn't change my opinion of you at all." He sighed and rested his chin on the top of my head. "But you told me that some people are lucky, that they get two great loves. Maybe you're lucky like me." "Maybe," he said. "Ask me again in 1,000 years. 1,000? I laughed and pulled back. "I thought you said 100 earlier." "These things take time." I shook my head. "You're ridiculous." "And you're ridiculous for never having a threesome. Imagine another woman swirling her tongue around your nipple as you stare at Matt, wishing it was his mouth on you. Or her finger slipping inside your wetness, fucking your pussy while you desperately beg for Matt's cock." My heart started racing. "You grinding against her hand as she bites down on your hard nipple, your back arching as you push her head lower. All you need is a release, and her soft lips on your skin are turning you on more than you realized they would. Your fingers tangling in her hair as she pushes your thighs wider. You watch Matt start to stroke his length as she thrusts her tongue into your dripping pussy." I swallowed hard. He smiled. "See? You'd like it." I rolled my eyes. "So you just sit there watching your two dates?" "Until my control snaps." Fuck. I pressed my thighs together. "Like I said, you can borrow Tatiana for the night." "I'm good," I said. "If you say so." But suddenly my dress felt too warm. The heat coming off the other dancers was stifling, and I'm sure my cheeks were flushed. "Have a good night, Brooklyn," Tanner said and dropped his hands from my waist. "Let me know how it goes." I wasn't having a threesome, but Tanner was right. I was suddenly desperate for Matt's cock. I weaved my way through the crowd and wrapped my hand around Matt's forearm. "Come with me," I whispered into his ear. He didn't protest. He just grabbed my hand and let me guide him toward the creepy hallway we'd come in through. This time I knew where the ghosts were falling from, so it was easy to dodge them. But my heart was still racing as I pulled Matt into the foyer. I let go of his hand and started walking up the stairs, letting my hips sway. He groaned from behind me. "Your ass in that dress." I smiled and kept walking. I went past Mason's old bedroom and opened the door to Matt's room. Unlike Halloween 16 years ago, there was no blood on the wall or on his bed. Isabella was gone, and we were safe. I turned around and pressed my palm on the center of Matt's chest until his back hit the wall. His eyes trailed down my body. "What exactly did Tanner say to you?" "Nothing important." My fingers trailed down his abs, stopping just above his boxers. "No?" He raised his eyebrow at me. I shook my head. This wasn't about what Tanner had said. Well, maybe a little about what Tanner had said. But I was also thinking about all the times that Matt had pleased me in this room, and that I definitely owed him a few blowjobs. Or, according to him, hundreds from our time apart. This room held a lot of memories, and most of them were like this. I dropped to my knees and locked eyes with him. He ran his thumb along my lower lip, smudging my red lipstick. "I can't wait to see this color smeared on my cock." Jesus. I grabbed the sides of his boxers and slowly pulled down. His erection sprung free, almost hitting my cheek. If he wanted my lipstick on his cock, I'd give it to him. I shifted forward on my knees. His chest rose and fell as he stared down at me. I loved when he stared at me like that, like I was the only one that could please him. I slowly licked him from his base to his tip, and then I wrapped my lips around him. He groaned and buried his fingers in my hair. I moved up and down his length a few times before he started guiding my mouth. Faster and faster. He thrust deeper, hitting the back of my throat. My eyes watered, but I didn't gag. "Good girl," he said. I loved when he called me that. I tightened my lips around him. There was a knock on the door. "Fuck," Matt groaned, his fingers gripping my hair harder. He kept guiding my mouth, ignoring the knock. But then the door started to open. He let go of my hair and I sat back as he shoved his hard cock back into his boxers. But we weren't hiding anything. My hair was a tangled mess, I was still on my knees, and the fig leaf did absolutely nothing to hide Matt's erection. The girl smiled as her eyes trailed down Matt's body. "Tanner said you requested me?" "What?" Matt looked down at me. "Sorry, what exactly did the two of you talk about?" "I told Tanner no." I pushed myself up off my knees, but he'd probably seen how turned on I was. "Are you sure?" She bit her lip and stared at Matt. "I mean," Matt said and shrugged at me. I slapped his arm and he laughed, and Nigel popped out of the closet. Oh my God, had he been in there the whole time? "Get out of here!" Nigel yelled at the girl. "You can't just walk in on a couple during coitus. It's completely inappropriate." "Nigel, what the fuck?" Matt said. Nigel smiled. "I popped out at just the right time, like I promised." He walked over and grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her out of the room, and then he slammed the door and turned around to face us. "I got rid of her. You're welcome. I'll just go back to the closet now and pop out again soon." "No, Nigel," Matt said. "You need to leave too. We've talked about this." "But I'm supposed to be in the closet." I laughed. I couldn't help it. Nigel was hilarious. He was playing my brother in the movie so perfectly. "See?" Nigel said. "Mistress Brooklyn understands me. Don't be a wizzy, Master Matthew." I put my hand over my mouth to hide my laughter. Matt glared at him. I don't know what this inside joke is, but stop it.
Never.
Nigel smiled. You know what? Matt said. Tanner mentioned that he's going to wrestle that girl in a tub filled with KY jelly, just like in old school, but I'm afraid they're doing it all wrong. Nigel's eyes grew round.
Of course that's wrong. You can't put KY jelly in a tub. It'll clog the pipes. I need to go to him. Will the two of you be okay without me?
Yes, Nigel, we'll be good.
I'm sorry I have to run so quickly. Enjoy your coitus.
He ran out of the room so fast. Matt turned to me. He opened his mouth and then closed it again. I'm so confused. I didn't know Nigel was in there either, but it does fit the movie. Yes, that, but I was actually talking about the girl that came in. Seriously, baby, what did you and Tanner talk about? I pressed my lips together. Nothing, really.
Nothing. He just sent one of his dates up here to join us.
I cleared my throat. Well, he was describing a threesome to me. Matt lowered his eyebrows, waiting for me to continue. And the benefits of doing that. He just stared at me for a moment.
And what are the benefits?
How badly I'd want you the whole time.
And how badly is that?
I swallowed hard and my throat made a weird squeaking noise. Desperately, his mouth fell to my ear.
Let's make one thing perfectly clear. No one touches you but me.
He grabbed my thighs and lifted my legs around his waist. I laughed as he tossed me onto his bed, but he silenced my laughter with a searing kiss. His hand slid up the inside of my thigh and his fingers gently brushed against my thong. I was so turned on that in a few seconds I forgot what we'd even been talking about.
I took you so many times right here,
he said as his index finger slid beneath my thong.
Just like this.
He traced my wetness with his finger.
God. But you told me I don't need to be gentle with you anymore.
His fingers fell from my skin, and then he grabbed my hips and flipped me over. I caught myself so my face didn't hit the mattress.
And you really shouldn't have worn a dress like this.
He pushed the fabric up over my ass.
Unless you wanted to be fucked.
He pushed my thong to the side and thrust into me, hard.
Chapter 15. Friday. Matt. Brooklyn had been worried that I wouldn't love her as much now as I did when she was 16. But she couldn't be more wrong. I slammed into her harder, and she pushed back on the bed, trying to match my pace. Yeah, I loved Brooklyn now more than ever, especially the way her ass jiggled each time I thrust into her. I ran my hand over her ass cheek and squeezed it. The heels she was wearing just made her ass look even more perfect. She'd been teasing me in this red dress all night, grinding against me on the dance floor, and she was so fucking wet, coating my dick in her juices. I pulled out and stared down at my slick cock, and then slammed it back into her. Brooklyn arched her back, making the dimples above her ass more apparent. She was so fucking perfect. Every inch of her. My hand slid to her hip. I knew she was close. My fingers dug into her skin as her pussy started pulsing around me. "Matt," she moaned. The way she said my name pulled me over the edge. I thrust forward all the way to the hilt and exploded inside of her. My name on her lips and my cum deep inside her pussy, where it belonged. She sighed and relaxed on the bed. I slowly pulled out of her, watching my cum leak down the inside of her thigh. I'd never get tired of the sight of that. I collapsed on the bed beside her. She turned her head and smiled at me. Some days when I looked at her, it still felt like she was just an image in my head. I reached out and traced the engagement ring on her finger. It sure felt real to me. "What are you thinking?" I asked. "That I like grown-up Matt." I smiled. "I love you." "I love you too. But there is one other thing that I'm thinking about." She rolled over on her side and propped her head up on her hand. "And what is that? If Tanner is right about chicks and twos?" "No," she said with a groan. "Definitely not. I was wondering what other stuff you kept of mine." She was staring over my shoulder. I turned to see a framed picture of us on my nightstand. She'd already seen my paintings of her. She knew how much I'd missed her, how desperately I wanted to hold on to her memory forever. This didn't have to be weird. "Let me show you," I said. I grabbed a tissue and placed it against her leg. She finished cleaning up as I pulled my boxers back on. I grabbed a key from my nightstand and slid my hand into hers. Her eyebrows pinched together as she stared at the key, but she didn't say a word as I led her down the hall. We stopped at the door of her old bedroom here. She spent every night in my bed, but all her things had been in this room, mostly things she'd gotten after she moved in during high school. I put the key into the lock and turned it. I coughed and waved my hand through the dust in the air. I hadn't been in here in ages, and no one else had a key. I switched on the lights and turned to Brooklyn. She didn't look back at me. Instead, she walked into the room. There was a dusty picture of us on her nightstand. She stared at it for a moment, and then went to the closet. I swallowed hard as she opened the double doors. All her things were packed away inside. There were garments covered in plastic hanging up, and clear plastic bins lined the floor. Everything was packed away, neat and tidy, almost like it was waiting for her to come back. "Did you do all of this?" she asked, and touched the plastic outside one of her dresses. I shook my head. "No. My mom. I couldn't do it. I'd been such a fucking mess." Brooklyn let her hand fall to her side. "But you kept everything. Why?" I swallowed hard. Because getting rid of it would make everything that happened feel real. She didn't reply. She just folded her arms across her chest and kept staring. And I didn't know what to do. It was like she was hugging herself, piecing herself back together. And I wasn't sure if she wanted a minute to herself or not. I cleared my throat. "I guess it makes sense now, why your father didn't let me keep more of your things. You needed them." She shook her head but still didn't say anything. I'd always wondered about her kids, and her mother's dress, some of her framed pictures, even my varsity jacket that I had given her. It was like her father had locked away all her favorite things from me just out of spite, because it certainly hadn't seemed like he'd cared about her death. But it all made sense now. She really had needed them. Some of those same pictures now lined our mantel back home. 16 years. She wrapped her arms tighter around herself. 16 years, Matt. Her voice cracked. She didn't need to hold herself together, not when I was here to hold her. I walked up behind her, wrapping my arms around her. Her head melted back against my chest. For a few minutes we just stood there, staring at our past. Brooklyn sniffed. "I guess you should have dressed like the stage 5 clinger tonight instead of me." I laughed. "I've always been obsessed with you." I rested my chin on top of her head. "I'm not ashamed to admit that." "I never stopped loving you either," she said. "I guess I should have dressed like a monster tonight." "You're not a monster, Brooklyn." "Aren't I? My heart has always belonged to you and Miller." I tried not to let her words affect me. "I'm a monster for holding on to you for the 15 years I was with him, and I'm a monster for repeatedly talking about him to you, because I just keep hurting you. But my heart will always be torn. I'll always love you both." I held her tighter. "I know. I understand." I did. It hurt, but I did. We're going to be okay. She sniffed again. I'm not okay, Matt. I don't know if I'll ever be okay again. She let one of her arms fall, wrapping it in front of her stomach, and I wondered if she was thinking about the child she'd lost. You will be, Brooklyn. I'd make sure of it. We stood in silence for a few more minutes. Oh my God! She pulled away from me and pushed some of the plastic-covered garments aside. You kept it. Kept what? My wedding dress. I actually didn't know that was in there. I had stayed away from this room after my mom packed away all of Brooklyn's things. Painting her had been my therapy. Going through her old things would have hurt more than it helped. I tried to step around her to see the dress, but she immediately spun around to block me. You're not allowed to see it. That would be bad luck. I smiled. Seriously? Seriously. My eyes searched hers. Does that mean you're planning on wearing it soon? We had barely spoken about being engaged, with everything that happened, but I wanted to move forward. I was done with living in the past. Her voice trailed off. She pressed her lips together and looked down at the ring on her finger. Or maybe she was peering down the front of her dress at where the rings Miller gave her were hanging against her chest. I can't. Tears started falling down her cheeks. Baby. I reached out and wiped her tears away with my thumbs. She didn't need to say it. I had my answer. She wasn't ready. I'll wait another lifetime if I have to. She laughed through her tears. I don't want to wait a lifetime, but I'm not ready. Yet. Soon, though, I promise. I knew she was still grieving, but I was worried that she'd always be. I was glad my ring was back on her finger where it belonged, but she should have had a wedding band, too. She'd said it herself, she'd always been mine, even when we were apart. And we were already acting like a married couple. Maybe it was the officiality of marriage that unsettled her, a piece of paper that said she was mine, instead of his. I'm not asking you to forget him, I said. She stared up at me with her big, blue eyes. I know. Then what was the problem? You said yes to my proposal. I did. She really wasn't giving me much to work with here. A marriage proposal. Brooklyn exhaled slowly. And what's so wrong with being engaged? Nothing, but we haven't really spoken about it since the night I proposed. Or our plans. We haven't even told Jacob. I knew she'd been excited to tell him, before she'd been kidnapped. We had been on the same page, we'd both be excited. And now it felt like we kept taking steps backward. She pressed her lips together. I want to tell him. Okay. Let's do it tomorrow. Yeah? This felt like a good step. She nodded. Yeah. She looked over her shoulder at all her old clothes and then back at me. But before you get any ideas in your head, I need to say one thing. I can't marry you in December, Matt. That had been our original plan, a wedding right before Christmas. Instead, she'd married Miller on Christmas Day. Did she think that marrying me in December would be a betrayal to Miller? Because her getting married to him on Christmas certainly felt like a fucking betrayal to me. But I swallowed down the words on the tip of my tongue. How about November, then? Next November? I shook my head. This November. November is in just a few days, Matt. You already have a dress? She laughed. I doubt that dress still fits me. Then you can get it altered. When I said soon, I didn't mean next month. Then what did you mean? She shrugged. I don't know. I was pretty sure if I let her have her way, she'd just stay engaged to me forever, and that wasn't okay with me. She was always meant to be Brooklyn Caldwell. Let's talk to Jacob about everything, and then go from there. I nodded. One step at a time. As long as we weren't going backward, I could be patient. Well, patient-ish. I'd been tiptoeing around her the past few weeks, terrified that I was losing her. But she was talking to me now. We were going to be okay. Thank you, I said, for coming tonight. For talking to me. Thank you for being patient with me. Patient-ish, I thought again. I really don't know what's been going on with me. I tried to talk to you about it, but I can't really put it into words. I just want to be home, I said, finishing her sentence for her. Yeah, she smiled. Home. Did you want to get going? I was grateful that she'd come tonight, but snuggling up to her on the couch actually sounded pretty good right now. I think I still owe you a few more Halloween dances, she said. A few? Years worth, Brooklyn. Then we should definitely get back downstairs. She grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the door, but she looked over her shoulder one more time at the open closet. I wondered if she was picturing that dress and walking down the aisle to me. I hoped so. I hadn't been joking when I said we should get married next month. Any time, any place. I'd been ready to marry her since I was 16 years old. Her fingers tightened in mine as we made our way through the spooky hallway. Shit, I said, when we reached the gate near the end. The zombies started rising from the floor behind us. What? Brooklyn asked. I don't have the key. What do you mean you don't have the key? She held my hand even tighter. The invitation really should have said to bring it. The lights flickered and went out in the hall. Finally, I've been waiting to talk to the two of you all night, said a deep voice from behind us.
Chapter 16. Friday, Brooklyn. I didn't even have time to scream. Matt pushed me behind him. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I still heard the zombie groaning. "Who's there?" Matt said. "It's just me," said the deep voice. A voice I was pretty sure I'd never forget now. Magnus King. "I've been waiting to talk to you," he said. We had nothing to talk about. What was he doing, caging us in against this gate? I grabbed Matt's arm. "Why is it so dark?" yelled a high-pitched voice, and then she screamed bloody murder. The zombie groaned again, but this time it sounded like it was because he was in pain. The gates creaked open behind us. "Step away from my friends, or you won't be able to walk ever again," Tanner said. I'd recognize his voice anywhere. The lights turned on and Tanner was standing next to Matt. Tanner didn't look intimidating in his old man costume, but his authoritative voice made up for it. And after seeing him throw a knife at Luigi Locatelli, I had no doubt that he could hurt anyone he wanted. "What the fuck is going on?" Magnus said. "Everyone calm down." He reached into the hole in the floor to help Poppy up. The zombie actor did not look happy that Poppy had fallen on him. Magnus and Poppy were both dressed like Dr. Evil. It was an off-putting sight for several reasons, but mostly because the taller one had kidnapped me a couple weeks ago, and the shorter one was Poppy, which was off-putting all by itself. "Magnus," I said. "Poppy." "I was just trying to apologize," Magnus said. "For the other night." Poppy rolled her eyes. "I don't know why Uncle Richard is making us do this. Brooklyn knows we're on her side." I didn't, not really. I just wanted nothing to do with any of them. "I like the Mini-Me costume," I said to her. "I'm not Mini-Me. He is." She pointed to Magnus. Magnus laughed. "Definitely not, sweetheart." "Don't call me that. I'm not your sweetheart. And you're Mini-Me because I'm the one in charge." "You can think whatever you want to think," Magnus said. Someone else cleared their throat behind us. I spun around to see someone standing there in the ghost mask from Scary Movie. There was a bloody knife in his hand. The lights cut off again, and this time I did scream. Matt stepped in front of me again. But honestly, I didn't know which was worse, a masked stranger with a bloody knife, or Magnus and Poppy. When the lights turned back on, Tanner had the masked man in a headlock.
"What are you doing?"
Magnus yelled.
"It's just Richard."
Tanner looked at Magnus and then back down at the guy in a headlock.
"Richard Reginald Pruitt?"
Tanner asked.
"Is that you?"
"Yes," my dad grunted. Of course my father was dressed like a murderer. Tanner let go of him, and my dad coughed and fell to his knees.
"Sorry, old chap,"
Tanner said. He grabbed him by the back of his black robes and pulled him to his feet.
"You're all good."
He coughed again. Realizing who it was didn't make my heart rate go back to normal.
"What's with the bloody knife?"
Matt asked. My dad pulled off his mask.
"It's part of the costume. It's fake."
He tossed it on the ground and it bounced. It must have been made from plastic. "Speaking of costumes," Poppy said, "I love what you have going on, Matthew. I have no idea what you're supposed to be, but it's very form-fitting." Matt turned around so she couldn't keep staring at his butt in his tan boxers. I just ignored her. "What are you doing here, Dad? You're not even friends with the Caldwells."
"I was invited."
"That doesn't really answer my question."
"You've been avoiding me ever since I neutralized Luigi and Patricia had her accident."
"Accident? Yeah, right." I wasn't sure why he seemed so confused about my not speaking to him. He'd killed 2 people, and I knew in my gut that he'd had a lot more people killed than that.
"I thought we were on the same page," he said. "I stepped down from my position. I want to be a part of your life. That's why I'm here."
I didn't want him here. And despite him trying, my opinion of him that I'd formed 16 years ago hadn't changed. I didn't want him to be part of my life. Miller wouldn't want him to be part of our son's life. I'd had a couple weeks to think more about this, and I wasn't going to cave. I couldn't. I'd never put my son at risk. "I can't do this, Dad."
"I just want to be part of your life."
That wasn't what I wanted.
"I didn't hurt Miller, and I'm sorry if I ever hurt you."
If he'd ever hurt me, he'd stolen my fucking kidney. I took a deep breath. I'd come to terms with all that shit years ago. It had led me to Miller. It had led me to having Jacob. I couldn't regret or be spiteful about any of that. And I knew he hadn't been involved with Miller's death. I understood what happened, but it didn't mean my father wasn't dangerous.
"I'm sorry," he said again. "Angel, I'm so sorry."
Tears started welling in my eyes. "I forgive you." It felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders as soon as I said it. James told me he'd felt similarly once he'd forgiven his father. He was right. Holding on to that pain was only hurting myself. I did forgive my dad. I had to, or else the pain would eventually swallow me whole.
"So, maybe I can come over tomorrow and spend the afternoon with you and my grandson?"
I shook my head. "I forgive you, Dad, but I don't trust you. I don't know if I'll ever trust you." He pressed his lips together.
"Just tell me what you want me to do. I already stepped down. I
need time," I said. I wasn't sure if time would help, but I knew I needed it.
"Brooklyn, you're the most important part of my life." She said we needed time,
Matt said and put his arm around my shoulders. My father was great at manipulating me.
If I was the most important person in his life, he would have done things differently 16 years ago. He would have listened to me and sent Isabella away instead of me. He would have put me first. I wasn't the most important person in his life. I was just all he had left. When he'd shown up to save me from Locatelli, I'd been ready to put everything aside, to move forward. I couldn't explain why my mind had shifted over the past couple weeks, but I felt different. I needed to be home and safe. I needed to protect my family.
"Okay," my father said. "Take all the time you need. I'll be waiting."
He leaned down and hugged me. It caught me off guard and I almost stepped back. But then I closed my eyes and breathed in his familiar scent. It twisted around in my head, all the good and bad. I hugged him back, because despite everything, he was my dad. And maybe one day we'd be able to repair everything. But that day wasn't today. He sniffed and pulled back.
"Magnus, Poppy, thank you for making your apologies, but we should be going."
Poppy definitely had not apologized for anything. She'd just hit on my fiancé, but I expected nothing less from her.
"Take care of my girl,"
my dad said and patted Matt's back before departing down the hall with the 2 mini-me's.
"Well, he has that wrong,"
Tanner said when he disappeared.
"You're our girl,"
he said and winked at me. I smiled.
"And speaking of girls, how did the 2 of you enjoy Tatiana?"
"We did not," I said.
"Oh?"
Tanner stared at Matt.
"What did you do wrong? I swore you said you could handle at least 3.
"Stop it," Matt said. "Were you about to say 3 girls at once?" I sighed. My future husband is a total slut.
"No, apparently he's not a harlot at all," Tanner said. "If he couldn't please both you and Tatiana."
I shook my head. We didn't have a threesome, Tanner.
"Oh, no,"
Tanner said, completely horrified.
"Matt, were you not able to perform?"
"Jesus," Matt said. "No, stop talking about threesomes." He turned to me.
"You said you wanted to dance?"
I laughed. "Actually, can we just get out of here? I want to go have that conversation with Jacob." He smiled.
"Absolutely. Later, Tanner." "Comfort and speed, my boy."
Tanner slapped Matt on the back and then walked back toward the party.
"Ignore him,"
Matt said. "It's a little hard to ignore Tanner. In a good way." Matt laughed. I smiled. "Matt?"
"Yeah?"
We started walking down the hallway. "Thank you for having my back."
"Always."
He kissed the side of my forehead. If I was being completely honest with myself, I had been delaying this conversation with my son, because this was hard to explain, and I had this horrible feeling that I wouldn't be able to make him understand. "Let's go get ready for bed," I said when we walked into our house.
Never!
Jacob yelled and ran into the living room. He sat down and started zooming his trucks across the floor.
"Someone has had way too much candy tonight,"
Matt said. I laughed. Apparently so. I stared at Jacob playing.
"I'm really not trying to pressure you into anything you don't want to do. I was just trying to talk."
He gave me a sad smile. I knew he wasn't pressuring me. But I was done standing still. I was done wasting time. I'd already wasted so much of his. Hurting him was the only thing I regretted.
I wasn't going to hurt him anymore. "Come with me." I grabbed his hand and led him over to the couch. We sat down. "Jacob?"
"Yessie?"
He didn't look up from his trucks. "Matt and I need to talk to you. Can you come sit with us for a minute?" He ran over to the couch and jumped on top of me. Oof, he was definitely hyper. This conversation would have been better outside under the stars, or in his bed with the fake stars on his ceiling. I looked up at one of the pictures of Miller up on the mantel. It was okay. He was here, and he'd always be here. I blinked fast so I wouldn't start crying. "Jacob, you know how much I love your dad." He nodded. "And I will always love your dad." He frowned and looked at Matt. That wasn't a good start. I stared at Jacob. He looked so much like Miller, and I knew how much Miller would have loved Jacob's football costume, down to the cute little black lines under his eyes. I would always keep the memory of Miller alive for us. "Your father isn't replaceable."
"I know,"
Jacob said.
"My daddy is my daddy."
Yeah, none of this was coming out right. "But I also love Matt." Jacob looked at Matt again. "And I know you love Matt too," I said. "So I really want him to be part of our family."
"Like an abuelo? Or like a brother? Scarlett has a little brother."
"No, not like either of those things." I pressed my lips together. "Matt proposed to me, and I said yes." Jacob just stared at me. I knew he didn't know what any of that meant. What was I doing? But I couldn't think of what to say. Matt reached out and grabbed my hand. Jacob stared at our intertwined hands and frowned again. "I'm hoping to marry your mother," Matt said. "One day, when we're all ready." I slowly exhaled. He'd worded it much better. I squeezed his hand. Jacob shook his head and looked up at me.
"But you're already married to my daddy."
His present tense killed me. "I will always love your father, and he's always with us. Right here." I put my hand on the center of his chest. Jacob looked down at his lap.
"I don't need another daddy. I just want mine back."
God. "Sweet boy, Matt isn't replacing your father, okay? He could never do that. And if I could bring your father back, I would. I'd give anything to have him back." I wasn't sure if my words were hurting Matt, but we'd talked about this. He knew I'd always love Miller too, and I didn't know how else to explain this. It felt like my heart was breaking all over again. "I'm sorry about your father," Matt said. "I know how wonderful he was to you guys." I squeezed his hand again as I tried to hold back my tears. "I'm just hoping to be part of your family. And I'm hoping you want that too. I love you and your mom so much." I blinked faster. Matt was much better at this than me.
"I don't want to call you Dad,"
Jacob said.
"I'm not asking you to, kiddo. You can call me whatever you want, just like before."
"Okay, Coach."
Matt smiled.
"Can you play trucks with me?"
asked Jacob.
"I can definitely do that."
Matt picked Jacob up off my lap and set him back down on the floor.
"You okay?"
he said to me. I quickly nodded. "I just need a minute." I hurried out the back door before either of them could see me cry. I wrapped my arms around myself and stared up at the sky. I don't want to hurt anymore, Miller. I swear the brightest star in the sky twinkled. I finally let the tears stream down my cheeks. It's okay, right? This is what you wanted. It twinkled again. Miller had always been so understanding, so caring. He'd want all my scars to heal. He'd want me to be happy. I took a deep breath. I don't think my heart would ever heal from losing him. But I knew he wanted me to keep living. I pressed the tips of my fingers against the rings hanging against my chest. It was always easier to take deep breaths when I touched those rings. When Miller had proposed to me, I'd hesitated. But I'd said yes because it didn't feel like a betrayal. I hadn't broken any promises to Matt when I'd said yes. I'd promised Matt all my firsts, and Matt had technically still been my first fiancé. But when I'd gotten pregnant with Jacob, that's when I'd known it was time to make it official. And breaking one promise cascaded into breaking a whole lot more, like a dam breaking. I'd married Miller right away. It was like Jacob had given us permission to embrace life. I felt guilty and hopeful at the same time. So freaking hopeful. I let my hand slowly fall to my stomach. The star twinkled again. I inhaled sharply and looked down at my stomach. I had felt this way before. Protective, wanting to stay home, emotional, hopeful. Exactly what I was just recalling. Really freaking hopeful. I spread my fingers out on my stomach. When was my last period?
Chapter 17. Saturday. Matt. I looked back up at Brooklyn in the stands. She was on her feet cheering like everyone around her. There were just a few seconds left on the clock and we'd demolished the other team. Normally, that would be enough to make me happy. But I was a hell of a lot happier now that I could look up in the stands and see the real Brooklyn instead of a ghost of the past. Tanner had Jacob on his shoulders and they both looked almost as happy as Brooklyn did. Almost. It felt like a lifetime since I'd seen Brooklyn so present in the moment. "Nice game, Coach," Kennedy said. And then she waved up to the stands at Felix. He was standing up there with Brooklyn too, and I was relieved that I didn't feel jealous at all. The four of us really could be just friends. Finally. "You too," I said. She laughed. "I don't really do much now that Jefferson can kick, and I'm especially not helpful when I have a hangover." She rubbed her forehead. "I hadn't had much to drink at all at the party last night, and I wasn't sure Brooklyn had anything to drink. Maybe that's why she looked the happiest in the crowd." "I'm glad you were able to get Brooklyn out of the house again," said Kennedy. "I've been so worried." I thought about what she'd said to her father last night. She just needed some time. "But everything's okay now?" I stared at her, smiling. "Yeah, everything's okay now." Telling Jacob the news last night hadn't exactly been smooth. I knew Brooklyn was still grieving. She'd gone outside for a bit after we'd told Jacob, but when she came back in, she was all smiles. We were ready to move forward, and I was okay with waiting to get married. As long as she was wearing my ring, we were good. And my old varsity jacket. I smiled up at her again. The jacket was way too big for her, but I'd never seen her look sexier. The ref blew the whistle, signaling the end of the game. "Victory is ours!" Nigel yelled. "We slayed the beasts!" He sprinted out onto the field. Kennedy laughed. "He does know that team we're playing is the Tigers, not the Beasts, right?" I have no idea what goes through Nigel's head. I high-fived all the players and smiled as they enjoyed some of the cookies Brooklyn had made for them. The stadium slowly emptied out. "I'm going to cut out early from cleanup," Kennedy said. "I need some Tylenol and a nap. I'm pretty sure Nigel has it covered anyway." Nigel was currently removing fingerprints from his water glasses with a towel. I wasn't sure why he kept bringing fancy glasses instead of paper cups. "See you later," I said. "Coach! Coach!" Jacob yelled as he sprinted toward me. "We won!" "Yeah, we did." I lifted him into my arms and balanced him on my hip. "Where'd you get this?" I tapped the eagle in the middle of his long-sleeved shirt. He hadn't been wearing this when we left the house, and I didn't even realize that Empire Hide made clothes in children's sizes. "My abuelo gave it to me." "Thanks, Tanner," I said as he joined us on the field. "Young Jacob and I have the same taste in fashion, don't we, my boy?" He put his fist out. Jacob fist-bumped him. "How about we go help out Nigel with whatever he's doing?" Tanner said and lifted Jacob out of my arms. The second Jacob's feet hit the ground, he ran over to Nigel. "Brooklyn wants a word," Tanner whispered to me. I looked up at the stands. She was still sitting there, but instead of smiling down at us, she was staring off in the distance. "Is everything okay?" "Oh, I think everything is more than okay," Tanner said. "What's going on?" "She didn't tell me." "Then how do you know it's fine?" "Because I can read people like the back of my hand." "So, what does she want to talk about?" "I'm going to let her fill you in. Congrats, Matt. I'm really happy for you." His smile faltered. "Truly, you're living the dream." His smile was gone now. He patted my back, then joined Jacob and Nigel. What the hell was going on? Tanner looking serious was never a good thing. He'd been congratulating me, but looked sad as fuck. I walked up the steps. Brooklyn turned toward me at the sound of my steps, and her smile was back now. I sat down next to her. "I like seeing you this happy." I gently nudged her with my shoulder. Her smile just grew. "I am so happy." "I can see that." She laughed. "I didn't realize how invested you were in the Eagles winning." "So invested." I laughed. "Tanner said you wanted to talk?" "I do want to do that." I just stared at her. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slowly. "You know, I always pictured a big family." She stared out at the field. I swallowed hard. We hadn't spoken about this since she told me about her miscarriage. She hadn't liked the way I'd responded. I'd wanted her to see a specialist, but she just wanted to know if that was okay, if we could move forward just the three of us. Of course we could. "We do have a big family." I placed my hand on her knee and stared out at Tanner, Nigel, and Jacob tossing the ball around. All our friends, all our nieces and nephews. She didn't respond. "And there's more than one way to have children." She still didn't respond. When Brooklyn's mother died, she'd been an orphan. She was lucky that she'd had such a kind, caring uncle to take her in. But if she hadn't, there were lots of kids out there that didn't. "I'm happy just the three of us," I said. I tried to think about my words before I said them out loud. "I know you're scared of trying again, and I just want you to know that I'm open to talking about adoption." Is that a good or a bad She laughed. "I didn't realize how much you've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about it a lot too." "Yeah?" She nodded. "I actually can't stop thinking about it." Her smile was back now. "And I have something for you." She reached into her purse and pulled out a jewelry box, the kind you'd find a fancy necklace in. It wasn't wrapped, but there was a white bow tied around it to keep it closed. I wasn't a big jewelry person, and I had no idea what this had to do with our discussion. "I have so much respect for people who adopt," she said. I smiled. "Me too." "But I want a little you." Yeah, I wanted a little her too. "Have you thought more about maybe going to see a specialist?" "I think maybe you should open this." She placed the jewelry box in my hands. I had no idea what this had to do with our conversation, but she nodded at the box. I was about to pull on the bow, but she grabbed my hand to stop me. "I love you." It suddenly looked like she was going to burst into tears. So much. I love you too. All I wanted to do was pull her into my arms. We don't need to talk about this right now if you don't... She shook her head. No, I can't think of a better time to talk about this. Here, you know? She gestured toward the field. I wanted to give this to you here. I had no idea what she was talking about. But just don't get too excited. She shook her head. No, be excited. Positive vibes, you know? What the hell was going on? She let go of my hand. Open it. I pulled on the bow and then lifted the lid. It was not jewelry. I'd never actually seen one of these up close, but the big, positive sign in the middle definitely gave it away. You're pregnant. I lifted my eyes from the pregnancy test. Tears were streaming down her cheeks now. Yes, I took like 5 different tests this morning. We're going to have a baby. She nodded. Holy shit. I pulled her onto my lap. I buried my face in the side of her neck, holding her tight. I didn't even know what to say, so I just said the same thing again, but this time it wasn't a question. We're going to have a baby. I couldn't believe it. She kept crying. I'm so hopeful, but I'm so scared, Matt. What if... Her voice trailed off. Don't go there, I said. She didn't need to voice her fears. I knew what she was worried about. Positive vibes, right? Positive vibes. I held her tighter, and then realized I probably shouldn't be holding her so tight. Or maybe it was okay? I had no fucking clue. But I pulled back so I could stare at her. We've got this, I said firmly. I'd take her to whatever doctors we needed. I'd travel across the world to make sure this baby was okay. Brooklyn had experienced enough pain in her life. She'd earned this win. And I hated that she was worried. This moment was perfect. She was perfect. We've got this, I said again. I promise. She wiped the tears from her cheeks and nodded. We've got this. I moved one of my hands to her stomach. She laughed. You can't feel anything yet, Matt. Oh, I know he's in there. A boy, huh? She smiled up at me. I dropped my forehead to hers. Nah, I take it back. It's a girl. I can't wait to have a little you running around. I kept my hand on her stomach. You're pregnant. It came out as a whisper. I couldn't believe it. I'm pregnant, she said, and laughed. God, I wanted to freeze time. I think maybe we should go ahead and plan that wedding for next month, she said. I lifted my head. Fuck freezing time. I wanted that wedding. Really? Really? Before I get huge. You're going to look beautiful with my baby inside of you. She shook her head. No, I definitely will not. You definitely will. I cradled her face in my hands. I should have known we'd have a shotgun wedding. She laughed. We have a lot to plan in a very short amount of time, but we know just the person to help. Justin. Justin, she agreed with a nod. I smiled. We're getting married, and we're having a baby. I don't think I could possibly be any happier. Me either. I dropped my forehead back against hers. This was what I'd pictured back in high school. Our wedding. Children. I'd waited half of my life for my dreams to come true. I felt the tears falling down my cheeks. Us against the world. The 4 of us. She leaned back, wiping away my tears with her fingers. The 4 of us. I really like the sound of that. I pressed my lips against hers. I really liked the sound of that, too.
Chapter 18. Sunday. Brooklyn. I couldn't stop smiling. We'd agreed not to tell anyone the news yet, but I was so freaking hopeful. I was worried I might feel numb, trying to somehow push away the pain from the past. But Matt seemed so sure everything was going to be okay. And I think because of his excitement, all I could feel was excitement too. Matt walked up behind me, wrapping his arms around me. He put his hands on my stomach and kissed the side of my neck.
"Justin will be here any minute,"
he said. I can't believe you didn't tell Justin why we needed to see him. He's going to freak out.
It seemed like a better thing to do in person.
I turned around so I could look up at him. We don't even have a date. Matt shrugged.
"Sometime in November."
November starts in 2 days. What if Justin is already fully booked? I pressed my lips together. What am I saying? He's the best. Of course he's already fully booked.
"Justin is the best," Matt said, "which means he'll figure it out."
I really don't want to do it without him. Matt smiled.
"And we won't."
I believed him again. His positive attitude was hard not to accept as truth. After all, Matthew Caldwell had always gotten everything he'd wanted, including me. I stood on my tiptoes and kissed him. There was a knock on the door. "Let me get it." I hurried over to the door and opened it. Justin was wearing a red velvet vest and matching top hat and bow tie. His bare chest was covered in glitter. He looked like a very sparkly ringleader. He slammed his walking stick on the ground.
"Why are you not in costume?"
He looked over my shoulder at Matt.
"Why are neither of you in costume? Although I do love the outfit, Matt. 'Tis my favorite season."
Matt looked down at his gray sweatpants. "Are we supposed to be dressed up?" I asked.
"It's Halloween weekend. I thought you were inviting me to a big bash."
Oh, I can see why he probably assumed that. And now I felt awful that we hadn't invited him to the Caldwell Halloween party on Friday. This was why Matt should have told him why we were calling. "Sorry," I said. "No party. At least, not until you help us." Justin's eyes grew round.
"I can't help you throw a Halloween party at 8 o'clock on Mischief Night. Have you lost your minds?"
He walked past us and into the kitchen.
"I didn't eat any carbs today because I was saving the calories for tequila. You better at least have tequila." "I can definitely make you a drink," Matt said. "No, we're doing shots. You both owe me shots."
He sat down at the kitchen island. Matt grabbed 2 shot glasses and poured them both a shot.
"You too, babe,"
Justin said and handed his glass to me. Shit. "I'm good." I tried to hand the glass back, but he refused.
"No, you need to be on our level." "Do you want a chaser or anything?"
Matt asked, trying to distract Justin.
"You don't need a chaser with that label. We just need a third glass."
Matt cleared his throat and looked at me. My voice trailed off. "I'm not very thirsty."
"Girl, it's Halloween Eve. I did not put glitter on every inch of my body if we're not getting wasted together tonight."
Every inch? Why? I shook the thought away. "I'm sorry, Justin. I didn't know what else to say."
"Shut the front door!"
he yelled. "I didn't say anything," Justin squealed.
"You're pregnant?"
Okay, yeah, I guess I'd made that kind of obvious. Matt and I hadn't told anyone yet, but Justin's reaction made me smile. I looked up at Matt. He smiled at me. I nodded. I wanted Justin to know.
"We are," Matt said. "I'm going to be an uncle," Justin said. "Brooklyn, you're glowing. I'm glowing. We're all glowing. And don't you dare drink that."
He snatched the glass out of my hand and pulled me into a hug. I definitely wasn't going to drink that. Justin squealed again and tapped his glass against Matt's.
To the new daddy in town." He winked at him. Matt laughed, and they both downed their shots. "Oh, my God. I know why you invited me over tonight," Justin said. "You want me to plan your baby shower, is that it? You're not very far along because you're not showing, so—" He tapped his index finger against his lower lip. "We need like an April shower or something. Yes, I love spring showers. And a summer baby. Is that right? A summer baby?" I couldn't stop smiling. Matt rounded the counter and put his arm around my shoulders. "We were just playing with a due date calculator online. We think it'll be a June baby." "This is perfect. I can already see it. I've got you. Let's do a Saturday brunch." Gah, a Caldwell baby. This is front page news. Is it really? "Who's on the guest list? I should call your mom," he said to Matt. "The two of us need to talk." "Actually, no one else knows yet," Matt said. "No one else knows?" Justin's eyes grew round. "You're telling me first?" He looked like he was about to cry. "I love you guys." He grabbed the bottle of tequila. "I feel very overwhelmed right now." He took a swig right from the bottle. "But I'm amazing at keeping secrets. I won't tell a soul. We'll start the planning in secret until you're both ready to shout it from the rooftops." I'm glad he was so happy to know first, but we hadn't exactly planned to tell him tonight. And I loved Justin, but I had no idea if he was actually good at keeping a secret or not. I was nervous to tell people because I shook the thought away. That wasn't going to happen again. Maybe telling people early was a good thing. Maybe it would just multiply Matt's positive vibes tenfold. "I can't believe my girl is having another baby," Justin said. "And speaking of girls, we can't really figure out the flower arrangements until we know if it's a boy or girl, but we can choose a theme. Do you know what you want the nursery to look like yet? We can play off that." "We haven't had time to think about it," Matt said. "And actually, we have something else we need your help with." "The announcement, of course!" Justin was about to freak out. "No, not an announcement about the baby," I said. I didn't even know what that was. "Matt and I need your help planning our wedding." "I'm literally going to die. When? "November," Matt said. "The fall. Matt, you divine beast. You have exquisite taste. The fall is still so hot for weddings." He pulled out his phone. "Let me check my calendar for next November. We'll figure something out." I pressed my lips together. Not next November. "Are you at all open for a Friday wedding?" He kept staring at his phone. "Yes," I said, "but we didn't mean next November." "Phew," he said, "because I didn't have a single opening. I almost had a heart attack. So the following November, fantastic. We definitely need 2 years to plan it. This is going to be the wedding of the century. And I have Saturdays open. Does one of these work?" He put his phone in front of my face. "We actually don't want to wait 2 years," Matt said. "We're thinking this November." "This November?" Justin sounded eerily calm. "Mm-hmm," Matt said. "This November," he said again in a hushed voice. I nodded. "This November?" He screamed at the top of his lungs. He was going to wake Jacob. "You can't get married this November. November starts in 2 days, you maniacs. I'm a wedding magician, not an all-powerful genie." He downed more tequila directly from the bottle. "This is like the sexy little Hunter brother wedding all over again." "What?" I turned to Matt. "Another shotgun wedding," Matt clarified. "Right. I think Daphne had mentioned something about that." And technically the older Hunter brother, too. My heart with that man. Justin sighed at the thought of James. So apparently Bea and Mason were the only ones not pregnant when they got hitched. But no, Justin said. Not happening. I can't do this November. Look at my calendar. He turned it back to next month and showed me. Each day was filled with several different things, all in different colors. He was very organized and very busy. We really need you, Matt said. We really want you, I added. It looked like Justin's head was about to explode. No! Justin, I said. Brooklyn! He screamed. Please, I grabbed his hand. I made a promise to you 16 years ago, and I feel like you made me a promise too. He exhaled slowly. You're lucky you disappeared for so long because I have a huge team now, he said, and then he slapped his hand over his mouth. I didn't mean that. I mean, I do have a huge team now that can help me, but I wish you hadn't disappeared for so long, Brooklyn. I smiled. I knew what you meant. Of course I'll plan your shotgun wedding, he said. You're my favorite human. He started blinking fast like he was going to cry. Thank you. He waved his hand through the air. Don't make me cry. I'll ruin my glitter. I laughed. So, what do we need to do first? He groaned. I thought I was going to be partying tonight, not planning the quickest wedding turnaround in the history of my business. God, just pick a date. He tossed Matt his phone. You know I'll always put you first. Whatever actress or singer you're stealing me away from can deal with my assistant. You're my A-team. Matt and I stared at Justin's crazy calendar. When I thought of November, I thought of playing football in the backyard with Miller and Jacob, our feet crunching in the grass. I closed my eyes. And I also thought about Matt. I thought about Thanksgiving and the Friday after that I lost everything. I have an idea, Matt said, and there isn't even a famous couple we'll be stealing you away from. At least, I don't recognize those names. I peered at the date Matt was pointing at. Friday the 25th, the day after Thanksgiving. I stared up at him. The worst day of my life, he said. I think we need a new memory for that day. I smiled. I loved that idea. The 25th also reminded me of Christmas, and we'd originally planned a Christmas wedding. Yeah? Matt asked. Yes! Justin screamed. Fuck the Livingstons. I hate that bridezilla bitch anyway. Wow, okay. I was hoping you'd choose the Livingstons' wedding day. This is amazing. She wanted to dress in all black for Black Friday, and her dress was hideous. I never thought I'd hate someone who loved shopping so much. I laughed. So we can make it work? All hands on deck, honey, but yes, we can make it work. And I can help, Nigel said. Justin screamed at the top of his lungs when Nigel walked up to us. Who are you and where did you come from? Justin said as he caught himself from falling off his stool. I would have wondered where he'd come from, too, but Nigel was always very quiet when he came through his door. I'm Nigel, Nigel said. Justin just kept staring at him. And I'm their houseboy. Oh. Justin turned toward Matt. You have a houseboy? Interesting. He is not our houseboy, Matt said firmly. I am, Nigel said. They just don't know it. And I am at your service, Mr. Bell. It sounds like you're going to need me. I have a whole team, Justin said, but I will let you know if we need anything. Well, where is the venue? Nigel asked.
Justin opened his mouth and closed it again.
I think it's probably where they wanted their first wedding to be, Nigel said. And I booked it 10 minutes ago. What's next? You already booked it? How? I told you. I'm a houseboy.
Nigel stood up a little straighter.
You got a problem with that?
Justin shook his head and turned to me.
Is that still where you want to get married? Right there on that bridge?
I looked up at Matt. I can't think of a better place.
Me either,
Matt said with a smile.
Well, I have a million things to do, Justin said, as soon as I get all this glitter off. I can help with that, Nigel said. With the glitter or the wedding planning?
Nigel shrugged.
Technically, all of that is in my wheelhouse. A quick bath will help with the glitter, but the wedding planning is more pressing, Mr. Bell. I have 1,000,001 things to do.
Justin glared at him for a moment, and Nigel glared back. It reminded me of when Nigel and Jacob were feuding. Justin, if you do need extra help, Nigel is really good at stuff like this, too. Justin sighed.
If you insist. Well, come on then, Nigel, because I have 1,000,002 things to do. I have 1,000,003 things now,
Nigel said as they both walked toward the front door.
Wait, I almost forgot.
He turned around, ran back over to me, and gave me a huge hug.
Congratulations on the baby, mademoiselle.
I should have known he'd be listening. This baby was definitely not staying a secret.
Master Tanner was right. I told him that he was wrong because I hadn't heard anything yet, but of course he was right. He's always right about these things.
Tanner had kept weirdly staring at my stomach yesterday at the game. I had no idea how he'd known I was pregnant, but he'd certainly seemed to.
And just so you know, I think you're the best mom for loving everyone exactly how they are.
He squeezed me tight. Oh, Nigel. I hugged him a little tighter.
But I must get going. Best man duties. And don't worry, I have the camera feed of all the angles of your house on my phone, so I'll keep my new grandson or granddaughter safe. And Mr. Jacob, of course. Au revoir.
He ran out the door after Justin. There was a lot to unpack there.
Best man duties?
Matt groaned.
Why on earth does he think he's going to be my best man? First Rob, then Tanner, and now Nigel?
We'd talked a lot about our wedding parties 16 years ago. At the time, Matt wasn't speaking to James or Rob. He'd really only wanted Mason beside him. But I kept adding more and more people to my wedding party, trying to make him add James and Rob, so he'd kept adding random guys from his football team. He was no longer feuding with the Hunters, though, and Nigel and Tanner had become a huge part of our lives. Well, who is your best man going to be?
Chapter 19. Monday. Matt. This is ridiculous, Matt, Brooklyn said as she pulled out a tin of muffins from the oven. Muffins are never ridiculous. I tried to grab one, but she swatted my hand away. You know I'm not talking about the muffins. If you already know who you're going to ask to be your best man, shouldn't you just tell everyone? Where's the fun in that? She laughed and shook her head. Besides, we wanted everyone to come over anyway for the game tonight. The Giants were on. It seemed like the perfect time to finally have all my friends over at the same time. I'd never hosted one of the game nights before. I'd always been worried someone would find my art studio. Muffykins! Jacob yelled and ran into the kitchen. Not until you put a shirt on. Brooklyn's voice trailed off because Jacob was already fully clothed. Oh, well, you can have one then. Are you excited to see Scarlett? Oui. She lifted him onto the counter and handed him a muffin. I never knew when Jacob was going to be speaking Spanish or French, but I should have known when Nigel had been over here all afternoon. I turned to Brooklyn. We'd wanted to wait to tell everyone she was pregnant, but with Nigel, Justin, and apparently Tanner loose with the information, we didn't think we had that long before the news came out, with or without us. We were visiting my parents tomorrow night to tell them the good news, and tonight we were telling all our friends. But we agreed to talk to Jacob before everyone came over tonight. Jacob needed to know first. We'd gone to the doctor this afternoon. Brooklyn was definitely pregnant. And if I was being completely honest, I wasn't sure I could have kept it a secret either. She was lucky I wasn't screaming it from the rooftops already. "We need to talk to you about something, kiddo," I said. He swallowed a mouthful of muffin. "What's up, Coach?" This is a lot of information within the span of a few days. I thought Brooklyn might jump in, but she was just staring at me. I cleared my throat. "You know how the other day when your mom told you that I was joining your family?" "Oui." "And you were wondering if I was going to be your brother. Is that something you want, a little brother?" He shrugged. "Not really." "Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that answer. I didn't really know what to say. I hadn't expected him to say no." "But you like Scarlett's little brother, right?" Brooklyn asked. Jacob shrugged again. "Liam's okay, but he cries a lot. I like Mr. Nigel better." What did Nigel have to do with any of this? I turned to Brooklyn. "Nigel?" Brooklyn asked. "Yeah. Can he be my brother? He's as good at playing as my abuelo, but he does the car noises better." All I could think about was Jacob calling Nigel Brother Nigel now. I laughed. Brooklyn put her elbows on the counter to get eye level with Jacob. "I love that you think of Nigel as a brother, but I think there's still room in our family for one more sibling. A little brother or a little sister. It's always good to have more playmates. Wouldn't that be fun?" "I guess," Jacob said. "As long as I don't have to share a room. I like that Mr. Nigel has his own house. Can my new brother have his own house too?" Jacob really did not like the idea of sharing his room. He'd said something similar to Brooklyn when she asked if I could move in. That it was fine as long as I had to share a room with her instead of sharing one with him. But I valued my privacy too. I understood that. "You won't have to share a room," I said. I didn't need my painting studio anymore, because I had the real Brooklyn back. "Okay," Jacob said. "Did you already order the baby? It seems like you already ordered one." "Order? What?" "We didn't order a baby, but we made one." Jacob stared at me for a moment. "How?" Oh, fuck. I really hadn't thought this conversation through. "We made one because we love each other." "But how?" Brooklyn laughed but did not offer any help, so I said the first thing that popped into my head. "Magic." Jacob's eyes grew round. "With a wand?" I mean, that was one way to put it. "Yes, with a wand." "Wow, I can't wait to tell Mr. Nigel." At least he hadn't called him Brother Nigel. "Tell me what, Mr. Jacob?" Nigel asked. I jumped. Jesus, he needed to start knocking. "I'm going to have another brother." "Or sister," Brooklyn said. "Another?" Nigel asked and hoisted himself up onto the counter. "Yeah, he'll be one of us," Jacob said. Nigel smiled. I knew he'd been listening to that whole conversation, and he looked very pleased. And for some reason, for the first time ever, I realized just how young Nigel looked. I wasn't sure if Tanner had told me Nigel was in his 20s, or I had just assumed, but he could easily pass as a teenager, and Brooklyn kind of treated him like a kid. There was a knock on the door. "You boys behave," Brooklyn said, and hurried over to answer it. "Shh," Penny said as she walked in trying to calm a crying Liam. She started bouncing him on her hip. I'd been so happy just being an uncle and soon-to-be stepfather, but if I was being honest with myself, I'd always wanted more. I walked over to Penny and lifted Liam out of her arms. I'd always been good at calming him down. I didn't know whether I was going to have a son or daughter, but either way, they wouldn't be that far off from Liam's age, or RJ's. Rob had just walked in carrying little RJ in his arms. I'd given up on that hope that one day all our kids could play together. Those long summer days spent out by my parents' pool, or throwing around a football, or playing video games. I'd given all that up when Brooklyn died. I rubbed my hand up and down Liam's back as he quieted down, and for some reason tears started welling in the corners of my eyes. I just felt so damn lucky. I watched my friends come into the house. It was the first time we were all together here. Brooklyn, Tanner, James, Penny, Mason, Bea, Rob, Daphne, Kennedy, Felix, and all the kids. This really felt like a home, and for 16 years I hadn't had that feeling. "You okay?" James asked and lifted Liam out of my arms. "Yeah, man," I sniffed. "Are you sure?" "Honestly, I've never been better." I patted Liam's back. "If you say so." He looked concerned. And I got it. I usually only cried when I was missing Brooklyn, usually when I was wasted and missing her. But I wasn't pissed off at the world anymore. I was just so fucking happy. And it had been a really long time since I was actually happy. I cleared my throat, trying to get the emotion out of my voice. "We have some good news. Come on into the kitchen." James walked into the family room first to put Liam down into a playpen for the babies. Jacob, Scarlett, and Sophie had already started playing in the family room, and all my friends gathered around the kitchen island. I wasn't sure why I had gotten a bottle of champagne, since Brooklyn couldn't drink it, but we were celebrating, and it was the first thing that came to mind. I popped the cork and started pouring glasses. "What exactly are we toasting to?" Mason asked and lifted up his glass. "Yes, what in the galaxy could we possibly be toasting to?" Tanner asked and winked at me. "Because I sure have no idea." But he did already know, somehow. "Well, Brooklyn and I have chosen a date for our wedding." I smiled down at her. "Friday, November 25th, Brooklyn said. "This November." Kennedy squealed. "I'm so happy for you guys." Brooklyn smiled. Mason raised his eyebrows. "Congrats, sis." He pulled her into a hug. She laughed. "Thanks, Mason." "Moving fast, Sanders," Rob said. "What, are you pregnant or something?" Daphne elbowed him in the side. "Ow, woman!" He tickled her side back in retaliation. She almost spilled her champagne as she burst into a fit of giggles. I smiled as I stared at all our friends. "Actually, yeah," I said. "Brooklyn's pregnant." Everyone was quiet for a moment. "Oh my God, Matt," Penny said. She ran around the kitchen island and threw her arms around me as Kennedy almost knocked Brooklyn over with a big hug. I'd been a little worried to tell Penny. I knew she couldn't have more kids, and I knew how badly she wanted more. But I should have known she'd be happy for me. She was one of the kindest people I knew, and I felt those damn tears in my eyes again. "And Brooklyn." She turned around and hugged Brooklyn, too. "I'm so happy for both of you." Rob was just about to take a sip of his champagne, but then stopped. "It's yours, right?" he asked. "What the fuck, Rob?" Mason said. "It's a valid question. Sanders only just came back." I knew it was mine. When Brooklyn first told me she wasn't sure she could have any kids, I'd been worried she was pregnant with Miller's child, but she'd assured me that wasn't possible. I hadn't even let the possibility cross my mind. Brooklyn cleared her throat. "It's definitely Matt's." "But are you 100% sure?" Rob asked. James hit Rob in the back of the head. "Why does everyone keep hitting me?" Rob shoved him away. "I'm so happy for you guys," Bea said. "And I'm glad everyone finally knows now," Nigel said. Everyone turned to Nigel. "Wait, you told Nigel before you told us?" Rob asked. "Yes," Nigel said. "As the best man, I know everything first." Rob stared at him. "What the hell did you just say to me?" "As Matt's best man, I learned all the news first. I'm helping with the wedding, and I'll be in charge of the little one once he or she is born. Probably a she. That's what Tanner thinks." "I don't think we talked about him watching our new baby." "Tanner already knew too?" Rob asked. "Seriously, what the fuck?" Tanner held up his hands. "I just guessed." "Good." Rob turned his attention back to me and glared. "Dude, is Nigel your best man?" "Definitely not." "Yes," Nigel said. I ignored him. That's actually the other reason I invited you all over here. The game doesn't start for another half hour, so I figured we could start the night with a different game. A little best man competition. A best man competition? Nigel asked. Whatever for? I'm the best man in the room. Maybe, I said. We'll know soon, after a series of challenges. Not a chance in hell, Nigel, Rob said. I'm the best man. Tanner laughed. You young silly boy, Robert. I'm the best man, right, Matt? I'm not a silly boy, Rob yelled. I told you this was ridiculous, Brooklyn whispered to me. Super ridiculous. But fun, I said. She laughed and shook her head. Okay, to start, I said and rubbed my hands together. Tell me why each of you should be my best man. I'll go first, Tanner said. I got the two of you back together. I did that. He tapped his chest. And who's the one that's been hanging out with you the most these past few years while all these guys have been married? James laughed. He has a point. And Brooklyn and I are very close too, right, Brooklyn? Brooklyn smiled. Yes, but I'm staying out of this competition. She held up her hands. We're all close with Brooklyn, Rob said. You call her by a last name that she hasn't had in years, Tanner said. You know the old her, not the new her. Sanders is a term of endearment, and I'll keep calling her that even after she's a Caldwell, because that's our thing, right, Hot Stuff? Rob turned back to her. Brooklyn held up her hands again. Okay, Tanner said. One final point. I'm Matt's best friend. Son of a bitch, Rob said under his breath. False. My turn. I'm Matt's best friend. I know literally everything about him, and I've known him much longer than that creep over there. I'm also a kind person, Tanner said. False, Rob said again. You're a liar who prances around town in weird suits and elf shoes. It's not nice to call people weird, young Robert. Stop being a fascist. Yes, don't be a wizzy, Nigel said. I'm nothing like Isabella, and I'm definitely not a fascist, Rob said. He shook his head like that insult truly offended him, and then he shuddered. Back to my point. It's always been us, Matt. The four of us, really. Rob smiled. And it'll always be us. He shrugged. I love you, man. You know that, and nothing will ever change that. Brooklyn put her arm around my back. Yeah, I'd felt that straight to the heart, too. Mason cleared his throat. What Rob said, minus being a fascist. Rob groaned. Also, I'm your brother, Mason said. We're all brothers, Rob said. We always have been. Mason ignored him. And you already asked me to be your best man the first time the two of you were engaged. Because we were feuding, Rob said. That hardly counts. You were his last resort. Tanner laughed. Ah, see? Just because you've known Matt longer doesn't mean you were a good friend to him that whole time. Matt kissed my brother's girlfriend. What was I supposed to do, high-five him? See? Mason said. Rob's just admitted that he doesn't think of you as a brother. I didn't... Rob's voice trailed off. You tricked me. I think you should pick whoever you want to pick, James said. And we'll all be happy with that decision. Unless it's not me, Rob said. And stop sucking up to him. James shook his head. I'm not sucking up to him. We both know that I'm not Matt's best man. He pressed his lips together. I wasn't always there when you needed me, and I'm sorry for that. I shook my head. You tried. Actually, you tried more than anyone else. I knew you'd be there if I needed you. James lowered his eyebrows. He never took a compliment well. Brooklyn held on to me a little tighter. I cleared my throat and turned to Felix. What about you? I said, knowing he'd say something funny. I don't think I'm a part of this, Felix said with a laugh. I shrugged. Well, we're friends, but I've kissed Brooklyn, so I'm pretty sure that means I'm out of the running. 1,000,000 years ago, I said. Besides, the past is in the past. Exactly, Rob said. The past is in the past. Not that you stand a chance here, Felix, no offense. I doubt you're even in the wedding party. But back to the past thing. Tanner and Nigel don't even have a past with you. Mason set his glass down. I would also like to add the point that neither James nor Rob asked you to be the best man at their weddings, but you were mine at my wedding. That was definitely the best point that had been made. I only asked James out of obligation, Rob said, because he asked me to be his. James laughed. Really, man? No, Rob whispered. But I'm trying to win here. Be cool. Nigel cleared his throat. My turn. I should be the best man because I love you the most. I'm your Manny and your security detail. I'm always at your beck and call. I'm your bath butler. I'm your wardrobe stylist. I pack your meaty lunches. I'm your water boy. We go on top secret missions together. I get you out of that mess with Poppy. I save the day with a hand grenade. I'm your muse. I'm your office assistant. Brooklyn loves me like one of her own children. I'm Jacob's best friend, and I will do anything for you. Anything. He smiled up at me. A lot of that was true. Well, at least some of it. Huh. Rob sighed. Dude, I'm your best friend. Just tell Tanner and everyone else and let's get this thing going. The wedding is in less than a month. We have things to plan. Exactly. That's the next part of the best man competition. If you were the best man, what would you plan for my bachelor party? Brooklyn laughed. And with that, do you ladies want to go in the family room with me? I don't think we need to hear about what horrible things they're planning to do. As fun as whatever this is, yes, B said with a laugh. It's a little weird watching all these grown men kissing Matt's ass. Daphne laughed and linked her arm through Brooklyn's. Well, if they plan anything like what they did for my bachelorette party, you're in for a real treat.
Chapter 20. Monday. Brooklyn. I'm so happy for you guys, Daphne said as we all sat down on the couch. Thank you. I didn't know the Untouchables' wives that well, but they already felt like family.
If there's one thing I know about the two of you, it's that you do everything fast,
Kennedy said with a smile. We definitely weren't planning this, I said. When we were playing around with the pregnancy due date calculator, we figured out that I probably got pregnant when we'd had sex in the auditorium. None of that had been planned, but it had all happened for a reason. I was about to be swallowed whole by my pain. Matt had saved me. This baby saved me. So we have less than 4 weeks to plan this thing, Penny said. We're all hands on deck. What do you need from us? Well, Justin is already working on it, and Nigel is helping. I think the actual wedding will come together pretty quickly with those two. Penny nodded. Definitely. Justin is the best. He really is, B said. Daphne nodded in agreement. I couldn't believe that they'd all used Justin for their weddings. I was so proud of him for chasing his dreams. He'd wanted me to launch his career, but he'd never needed me. He just needed to believe in himself. Justin definitely had the wedding handled, but that didn't mean I didn't need something from my friends. I couldn't remember the last time I was so nervous. I cleared my throat. I know we don't know each other that well, but Matt was telling me about who he wanted for groomsmen. Wait, do you know who he's choosing as his best man? Daphne asked. Because please just rip the Band-Aid off. Rob is going to be going on and on about this until he knows. I laughed. I was sure he would be. My lips are sealed. Traitor, Daphne said with a smile.
I don't know what they're even doing over there,
B said. We all turned to see the guys in the kitchen. Nigel was lying in the middle of the kitchen island. At least he had all his clothes on this time. Why is he full spread on your kitchen counter? Penny asked. B laughed.
I feel like full spread would imply that he was nude with his legs spread.
Penny wrinkled her nose. That is not what I meant. Nigel would obviously never do that. Actually, he had kind of done that. At least he'd covered his junk with a pan. I had no idea what him being on the counter had to do with the best man competition. It seemed like Matt was freeballing it. I shook my head. That was a weird thing to think, when I'd just been thinking about Nigel full spread on the kitchen counter. I cleared my throat. Anyway, what I was getting at was that Matt and I were hoping to have an even amount of bridesmaids and groomsmen. I know that I don't know all of you very well, but at the same time, it feels like I've known you forever. Penny, Bea, and Daphne, will you be my bridesmaids? I was hoping you'd ask, Penny said with a smile. Of course. Absolutely, Bea said. You're going to be my new sister. I honestly would have been sad if you didn't ask. I can't wait, Daphne added. This is going to be so much fun. I breathed a sigh of relief. This really was the best group of friends I could ask for. I turned to Kennedy, and she looked so sad. But she quickly hid the expression from her face and smiled. It's going to be a beautiful wedding, Brooklyn. She reached out and squeezed my hand. And you probably already have a photographer, but there's no way I'm not sneaking in a few of all you guys together. More memories for your mantle. What was she talking about? I think the game is probably on now. She grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. I stared up at the mantel. There was one person noticeably missing from the pictures. My best friend. For so long, I'd tried to forget about my past. I regretted shutting her out. Just thinking about all our time apart made my chest hurt. Did she seriously not think I was going to ask her to be part of my wedding party? After everything we'd been through? She was my best friend. She always had been. Kennedy? She forced another smile to her face. I really am so happy for you. There is no one else in the world that deserves all of this happiness more than you. And I can't wait to meet your new baby. Even though she was hurting, I knew she meant every word. She took a big sip of her champagne. I just stared at her. Kennedy, I said again. I was hoping you'd be my maid of honor. She almost spit out her champagne. What? She coughed. Did you seriously think I wasn't going to ask you to be one of my bridesmaids? I don't know. You just asked everyone else but me. What was I supposed to think? She laughed. That I wanted you to be my maid of honor. I leaned forward and hugged her. Just like how I asked you before. Nothing has changed. In 16 years, not much had changed at all. I still loved Matt, and Kennedy was still my best friend. She squeezed me tight. I would love to be your maid of honor. She pulled back. Puta mierda, Brooklyn. I was really sad for a minute there, but that was going to turn to anger real quick. I was getting ready to give a whole speech about my maid of honor credentials like those idiots in the other room. I laughed and turned to see what they were up to, and Rob, Tanner, and Nigel were all sprinting into the room. I screamed as Rob lifted me up into his arms. I win! What are you doing? I slapped his arm. Capture the princess! What the heck is capture the princess? Put me down! The best man competition was out of control. I honestly have no idea. It's something Tanner suggested. Rob set me back down on the couch. But I won, even though it was his stupid idea. You have to be able to save the bride in case of an emergency, Tanner said and wiped something out of his eyes. It looked like he'd been splashed with water. Which I've already proved when I helped save her from Locatelli. I also helped, Rob said. I threw the knife. I brought the hand grenade, Nigel said. Tanner kept wiping his face. Tanner, are you okay? I asked. Do you need a towel?
Young Robert threw his champagne in my face so he could get to you first.
Okay, that's enough, I said. Matt, just tell them.
I'm actually kind of enjoying this,
he said. I shook my head. Everyone just sit down and watch the game. I grabbed Matt's hand and pulled him into the kitchen. I got some paper towels and turned to face him. Someone is going to get hurt.
They're big boys. Their feelings won't be hurt.
No, I mean actually hurt. Champagne in the eyes must sting. What if Rob had, I don't know, thrown boiling water at Tanner?
Rob wouldn't have done that.
How sure are you? Just tell them who the best man is.
We've only...
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
Done a few of the things on the best man competition list, though.
I shook my head. Why was Nigel on the counter again? Matt laughed.
I don't know. Something about the best spread. He was showing us how much room all his food would take up that night. They keep coming up with their own ideas on how to prove that they're the best man. I only got to one of my things, the bachelor party.
Well, who had the best idea for that?
Matt shrugged. They were all fine, but I already know what I'm doing for my bachelor party.
Which is?
You.
I laughed. Seriously, what are you planning on doing?
You,
he said again. I rolled my eyes. You're really not going to tell me? He put his arms around me, his hands settling on my lower back.
It's sexy when you roll your eyes at me.
Just tell me what you're planning. The fact that he wouldn't tell me had me dying to know.
I am telling you. Unless you want me to go to the Blue Parrot Resort, like we did for James's bachelor party. That was Rob's suggestion.
I have no idea what the Blue Parrot Resort is.
Matt smiled. Well, maybe the two of us could go sometime.
His hands slid to my ass. I sighed. Matthew Caldwell, you're trouble.
Am I?
He smiled down at me. So much trouble. I couldn't help but smile too. Now go tell your friends that you love all of them, but that you already know who your best man is.
Or I can at least make them do the ring test.
I thought you were joking about the ring test. Matt shook his head.
Definitely not. It's what I was looking forward to most.
Where are you even planning on getting 5 monkeys?
Tanner has an animal guy.
I stared at him. Claude, yeah, Tanner had mentioned him to me once, too. I shook my head. This is going to be a disaster.
Or it's going to be really fun.
Well, in this made-up competition, who's winning so far? I asked.
Actually, probably Nigel. He knows me really well. Like, too well.
I laughed. Maybe you should add him as a groomsman. I think he'd really appreciate it. And his speech was really nice. He does help us out so much. I want him to know we care about him.
But we already have that all figured out. We want to have an even amount of groomsmen and bridesmaids.
I bit the inside of my lip. Actually, I have one more person I want to ask. Is this like when you kept adding random people trying to make me add James and Rob back in high school? Because I'm sure Nigel would be fine just helping Justin out with the planning. I shook my head. No, I really do have someone else I want to ask. Okay, who is it? I know he's going to be so busy that day, but I really want to ask Justin. Matt smiled. I think that's a great idea. And then he sighed. Shit, am I really about to ask Nigel to be in my wedding party? What is my life?
Chapter 21. Tuesday. Matt. Rob, you're late, I said as he strolled onto the field a half hour after practice ended. Nigel shook his head. A proper best man must be on time, if not early. Nigel had a great point. Rob pulled up his sleeve to look at his empty wrist. How about that? I forgot my watch. I was pretty sure I'd only ever seen him wear a watch once. Do you even own a watch? Of course I do, Rob said. I have a whole collection. I blame James for this. He should have texted me. James lifted his hands. How is you being late my fault? We both knew the time. Was that the last part of the best man competition? Mason asked. Because Rob definitely failed, and I was here first. Whoa, 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 Rob said. You're acting like I'd be late on the day of the wedding. I would never do that. Daphne wouldn't allow it. That was true. Daphne would make sure Rob showed up on time. But this technically was part of the best man competition, and Rob had definitely failed. You're a half hour late, man. But I won Capture the Princess last night, and you know my bachelor party idea is the best. Oh, and I'm your fucking best friend? Tanner laughed. Don't you laugh at me, you secret Christmas elf. Young Robert. Tanner shook his head. It's very hard to take you seriously when you're saying such silly things. An elf, really? Green isn't my color. And I'm taller than you. I could hardly be categorized as one of the big man's little helpers. Well, maybe your dick is little. Tanner laughed. No, but yours probably is. Speaking of our private members, I have an idea, Nigel yelled. We all turned to him. A smile slowly spread across his face. Let's have a dick measuring contest to determine who wins the best man competition. What does that have to do with being a good best man? I asked. This wasn't a dick measuring contest, it was a best man competition. Why did everyone keep suggesting such weird things for this? I had a whole plan. It has everything to do with it, Nigel said. That was not an answer. He just wanted a reason to whip out his giant monster dong. Keep it in your pants, man. Okay, where was I? I invited the 5 of you here today because... Wait, Rob said. Nigel is right. The best man has to have big dick energy. Let's do it. He grabbed the front of his belt. Rob, stop it. We're in the middle of a high school football stadium. And he did not want to have this contest with Nigel because Rob would 100% lose. I'd seen what Nigel was packing on my kitchen counter, and I never wanted to see it again. But this will settle everything. Right, guys? Rob looked over at Mason and James. If you want to finally realize you have the smallest dick, fine by me, Mason said. What did my friends not understand about being at a high school right now? We were going to get arrested, and no one was going to beat Nigel. We were all perfectly well endowed, but Nigel's dick was made for a freaking elephant. So we're doing it? Nigel asked. Good. Biggest dick wins, agreed? He turned to Tanner. You're in, right? What the hell, Nigel? Tanner said. You know it's too dangerous for me to participate in this? What on earth does that mean? I'm sure your dick isn't so big that it's dangerous, Rob said with a laugh. Tanner ignored him, folded his arms across his chest, and glared at Nigel. I have to ensure that I'll win, Nigel said. I'm sorry, Master Tanner, but I have to fight dirty. It's the only way I know how to fight. He started to lower his pants. Don't you dare drop your pants on this field, Nigel, I said. He inched them a little lower as he stared at me dead in the eyes. Anyone who whips out their dick is kicked out of the best man competition. But, Nigel started. No buts. Zip it up. He sighed and zipped his pants back up. I cleared my throat. Now where was I? This afternoon wasn't going according to plan at all. I blew my whistle and Tanner's animal guy wheeled out a covered cage. Hi, Claude, Tanner said. Matt, I didn't know Claude was your animal guy too. Good choice. He is the best. But what does being a best man have to do with animals? I'd gotten Claude's information from Nigel, but I'd actually had Nigel organize all this, which also made his random dick measuring contest idea not make any sense. He knew what I was going to ask everyone to do already. It's what the animal symbolizes, I said. The most important part of being a best man is holding on to a valuable item. I stared at all of them. James raised his eyebrows. Are you talking about the ring right now? He glanced warily at the covered cage. Yes, you have to protect the ring at all costs. Brooklyn was probably right. I was having way too much fun with this, especially since I already knew who I was going to ask. Something clanged against the inside of the cage, and Rob jumped. What are you about to make us do? Rob asked. Take care of something valuable, I said. And what's more valuable than a living thing? I nodded at Claude. He pulled the cover off the cage. There were 5 monkeys jumping around inside. One of them threw a banana peel out of the cage, and it almost hit Mason in the face. Sorry, Rob said. What exactly are you about to make us do? He asked again. You have to take care of your monkey for the rest of the day. Whoever takes care of it best will win the last part of the best man competition. You're serious? Rob asked. You know I've never had a pet, man. You'll be fine. Rob shuddered. Sounds good, Tanner said. He walked over to the cage, took out a monkey and placed it on his shoulder. The monkey reached out to touch Tanner's hair, but Tanner snapped his fingers, and the monkey put his hand back down. Huh. Weird. I didn't know Tanner was so good with animals. This is nothing like a ring, Rob said and picked up one of the monkeys. But if I can handle 2 kids, I can surely handle a monkey. The monkey immediately put its hands on Rob's right pec. Why is it so handsy? I shrugged. Maybe it's a skin-on-skin thing? I'm not getting naked with my monkey. Nigel grabbed a monkey too. Who's a good little simian? He rubbed him under the chin. Like always, I didn't know what Nigel was talking about. James walked over to me and put his hand on my shoulder. You do already know who you're choosing, right? He asked, so no one near the cage could hear. I laughed. Yep. He smiled. Then I'm going to sit this one out. I'm not risking giving anyone in my family some kind of weird monkey disease, even if Scarlett would love having a monkey in the house. Fair. I'm also not handling a monkey for the next... Mason looked down at his watch. 8 hours, but I would like to point out that I have a watch. Not that it matters, because I already know I'm your best man. I clapped him on the back, but didn't reply. Mason gave me a hard stare. I mean, you're not even doing the ring test. I'll gladly hold your rings on the day of your wedding. I'm not fondling a monkey, though, but I'll be at your house later so you can beg me on your knees. I laughed. Never. We'll see. It tried to bite my nipple, Rob yelled. He'd taken his shirt off. Apparently he was taking the skin-on-skin thing seriously. None of my kids ever tried to bite me. How long do we have to care for these things? Everyone come by my house at midnight. Whoever's monkey is the happiest wins. You 2 come too, I said to James and Mason. Right, so you can beg me, Mason said. Never, I whispered. See you lads at midnight. Tanner saluted me, and his monkey almost pulled off a salute too before Tanner turned and walked away. Wow, okay. Tanner was definitely winning this thing, especially because Rob's monkey was still trying to bite him, and Nigel's monkey didn't look like he liked being held like a baby. He kept trying to slap Nigel's face. Is it even legal to have a monkey as a pet in New York City? Brooklyn asked. I shrugged. No idea. Your friends could be arrested. Trust me, it's better than what they wanted to do. Which was? I laughed. Nigel wanted to have a dick measuring contest. Brooklyn laughed too. Well, that would have ended poorly for everyone else. He also tried to do it in the middle of the Empire High football stadium. Yeah, your friends are definitely going to get arrested. Trust me, it'll be fine. No one will get in trouble. Matthew Caldwell. She sighed and leaned against the counter. I almost forgot that you never get in trouble, even though you are trouble. I laughed. Me? Trouble? You gave your friends monkeys to take care of, and none of them have experience with monkeys, and they're in the middle of a crowded city. You're trouble, especially since the best man competition is rigged. They all know that already. I wrapped my arms around her. It's just a bit of fun. As long as no one gets hurt. I placed a slow kiss against her lips. No one is getting hurt. I'm holding you to that. Besides, Mason and James refused to participate. Smart men. I smiled down at her. Have you asked Justin yet? No, I'll ask him whenever he calls or shows up next. He has a lot on his plate. I don't want to add anything else. He's going to be excited. I know. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed me again. I really want to stay up to see which monkey is the happiest, whatever that means, but I'm not going to make it. I laughed and looked at the clock. It was only 9. I have an idea. I grabbed her hand and pulled her into the family room. I turned on a movie, sat down, and gestured for her to lie down. She smiled and rested her head on my lap. I looked down at her stomach. Brooklyn had been worried that I didn't love this version of her, and she was about to change again. But she had it all wrong. I loved every version of her more and more. I was pretty sure the pregnant version of her was going to be my new favorite. I ran my fingers through her hair, and 2 minutes into the movie, she started lightly snoring. I barely paid attention to the movie. I just kept running my fingers through her hair and staring down at her. How did I get so fucking lucky? A knock on the door made Brooklyn open her eyes. Did I fall asleep? She said with a yawn. And almost woke up the whole house with your snoring. I did not. She lightly slapped my thigh and pushed herself up. The knock sounded on the door again. I can't wait to see this, Brooklyn said. I opened the door. Rob was standing there, without a monkey. He smiled and walked in. Would you look at that? I'm first. Early even. I think that makes up for earlier, don't you think? You should just crown me best man now. Rob, where is your monkey? What monkey? Rob asked. The monkey I gave you to take care of? Oh, he laughed. That monkey. But he didn't offer any more information. There was another knock on the door. Tanner and Nigel walked in with their monkeys in tow, and Mason and James showed up right after. I turned back to Rob. Where is your monkey? I asked again. What monkey? Rob asked, like we hadn't just been over this. Where is it? I said again. It's fine, Rob said with a laugh. But where is it? Well, funny story. His voice trailed off as he stared at the TV. The movie had ended and the news had turned on. A red banner was scrolling along the bottom of the screen that said, Monkey terrorizing downtown Manhattan. And there was footage of a monkey running down a sidewalk throwing trash at people and grabbing their butts. What the fuck? A reporter on the sidewalk started talking. As you can see, the monkey is groping. Nothing to see here, Rob said as he grabbed the remote and switched off the TV. Was that your monkey? I asked. I mean, I don't know if there's any way to tell. That could be anyone's monkey. Well, did you lose your monkey? Did I lose my monkey? Rob laughed. Yes. Yes, I did do that. Brooklyn burst out laughing. You guys are ridiculous. Shouldn't you go catch that monkey or something? We should let the professionals handle that, Rob said. That monkey is way too handsy. Or, my monkey was way too handsy. I don't know if that was my monkey on the TV. It was groping people, James said with a laugh. That's definitely your handsy little monkey. Well, don't look at me. It's not like I taught him to grab ass. He was born that way. Tanner cleared his throat. As you can see, I took the best care of my monkey. Look at this. Blow a kiss. The monkey blew me a kiss. How the hell did he teach him to do that? Well, my monkey is asleep, Nigel said. He's very docile. Look. He held up his sleeping monkey. I'm clearly the best at caring for the animals, like I'm the best at caring for peoples. His monkey was definitely knocked out, and I was a little suspicious that he'd drugged it, like he'd drugged me that one time when I was hysterical. "Tanner wins," I said. "Yes!" Tanner put his fist in the air and his monkey did the same. "I believe that means I'm the best man. I won the most tasks. Matt, I will not let you down." He rubbed his hands together. "I've got everything covered. This is going to be the best day of your life." "You absolutely did not win," Rob said. "And Matt definitely doesn't want you beside him in all those wedding pictures. He wants his best friend, me." "Wait, there's pictures?" Tanner asked. "Yeah, man," I said. I was confused about why he seemed surprised about this. He'd been to weddings before. "Oh," he laughed. "Like pictures you're keeping very private and not on display, and that you'll burn upon your death?" No, I said. "We'll get some printed out for the house. We'll print some out for you too, and everyone in the wedding party. And my parents, of course." "No," Tanner said. "No, you don't want pictures?" "No, I don't want you to take pictures." "We're taking pictures at our wedding, Tanner," Brooklyn said. "Everyone takes pictures at their wedding." "Well, I didn't know that," he said. "How could you not know that?" I asked. He cleared his throat. "Because I grew up overseas." He used that excuse all the time, but it made zero sense. He cleared his throat again. "So the privacy settings and burning of pictures isn't up for negotiation?" Brooklyn and I looked at each other. "No," I said. He sighed. "Well, I have to respectfully step down from the best man competition." He looked devastated. "I need to be on the edge of every picture." "Why?" "So I'm easily removable." Rob laughed. "See? Barely a friend. He wants to be removed. Perfect. Put him on the end, and I'll be right next to my best friend." He clapped me on the back. I was so confused. Tanner had been dead set on being my best man. What was going on? "I also need to regretfully decline being the best man," Nigel said. "Why?" I asked. "I do not like being photographed. I will also be on the edge of the photo so I can easily cut both Master Tanner and myself out of the picture upon your Shh, Tanner said. "Right," Nigel said. "But I never wanted to be the best man anyway, because I already have my title." He smiled. "I'm the best boy." Brooklyn laughed, and for some reason I laughed too. "Okay, Nigel." "Great," Rob said. "Mason and James weren't participating, so it's me, right? I'm the best man. Fuck yes." "Actually..." My voice trailed off and I looked over at Mason. Mason smiled. "Mason, I asked you 16 years ago and I'm asking you again. Will you be my best man?" "What?" Rob yelled. "Yes," Mason said. "I won't even make you beg." I laughed. "No," Rob said. "I'm your best friend. Even Tanner admitted—" "I didn't admit to anything," Tanner said. "I just don't want there to be photographic evidence." Nigel elbowed him in the side. "Right," Tanner nodded. He shoved his hands into his pockets. "I have nothing else to say." I had no idea what was going on. "And James, Rob, Tanner, and Nigel, I'd love for you guys to be my groomsmen," I said. James nodded. "Of course, man." "No," Rob said. "I'm the best man." "Rob, you can stand right next to Mason," I said. Rob smiled. "Deal. That still makes me the best friend, since Mason is your brother, and you were always going to ask me to be your number 2, right? Even without whatever the hell is going on with Tanner being scared of cameras?" I actually didn't know, and I was happy I didn't have to make that choice. Tanner and Nigel had made it easy on me, and I wondered if that's what they were doing, because they really were good friends. I smiled at Tanner. He shrugged like it was no big deal. But it was, and I appreciated it. I'd appreciate it even more if he didn't cut up all my wedding photos, though.
Chapter 22. Thursday. Brooklyn. I laughed and lifted my plate off the table. "Justin, you're getting glitter in the food."
"You're getting glitter in the food," he said back sarcastically as he slammed a book full of color swatches closed, and glitter went everywhere. "Well, maybe if we didn't have to do literally all the planning in one night, you wouldn't have glitter in your hors d'oeuvres." This probably wasn't the best time to ask him to be a bridesmaid. Or a bridesman? I wasn't exactly sure what it was called, but it definitely wasn't a good time to ask. Maybe at the end of the night. I blew some of the glitter off my plate and ate another one of the little pastry puffs that tasted like cheesesteaks. Well, this cheesesteak pastry thing has my vote. "Agreed," Mason said as he grabbed another from the tray. I smiled at him. It was really sweet of Mason and Kennedy to come with us, and Mrs. Alcaraz and Mrs. Caldwell. The two of them were talking to one of the seamstresses. They seemed to think my old dress would still work. I hoped that was true. I couldn't believe that in just a few weeks I'd be Mrs. Caldwell. Everything was happening so fast it felt surreal, like I was in some kind of dream instead of reality. Because my reality was being curled up on a couch at the lake house in Miller's arms. I felt tears pulling in my eyes. No, my reality was that Miller was gone. There was no safe haven lake house. I needed my mind to stop playing tricks on me. I took a deep breath and put my hand on my stomach. It was easier to hold on to the present when I knew I was needed here, right now, in this moment. I looked around Justin's studio. It was really easy to be present in here. There were seamstresses altering dresses, people in suits running around with clipboards for some reason, place settings on display, and other couples discussing cake options. It was colorful and chaotic and just so very Justin. I turned to Matt. "Which is your favorite appetizer?" I asked. "Whatever you choose sounds good to me." He kept saying that to any suggestion I had. But at this rate, I was going to choose everything. "But which appetizer is your favorite?" He leaned closer to me so no one could hear him. "Baby, there's only one thing I'm interested in eating on our wedding day." Right, the cake. But I was going to have a lot of opinions about that, too. His lips fell to my ear. "Not the cake, Brooklyn. You." Jesus. I crossed my legs under the table. "Good, you chose one. I'll choose the rest," Justin said and snapped his fingers. The waiter started clearing away the appetizers. I quickly grabbed one more cheesesteak pastry before the plate was snatched off the table. Justin was definitely in his frantic mode. Whenever we weren't quick enough, he just said he'd figure it out. But actually, I was okay with that. I trusted him. And he still had all our original wedding plans. I wasn't sure what had made him keep them all those years ago, but I was so glad he did. "When are you going to ask him about being in the wedding party?" Matt whispered. "It doesn't really seem like a good time right now. I don't think he's going to calm down until after the wedding." I bit the inside of my lip. Matt was probably right. I just needed to ask. "Hey, Justin," I said as the waiters started to bring out dozens of different cakes. "If you're about to ask me why you don't get to try any entrees, save your breath. There's no time. You'll have steak and crab cakes." "That sounds great." "Don't you dare butt me right now. There's no time for butts." "I wasn't going to. That truly sounds great. I just wanted to ask—" "No, you can't choose the wine list, Brooklyn. You're pregnant." I wouldn't know how to choose a wine list even if I wasn't pregnant. "Justin, save your breath. You're choosing cake number 7. He pointed to a beautiful cake with yellow icing. I smiled. My mother would have loved it. I felt an ache in my chest.
I'd do anything for her to be here with me right now.
Justin, she's trying to ask you an important question,
Matt said. He put his arm around my shoulders.
She doesn't get to ask any questions until she answers all of mine.
He held up a stack of papers.
Like, who's walking you down the aisle?
I swallowed hard. I really didn't want to talk about that. Matt cleared his throat.
Justin, just hear her out. It's one question. I don't have time for questions.
Justin downed the rest of his cup of coffee.
I need more caffeine.
He snapped his fingers and a waiter with coffee appeared. I really didn't think he needed more caffeine right now.
You're going to want to make time for this question,
Matt said calmly. He nodded at me when Justin had finally quieted down with his new coffee mug in hand. At least if he was drinking, he wouldn't be able to interrupt me. Justin, I know you're going to be busy the day of the wedding, so I'm not sure how it'll work exactly, but I'd love for you to be in the bridal party. Justin spat his coffee out all over the table.
Excuse me? Jesus, Justin,
Mason said and wiped some coffee spittle off his tie. Kennedy laughed. I couldn't help but laugh, too. Justin, I was hoping you could be a bridesmaid, or bridesperson.
Shut the hell up!
Justin yelled. Was he upset or excited? I felt like I was wording it wrong. Or bridesman?
Brooklyn!
He put his hand to his chest.
You beautiful last-minute goddess! I would love nothing more, and I will look amazing in a yellow tux.
You really will. He screamed at the top of his lungs and threw his arms out, accidentally knocking over the yellow cake.
Oops, but this one really is divine, just trust me.
He licked a little icing off his fingers. I do, I said.
Save that for your gorgeous hunk of a husband,
Justin said and winked at Matt. He sighed.
To think, the two of us almost kissed.
Kennedy laughed. Wait, the two of you almost kissed on your date?
No,
Matt said. At the same time, Justin said,
yes.
Matt laughed.
Definitely not.
Justin shrugged.
I remember it differently in my dreams.
He clapped his hands together.
Now that all the food is situated, it's time we try on that dress. So you boys need to get out of my studio and leave the rest of the work to the ladies.
We barely ate anything, Mason said. He turned to Matt.
I came here straight from work, and I was promised lots of food. Want to go get some takeout or something?
Matt asked.
No need.
Justin snapped his fingers, and waiters balancing tons of takeout containers walked over to the table.
You can have all the leftovers. You can take forever eating on your own time. Now leave.
Matt leaned down and kissed my cheek.
Are you sure you don't want me to stay?
You can't see me in my dress. It's bad luck. I swallowed hard. I hated thinking of anything else bad happening.
Nothing bad is going to happen, but if you insist.
I put my hand on Matt's cheek. I wanted to believe him, but there was this little voice in the back of my head, bouncing around, trying to make me listen. Everyone I love dies. I immediately pushed it away. Matt had taught me that wasn't true. That's why we had friends and family with us here. That's why he was here. Have fun with Mason. I let my hand fall from his cheek. I thought he'd stand up and leave, but instead he leaned in closer.
Tell me what you're thinking.
I pressed my lips together. I was missing Miller. I was missing my mom. I was worried I'd never get to meet this baby. And I was worried that one day soon, if we walked down the aisle, I'd be missing Matt. Because I was bad luck. My heart was just aching. with pain from my past and worry for my future. And I didn't know what to say, because we'd talked about all this. I just didn't know how to let go of that fear that my whole world would be ripped apart again.
"It's okay," he whispered. "Just tell me. I know you're missing him. I know this is all fast. If it's too fast..."
I quickly shook my head. "That's not it. Not exactly. I wasn't sure my heart would ever stop aching for Miller. But it felt like my heart beat better around Matt. Like if I was ever going to heal, I needed him by my side. Tanner had told me that it was hard to grieve alone. He was right about that. This is what I want," I said. I grabbed Matt's hand. "You're what I want." I lowered my voice even more. "I'm just scared." I didn't need to say anything else. He knew all my fears.
"There is nothing to be scared of."
He dropped his forehead to mine. I slowly breathed in his exhales. Matt wanted me to be honest with him. That was our deal, that I could tell him everything on my mind. And yes, I do miss him. He didn't respond, but he squeezed my hand. And I wish my mom were here. I've been thinking about her a lot ever since I found out I was pregnant.
"I wish I could have met her,"
he said. "Me too. She would have loved Matt, and she would have loved Miller. She would have understood my heart belonging to both of them, because her heart had belonged to two people too, me and my father. She'd chosen me, but she'd still only ever loved my father." "Matthew and Mason, you need to leave now," Justin said, "or I will have someone remove you from the premises." I couldn't help but laugh. Matt cradled my face in his hand.
"You are so loved, Brooklyn. And I know it's not the same, but my mom and Mrs. Alcaraz are so excited to be here."
"I know.
But I have an idea about your mom."
I stared at him. "What's your idea?"
"I'll tell you when you get home."
He gave me one last kiss and then helped Mason with all the takeout containers. Justin turned toward me. "Now get your sexy ass into that dress so we can assess the damage." I hated how he'd put that, but it made me smile. I turned to watch Matt walk out the door. He somehow managed to balance the containers in one hand as he ran his index finger across the tip of his nose. Our secret signal. I had no idea what Matt was planning, but whenever he had a surprise, I knew it would be a good one. I took a deep breath and turned to Justin. "Okay, let's assess the damage." It didn't take long to realize that the dress no longer fit. Justin sighed and stopped attempting to button the buttons that trailed down the back of the dress. "Curse you and your fantastic curves." It was a compliment. Kind of. My hips were a little wider, and I was definitely a little wider around the ribcage. Unfortunately, the dress was very unforgiving. It had been designed to be skin-tight, giving the sheath dress a more fitted form. I stared at the lace trailing down my arms. I still absolutely loved the dress. It was flowy and bohemian and as timeless as I hoped it would be. But it didn't fit at all. If I was 16, maybe I'd just try to lose a few pounds. But I was 32 and pregnant, and that wasn't an option. It's not going to work. "Well, come let the ladies see. We're all going to figure it out together. But it is a shame that it was already fitted." Yeah. I held my hand to my chest as I walked out of the changing room. Not because I was worried the dress would fall. The sleeves made sure of that. But my chest still ached. I really wished my mom was here. Mrs. Caldwell smiled. "You look more beautiful now than you did when you were a teenager." I felt my cheeks flush. "Thank you."
"But your ass and boobs are way bigger," Kennedy said.
"Por favor, mi amor," Mrs. Alcaraz said. I laughed. "It's fine. She's right. It doesn't fit at all." Mrs. Caldwell stood up and walked around me, inspecting the dress. "Well, we need a little extra fabric from somewhere. What if we lower the neckline?" Justin gasped. "Yes, I love it! Show off the girls!" He started writing something in his notebook. "Oh," I kept my hand on my chest. "And we can use the extra fabric to expand the waist a pinch," he said. "How much fabric exactly?" I asked. Kennedy stood up, grabbed my hand, and lowered it from my chest.
"I know back then you were worried about the dress being too sexy, but girl, you're not a teenager anymore. I say if you got it, flaunt it."
I smiled. "But seriously, how low cut are we talking?" Justin turned his notebook to me. He hadn't been writing anything down. He'd been sketching. The neckline originally cut right beneath my neck, but the new neckline plunged in a deep V. A very deep V. "We can find a matching tool," Justin said. "Put a little right here." He drew a line where the neckline originally was. "So it'll be sheer, classy, and sexy AF." He looked up from his notebook at me. I didn't bother to ask why we couldn't put a matching tool along the waist to make it fit, because the drawing Justin had done was perfect. Kennedy was right. Back then, I'd been worried about my dress being appropriate. I wanted Mrs. Caldwell to like me, and I'd been so nervous picking out the dress with her. But she was standing here nodding her head. I didn't think it mattered if I showed up in a burlap sack. She loved me because her son loved me. I made him happy, and that's all she wanted. I turned back to Justin. "I love it." "Yeah?" I nodded. "What do you guys think?"
"I think you're going to look amazing,"
Kennedy said. "It's perfect," Mrs. Caldwell said. "Matthew is going to love it, Brooklyn." I smiled and turned to Mrs. Alcaraz. There were tears in her eyes. "I wish Jim could have seen you. He'd be so proud of you, Brooklyn. So proud." I wish he could be here, too. If he was, it would have made the "who is going to walk you down the aisle" question easier. I would have asked him in a heartbeat.
"Mama,"
Kennedy said and wiped beneath her eyes.
"Stop, you're making everyone cry."
Mrs. Alcaraz sniffed. "Sí, but he'd be so proud of both Miss Niñas. How strong you both are." She grabbed one of Kennedy's hands and mine. "And I am proud, too." She really was trying to make us cry. "I think we could all use a group hug," Mrs. Caldwell said, and put her arms around the three of us. Justin put his arms around us, too. "I love my girls." I smiled through my tears. Matt was right. My mom wasn't here, but Mrs. Caldwell and Mrs. Alcaraz were pretty great stand-ins.
Chapter 23. Thursday. Matt. And the duck goes, "Quack," Jacob said with a yawn and put his head on my shoulder. I smiled down at him. We had a new routine. He loved reading his favorite books in the dark with a flashlight, while the stars glowed above his bed. Usually Brooklyn was with us, though. I was a little worried he'd be hard to put to sleep without her tonight, but he hadn't made a fuss. He just seemed excited to read his story. And the lion goes, "Roar." He yawned again. and the monster goes... Jacob started snoring lightly. Usually he was jumping around to this part of the book, but Tanner had been playing football in the backyard with him when I'd gotten home from Justin's studio. Mason and I had joined them, and the four of us had kept playing for at least another hour. Jacob was tuckered out. I smiled as Jacob snored again. He actually sounded just like Brooklyn when she was really tired. For a second, I just stared at him sleeping, his little head on my shoulder. For years, I'd tried to pretend I didn't want a family, that I didn't want to be a father. But I couldn't be more wrong. This little guy made my heart feel so full. I knew he wasn't my kid, but it was hard to believe he wasn't when we were playing football, or reading like this, or dancing around the kitchen. This kid was a piece of me. I guess because Brooklyn was a piece of me. I'd meant what I said to Brooklyn, that I would have been happy just the three of us. I kissed the top of Jacob's head and gently moved him so he was lying down. I tried my best not to move the bed too much as I climbed off. I put the book down on his nightstand, switched off the flashlight, and tiptoed to the door. "Good night, Daddy," Jacob said. I froze. I thought my heart was already full, but hearing him call me that, I turned around to say goodnight too. But Jacob was staring up at the ceiling. I swallowed hard. I don't know why I thought he was calling me that. Jacob had told me he didn't want me to be his dad, that he wanted to keep calling me coach, and I was fine with that. I understood that. I had a slip-up. But my chest felt all funny now. Of course he wasn't talking to me. Jacob turned back to me and smiled. "Good night, Coach. I love you." I blinked for a second and didn't say anything at all. That hit differently, because it was definitely for me. Jacob loved so freely. He trusted me to keep him safe, to keep his mom safe, to make sure they were both happy. No, I wasn't his dad, but I could definitely be his coach. "I love you too, kiddo." He closed his eyes, rolled over on his side, and held one of his stuffed animals tight. I stared at him for another moment, until I heard him snoring again, and then I closed the door. The house was eerily quiet now that Tanner and Mason had left, and Brooklyn still wasn't home. I picked up some of the toys that were strewn on the floor. As I put the last truck in the basket, I paused at one of the photos on the mantel, of Miller and Brooklyn smiling at the camera. I exhaled slowly and walked toward the back door. There was something I needed to do. I closed the door quietly behind me. "Hey," I said, and stared up at the sky. "I know you don't like me, man." How could he possibly? The wind blew and the city felt so still. "But I do promise to keep Brooklyn safe, and I promise to take care of Jacob, and to love them both. I promise you that." The wind blew again and I closed my eyes. "I'll pick up where you left off, loving them." I exhaled slowly and opened my eyes again. The stars looked a little brighter in the sky, and I could tell why this helped Brooklyn and Jacob so much, because the stars felt alive, like they were listening. Hell, maybe they were. I cleared my throat and stared at the stars. "Thank you, Miller. Thank you for taking care of Brooklyn when I couldn't. Thank you for being what she needed. And thank you for trusting me to be what she needs now." I nodded. I hoped he understood. I hoped he knew that Brooklyn wasn't just moving on, that her heart was still broken, and that she was letting me help heal her, that she was giving me a second chance that I probably didn't deserve. But I wasn't going to fuck it up this time. This time, it was forever. I nodded at the stars once more and then went back inside. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders, like I'd somehow gotten Miller's permission. I didn't move any of the pictures on the mantel, but I grabbed the couple I had framed and added them. One was of me and Brooklyn back in high school. I'd pulled it from the photo album Kennedy had made for us as a wedding present. It had been taken after one of my football games. In it, Brooklyn was kissing me even though I was still in my uniform and all sweaty. I loved that photo. And I added one from prom, too. Tanner had brought over a huge stack of photos from prom that he'd gotten the photographer to print out, and he and Nigel were only in a few, and always on the end. He specifically asked me not to frame any of them. I asked him why he didn't really like being photographed. He'd just shrugged and said it was a billionaire thing, and that I wouldn't understand until I was a billionaire. So I put one of all the Untouchables on the mantel instead. One with Rob jumping on my back and kind of ruining the photo in the best way. Then I added one of all of us with our wives and girlfriends. It was definitely missing Tanner, but I respected his billionaire wishes. Hell, maybe I would understand one day. It was probably just a privacy thing. I grabbed the big picture I had framed and walked into the entryway. I'd moved the naked portrait of Brooklyn to our bathroom. I lifted up the new frame and hung it in the portrait's place. It was another picture from prom, of me dipping Brooklyn backwards as she laughed. God, I loved the sound of her laughter. I stepped back and stared at the photo. There. I took a deep breath. Now it felt like my home too. Our home. Together. For our family. I heard the key in the lock. Shit. She was back early. I ran into the kitchen and turned on the music low enough to not wake Jacob. "What is this?" she said with a laugh. I hurried back into the entranceway and dipped her like in the picture. She turned toward it and smiled. "Seriously, what is going on?" I leaned down and kissed her and then pulled her back upright. "Oh, this is how I'm always going to welcome you home." I shimmied my shoulders. I'm reconsidering everything now," she said with a smile. I pretended to look shocked. "Baby, I know you love my dance moves." I broke out the robot and she laughed again. "I truly will expect this every time I come home now," she said. Done. I twirled her around and pulled her in close. The music was upbeat, but we started swaying in the entranceway. "I like the new picture." "I like you," I said. I'd been worried about her when I left her at Justin's studio, but she looked so damn happy right now. I'd planned a whole night around making her smile again, but I was sure I could make her smile even bigger. "I should go say goodnight to Jacob," she said. "He's sound asleep." "Yeah? He was okay tonight? I was worried." "He was good. He had fun with Tanner while we were out, and Mason came over for a bit and the four of us played football outside." "I'm sure he loved that." "He did. He was so tuckered out that we barely made it through half a book before he fell asleep. Come here. I want to show you something else." I pulled her into the family room. She dropped my hand and looked at the new pictures on the mantel. She smiled when she reached the one of us from high school. "I remember that day." "I remember that night," I said. She laughed. "Yeah, I remember that, too." "I was thinking we could reenact it." "You want to reenact your parents being out of town and your brother being at a party?" "Yes." "We're not 16 anymore, Matt." "No, but we were rarely all alone back then, and we're rarely alone right now." She squealed as I lifted her into my arms. I carried her into the kitchen and put her down on the island. I needed a new memory of someone naked on this kitchen counter. 16 years ago, we'd skipped a party after my team won so that we could be alone. Brooklyn insisted she'd wanted to bake something, but I'd only had one thing on my mind then, and I only had one thing on my mind now. I stepped between her legs, pushing her thighs apart. "This is not what I was expecting when I walked in the door tonight," she said. "I want you to love surprises again, so I'll keep surprising you until you do." She smiled. "I've always loved your surprises, just not my dad's." I really didn't want to talk about Mr. Pruitt right now. For just a few minutes, I wanted Brooklyn to forget about all the pain she was carrying around. I slid my hands up her thighs, forcing her skirt to rise up higher. I ran one of my thumbs up the side of her thong and circled her hip bone. "I love this part of you," where her soft flesh met a hard line. A soft moan escaped her lips. "So you remember that night?" I asked, lowering my mouth to her skin. I kissed the inside of her thigh. She didn't reply, but she grabbed the back of my head. "Greedy girl," I whispered, and nipped at the skin on the inside of her thigh. She tightened her grip in my hair. My fingers dug into her hip bone as I pushed her thong aside with my free hand. She was already glistening, begging for my tongue. I remember making a mess, kind of like what you're doing now. A drop of her wetness had landed on the granite countertop. So fucking sexy. I think we made a bigger mess than that, she said. She was right. We'd made such a mess. I locked eyes with her as I licked her wetness off the counter. God, I'd meant what I said during the tasting tonight. I could fucking live off her sweetness. I lifted my head from between her thighs. Matt. Do you know what else I remember? I asked as I walked around the island toward the fridge. That you were still bad at asking me for what you wanted. That you had no problem spreading your thighs for me in the middle of my parents' kitchen, but you were too shy to ask me to make you come with my tongue. Her jaw dropped. I opened the fridge and grabbed a bottle of whipped cream, which I'd picked up exactly for this occasion, because I'd wanted to make a mess with her too. I rounded the counter again and spread a line of whipped cream up the inside of her thigh. Baby, we both know you're not shy. I licked the whipped cream up halfway. You're feisty. I licked the rest of the way up. But she didn't say a word, so I squirted whipped cream up her other thigh and moved my head away from her pussy. You're bold. I licked halfway up and she moaned. And it turns you on to ask for exactly what you want. I licked the rest of the way up. So tell me. I put a dollop of whipped cream on her pussy. Tell me exactly what you want, baby, so I can feast on you, and don't you dare ask me to poke you in the pants. An exasperated laugh escaped her throat. Matt, we're going to wake. Don't worry. I won't let you make too much noise. I had an idea for that. A smile spread across her face. Okay. She slowly spread her thighs wider like the little vixen I knew she was. In that case, I want you to lick my pussy until I can't even remember what day it is. Oh, I could guarantee she was going to remember today forever. But she had asked nicely. I shook the canister of whipped cream and put a line on my thumb. I pressed the pad of my thumb against her lips. Suck. She opened her lips and wrapped them around my thumb. She'd be quiet enough, moaning around my finger, wishing it was my cock buried in her throat. And in the meantime, I could focus on what I'd been dying to do all night. I lowered my mouth to her aching pussy. I placed one long stroke along her wetness. Her lips tightened around my thumb. Just thinking about it being her lips around my cock turned me on even more. I buried my face in her pussy, her sweetness mixing with a taste of whipped cream. I grabbed her thigh and hoisted it over my shoulder for better access. Her moaning my name around my thumb and the taste of her were enough to drive me insane. I swirled my tongue around her wetness, and her lips wrapped around my knuckle. I'd had every intention to just please her, but the way she was gripping my thumb, if she wanted the real thing, I pulled back. She reached out to grab me, but I was holding her in place with my hand around her chin. Don't worry, baby. I undid my pants with one hand. I know you'd rather gag on the real thing. Her eyes fell to my hard cock. Lie back. I slid my thumb out of her mouth and smiled when she immediately complied. I kicked off my boxers and pants and rounded the counter. I put a line of whipped cream on my length as I stared down at her. I liked when she rode my face, but tonight, I was setting the pace. I climbed onto the counter and she tilted her head back to see me from upside down. The angle made her neck look even longer, and I knew she could handle every inch of me. I pressed my tip against her lips, and she immediately opened her mouth for me. Good girl. I thrust into her mouth as I leaned forward. I breathed in the scent of her pussy. Time for my favorite dessert.
Chapter 24. Friday, Brooklyn. I don't know if he still owns it, I said as Matt cut the engine.
I think he does,
Matt said. Well, even if he does, I don't know if the code will be the same anymore.
I think it will be.
Really? I asked. My father is cold and cruel and heartless. I stared out at the apartment building that my father had bought for my mom when they dated, and I knew my words weren't the entire truth. My father could be warm, to me. He could be kind, to me. And he did love me, in his own way.
He kept the apartment for 16 years,
Matt said.
Who's to say he hasn't kept it for another 16?
I shrugged.
We don't know until we try. You said you were missing your mom. We can bring some of her stuff home. We can keep her memory alive, too.
He meant like we were keeping Miller's memory alive. In a lot of ways, Matt was the same as he was 16 years ago, but he was way more patient now, way more understanding. He was exactly what I'd needed back in high school, and he was exactly what I needed now. We'd both changed, and somehow we fit together better than ever.
And it just so happens that we need something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. We can probably find something in there that checks a few of those boxes. What do you say?
I took a deep breath. I knew what I was really worried about. What if he got rid of all of it, Matt? What if all I had left of my mom were some old pictures, my beat-up kids, and my mom's dress?
We won't know until we look.
I hadn't spoken to my dad at all since the Halloween party. I'd told him I forgave him, but that I needed time. And for once, he was actually respecting my wishes. There was a small piece of me that hoped he'd changed too over the years, but I wasn't sure he was capable of change. This wasn't really about my dad, though. Matt had come up with the idea that we should visit here. He'd told me after we washed all the sticky whipped cream off ourselves last night. He knew I was missing my mom, and I hadn't even thought about this place. I smiled over at him. Okay, I said. Let's try. I unbuckled my seatbelt and stepped out of the car. The cool autumn breeze made me shiver. Matt wrapped his arm around me as we walked into the building. Not much had changed about the entrance. There was still a friendly doorman, although he wasn't the same person. And no one asked us any questions as we walked over to the elevator.
So far, so good,
Matt said as he hit the button for the right floor. 16 years ago, my father had locked me in this apartment. And I wondered if that was how my mother had felt when they dated. Locked away. A secret. I couldn't imagine how scared she'd been when she found out she was pregnant. I put my hand on my stomach as the elevator slid to a stop. Matt put in the code. And the panel turned red and started blinking. I felt my shoulders slump. I'd wanted to believe that my father had kept the apartment. I hadn't meant for this to turn into some kind of strange test, but my father had somehow failed. Matt looked back down at the paper.
Wait, I think I forgot a number. 1 sec.
He put the code back in, and this time the panel turned green and the elevator doors slid open. I swallowed hard. Not a single thing had changed since I'd last been here. I stepped inside and turned in a circle. Everything was pristine and white, minus the couch that we'd pulled into the family room. The couch my mom had picked out. And the door at the end of the hall with all her things was still open instead of locked. I could just make out a hint of her perfume. He kept it, I said.
Of course he did.
I looked up at Matt. How were you so sure? Matt shrugged.
I don't like your father. I don't think I ever will.
and I'll never understand why he did the things he did. But his voice trailed off as he stared at the couch. I do believe he did everything because he loves you. And he loves you because you're a piece of your mom. Just like I love Jacob because he's a piece of you. For so long, I thought my father just wanted me for spare parts. But I knew there was truth in what Matt said, or else my father would have sold this apartment 32 years ago. I meant what I said at the Halloween party. I do forgive him, but I just don't know how to move forward from everything. Justin keeps asking me who's walking me down the aisle, and I don't know what to tell him. You don't need anyone to give you away, Matt said, because you know exactly who you are and what you want. So, you can walk down the aisle yourself and right into my arms, where you belong. I smiled. Right where I belong. I pressed the side of my face against his chest. Maybe he was right. I didn't need my father to walk me down the aisle. He didn't need to give me away, because he didn't own me. He never had. I just didn't want to regret not asking him. Hell, I wasn't even sure I wanted to ask him to the wedding. But I'd give anything for my mom to be at my wedding. And my uncle. It just seemed like it would be a mistake if I didn't invite my one living relative. But I wasn't here to think about my dad. I was here to keep the memory of my mom alive. I pulled back. Let's go find something old and borrowed. And blue, if I'm lucky. Matt slid his hand into mine, and we wandered down the hall and into the room filled with my mom's things. The smell of her perfume was stronger in here, and I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. God, I missed her. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? Matt dropped my hand and opened a cardboard box. This is all stuff she owned before she had me. I kinda just want to look at everything. Matt laughed. We could just bring all of it home with us. I can call a moving company. I don't know if it'll all fit. We needed less stuff, not more. We don't even have a room for the baby right now. I opened a box, too, and rummaged around through it. There were some clothes, but nothing small enough that I could incorporate into my wedding. Matt didn't respond. I still want you to be able to paint. I appreciated that he wanted to transform his studio into the nursery, but painting relieved his stress. He didn't respond. I rummaged around in the box some more. There was a small, velvety jewelry box. I lifted the lid and stared down at the bracelet inside. It was beautiful. It would definitely work as something borrowed. But if it was here, it meant my father had probably given it to her. She'd left it behind for a reason. Did it really count as borrowing something if my mom hadn't even wanted it anymore? I snapped the lid closed. Matt, I think I might just wear my Keds on our wedding day. They'd make me feel close to her, and they were old. He still didn't respond. I turned around. He had a stack of envelopes in his hand. He was frowning as he stared at them. He reached into the box and pushed some things around, the frown on his face deepening. What is it? I asked. Isn't this the address to your uncle's apartment? I closed the distance between us and looked at the envelope on top. Yeah. The envelope was addressed to my mom, though, and the return address was this apartment, but there was no name. Matt fanned out the envelopes. They were all addressed to my mom. None of them are opened. I looked down at the box. There were more unopened letters in there, dozens of them. I picked one up. They'd all been mailed, but return to sender was stamped on all of them. What are all these? Had my mom mailed herself a bunch of letters for some reason? I squinted at the date on the one in my hand. It was from several months before I was born. Matt started to open one of them. Wait! I grabbed his hand. This felt like an invasion of privacy, which I knew was silly since we were here to go through her things. "Don't you want to know what these are?" he asked. I thought about the letter Miller had left me. It had helped. Maybe these letters would help, even though they didn't seem like they were for me. But what if they were for me, somehow, some way? Like she knew one day I'd find these when I needed them most. I nodded. He pulled out the paper and unfolded it. We both read it silently. "My love, I didn't mean what I said. Of course I didn't mean it. Just come home. We'll figure something out. Us against the world, remember? R.P." "R.P.," Matt said. "That must stand for Richard Pruitt. Are these all letters your dad sent your mom?" He stared back down at the letters filling the box to the brim. My heart started racing. I grabbed another envelope and tore it open. "My love, please forgive me. Can we just talk? I miss you. I need you. Yours always, R.P." "Brooklyn," Matt said, but I grabbed another envelope and tore it open. "My love, your brother made it very clear that if I come to the apartment again, he'll call the cops. But I just need to talk to you. I know what I asked you to do was wrong. I know that. And I'm asking you to forgive me. I didn't mean it. We can leave the city. We'll start a new life. I just need you to write me back, baby. Tell me yes. Tell me we can start over. Love always, R.P." "She never opened these," I said. "They were all returned here. But she was living with my uncle after she broke up with my dad." I pictured being sick back in high school. My uncle had told me my mother had terrible morning sickness, right there in that bathroom. She'd moved in with him after my dad told her to have an abortion. But my dad kept saying he was sorry in these letters. Was he sorry for asking my mom to get rid of me? Is that what he was saying? "And the thing he's asking forgiveness for?" Matt asked. My heart felt funny in my chest. "I think he's saying sorry for asking her to get rid of me." Matt lowered his eyebrows and stared back at the letter in my hand. "He said he was willing to leave the city. He wanted the three of you to be a family, Brooklyn." Us against the world. That's what he'd said in one of the letters. My mom used to say that to me. How many of her other phrases came from her time with him, too? She'd always loved him. Why had she refused to read the letters? Why had she sent them back? I pressed my lips together. I knew why. Because she chose me. She was strong and brave, and she knew what she wanted. Me. I ignored the tears welling in the corners of my eyes and grabbed another letter. And another, and another. So many letters confessing his love, begging for a fresh start, talking about when they first met, the love they shared. Tears started streaming down my cheeks as I grabbed another letter. "My love, us against the world, the three of us. Please let me see you, I'm begging you. R.P." The three of us. I wiped my tears away so none would fall on the words. The letter was dated from a few months before I was born. He was definitely talking about me. There was no doubt in my mind. He'd regretted what he asked my mom to do. He really had wanted to be a family. He had hope that she hadn't gotten rid of me. He'd been willing to risk everything and run away with her. And she'd never known. Matt, my voice cracked. My father was trying to apologize. He was trying to take back what he said. He did want me. I wasn't a mistake. I wasn't an inconvenience. He'd wanted to be a part of my life. Why didn't he tell me that? I asked. He let me believe him asking her for an abortion was the end of the story, but it wasn't the end. He tried to fight for her. He tried to fight for me. Matt pulled me into a hug. I don't know, he said. I rested the side of my face against his chest as I stared down at the box. Matt rubbed his hand up and down my back as I tried to make sense of what these letters meant. But there was only one conclusion I could come to. My father wanted me to think he was a monster. Because he felt like one. He'd asked my mom to do something, and he regretted it. And for 16 years, he thought my mom had gone through with it. He'd regretted all of it. I'd already forgiven my father, but these letters, they changed everything. They gave me hope for a future with him in it. He'd wanted me. He'd actually wanted me. And it wasn't some manipulative gesture. There was no way my father knew I'd come here. This wasn't some game where he was using me as a pawn. And that's what made this real. My father had never meant for me to see these letters. He kept them because he loved my mom, and he regretted not having a life with me in it. I pulled back and looked up at Matt. I need to talk to him. Matt nodded. I can't believe he tried to win her back. I hit my father's name on my phone and pulled it to my ear. I didn't know what I was going to say, but it didn't matter, because my call went straight to voicemail. How about we just go see him? Matt asked. Is that really okay? He put us through so much. My voice trailed off. Matt shrugged. He's your dad, Brooklyn. I get it. If you want to talk to him, I understand. If you want him in our lives, I understand. This is your choice. Thank you. I heard the sound of a clock ticking down in my head. No, there was actually an old clock sitting in the corner of the room. I wasn't out of time. I tried to push the sound out of my head as I looked back up at Matt. Can you grab that box? I wanted to read the rest of those letters. I knocked on the door again. I knew my dad had sent most of his stuff to the Hamptons with Mrs. Pruitt, but wouldn't they be back now, since she was gone? I knocked again, and again there was no answer. Maybe he's at work, I said, but then I shook my head. My father had quit the business. Another thing he'd done for me. Seriously, where was he? Matt glanced at his watch. Maybe he's at lunch? Yeah, maybe. I just really needed to talk to him. I had one of the letters folded in my hand, the one that said the three of us. I wanted to know why he'd lied about changing his mind about wanting me. He'd tried to fight for me, just like he'd tried to fight for me when he found out I was alive when I was 16. Just like he gave up his business to fight to be in my life now. What if I'd completely misjudged him? I lifted my hand to knock again, but the door finally opened. Donnelly was standing there. Hey, Brooklyn, he said. How are you? How was I? Conflicted, hopeful, torn, sorry, confused. But that wasn't really what Donnelly was asking. I'm good. Is my dad here? He shook his head. No. I swore I heard a bit of sadness in his voice, and then I started to hear the clock in my head again. I looked behind him, expecting to see the old grandfather clock, but it was missing. The apartment looked empty, minus the people walking around carrying boxes. What was going on? I turned back to Donnelly. "Where is my dad?"
"He's gone, Brooklyn."
Gone? What did he mean, gone? I walked past him and into the foyer. There were more people packing up things in the dining room, but I was focused on the empty wall where the portrait of him, Mrs. Pruitt, and Isabella had once hung. Gone. The word echoed around in my head. Gone. 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 The word collided with the sound of the clock ticking down in my head. He couldn't be gone.
"Brooklyn," Donnelly said, "he'd hoped you'd come by."
Hoped. Past tense. I shook my head. No. One of the movers almost bumped into me. It felt like a fist was gripping my heart. My dad couldn't be gone. We hadn't gotten a chance to move forward. I had so many questions. No, this wasn't happening. I turned away from Donnelly and looked up the stairs. Donnelly was wrong. My father had to still be here. He had to. "Dad?" I called up the stairs. "Dad!"
"Brooklyn."
Donnelly put his hand on my shoulder, but I shook him off. He was supposed to protect him. How had this happened? "Dad!" I yelled and took a step toward the stairs. He had to be up there.
"Baby,"
Matt said and grabbed my wrist to stop me from running up the stairs. I turned toward him, and he looked haunted. He was staring up the staircase instead of at me, and I wondered if he was reliving something. Reliving the moment he found out that I had died, right here, 16 years ago. Matt had said things to me the day before I disappeared that he regretted, and here I was 16 years later, regretting what I hadn't gotten to say to my father. "He can't be dead." My voice cracked. He can't." Matt pulled me into a hug. A sob escaped my throat. I knew Matt said I was loved, that I had family, but my father was my only living relative other than Jacob. He was my family, my only family, and I hadn't gotten a chance to tell him that I loved him.
"What's wrong?"
Donnelly asked calmly. Of course he wasn't upset. He was finally free from my father. Miller had said there was no out, but there was, once my dad was dead. I pulled back from Matt and wiped the tears off my cheeks. "I know you didn't like him," I said to Donnelly. "Over the years, I hated him enough for both of us, trust me. But I needed to talk to him. One more time, at least." I gripped the letter in my hand. I'd wasted time with him. Why did I never learn my lesson? Why did I always waste so much fucking time?
"Well, do you want me to call him?"
Donnelly asked.
"What?"
Matt said.
"I mean, I don't know if he has service, but we can see if he picks up."
I shook my head. "Wait, he's not dead?" Donnelly laughed.
"No, why would you think that?"
"Because you said that."
"No, I didn't. I said he was gone. He left a couple days ago."
He laughed again. "That's not funny," I said. "All his stuff is being packed up, and you told me he was gone. What was I supposed to think?"
"It's a little funny," he said. "We both know Mr. Pruitt is invincible."
Yeah, now that he had my kidney. Where did he go?
He didn't really say. He just said he needed a break from the city. I think he wants a fresh start.
Donnelly shrugged. "He's selling the apartment. That's why everything is being packed up. Let me give him a call." He pulled out his phone. I turned back to Matt. "I thought—" "Me too," he said. "This was where I found out about you, on that Friday after Thanksgiving." Yeah, I could see it in his eyes. The pain. We were both moving forward, trying our best to leave the past in the past. But the scars would never truly go away. It was a good thing we were going to give Black Friday a new memory in a few weeks. "I'm sorry, Matt." I wanted to tell him I wish we could rewind time, that the past 16 years hadn't happened, but he knew I couldn't say that. He pulled me back into a hug. "I'm so glad you're alive, and that your father is too." "He didn't answer," Donnelly said. "His connection is spotty. It might be a while before we can get a hold of him." I kept my arms around Matt. "You have no idea where he is?" "Oh no, I know where he is. I just don't know where he's going yet. I don't think he even knows. He's on his yacht." I didn't realize my father had a yacht. "And you don't know how long he'll be gone?" "No idea," Donnelly said. I don't know. I think he's having a midlife crisis or something." Or he was leaving the city because he'd given up his career for me. And then I told him I still didn't want him in Jacob's life, or mine. He didn't have anything left in New York. "I need to reach him before our wedding. I want him to come. Actually, I'd love for you to come too, Donnelly." Donnelly looked back and forth between us, and for the first time his eyes settled on the ring on my finger. I swallowed hard, because I already knew what he was thinking, that this was a betrayal to Miller. Donnelly pressed his lips together. "I don't know, Brooklyn. Miller—" I pulled back from Matt. "Yeah. No." I shook my head. I didn't need him to say the words out loud. But he didn't understand. Miller wanted me to be happy. He'd want me to keep living. And hadn't I just reinforced the idea in my mind that time was limited? I wasn't wasting another second. I cleared my throat. "Of course. I understand." Donnelly nodded. "Actually, Donnelly, if you'd reconsider, I'd really like you to come," Matt said. "You were friends with Miller. You knew him even before Brooklyn did. It would mean a lot to both of us if you got to know Jacob. He's going to want to know all your stories about his dad, and we want that too. It would mean a lot to all three of us. The 4 of us, actually." He put his hand on my stomach. All 4 of us. Every time I thought I couldn't love Matt more, he surprised me. Donnelly looked down at my stomach. "You're pregnant?" I nodded. Is it Miller's too?" "No." It was the same question Rob had asked. I'd wished that I was pregnant after Miller's death. I'd cried when I'd gotten my period. I understood that hope. And I could tell Donnelly that this wasn't planned, that we'd never meant for it to happen. But I wasn't going to justify this to him. I wanted this baby. I needed this baby. Donnelly turned back to Matt. "Yeah, man, I'll come. It's what Miller would have wanted." Matt put his hand out for him. Donnelly hesitated for a moment, but then shook it. "Congrats," he said, "to both of you." He turned back to me and smiled. Donnelly always had been sweet, and for some reason, his approval made me feel better. Almost like talking to the North Star always made me feel better. "And I'll keep trying to reach Mr. Pruitt for you, Brooklyn," he said. "Thank you." I felt tears welling in the corners of my eyes again. God, every day I felt like I got more emotional.
Chapter 25. Thursday. Matt. Brooklyn looked down at her phone and then pushed it away from her on the coffee table. It had been almost a week since we'd found the letters, and there was still no word from her dad. We'd read every single one of the letters. I didn't like Mr. Pruitt. I didn't forgive him for what he'd done to us as teenagers. But my heart had never been as big as Brooklyn's. I knew these letters changed things for her. It was pretty clear that Mr. Pruitt regretted asking her mom to have an abortion, and it was pretty clear how much he loved her mom. Brooklyn wanted to make things right because of that big heart of hers. I didn't know what that looked like for our future. Mr. Pruitt coming to Sunday football games? I kind of hoped not. But if she wanted him in our lives, I'd make do. Brooklyn had already forgiven him for everything, and I knew that was hard for her. The least I could do was not be an asshole to him. "Brooklyn, I'm asking a vital question here," Justin said and put his hand on his hip. I hadn't realized he'd spoken either. I was more focused on Brooklyn's frowns. I wanted to turn them back into smiles, but I didn't know how to fix this. What if we couldn't get a hold of Mr. Pruitt before the wedding? What if he missed it? "Sorry, what did you say?" Brooklyn asked. Justin squinted his eyes at her. "The rehearsal dinner. On Thanksgiving in 2 freaking weeks? Where? Where the hell could we possibly have it? It's Thanksgiving, Brooklyn. Thanksgiving." "Maybe we can all just calm down," I started. "Matthew Caldwell, do not tell a boy to calm down." I didn't. Justin was a grown-ass man, but I kept my mouth shut because he seemed extra hyper tonight. "We're having it at Master Tanner's house," Nigel said. Brooklyn jumped. I hadn't seen him come into the family room either. I needed to add a bell to his door, or put a collar with a bell on him. I shook my head. No, he'd probably like that too much. "You need to knock, Nigel," I said. "You keep startling Brooklyn." "Ah, yes, mademoiselle. My apologies. I know you're in a fragile state. I will try to remember to possibly start knocking, for you and you only." He lifted her hand and kissed the back of it. Brooklyn laughed. She was always quick to smile when Nigel was here, and I guess if anyone was a good distraction for her father being AWOL, it was a strange little man in lederhosen. "Master Tanner?" Justin asked. "Say," he clapped along with the word. "More." He clapped again. "He's my master," Nigel said. "I told you I was a houseboy. What else do I need to say?" Justin raised his eyebrow. "More?" He clapped. "It's just Tanner," I said. "Tanner Rhodes, the two of you have met before." "Oh, yes, I know the fine specimen you're referring to. Tell me, Nigel, does he like being called master in the bedroom?" "He is a fan of master bedrooms, yes. He has several." "Interesting, but that is not what I asked," Justin said. "I'm asking, can we get back to the rehearsal dinner thing?" I asked. "Nigel, what did you say about Tanner's place?" "We're having Thanksgiving there. You already told me, yes. You can't go back once you've accepted a formal invitation. It was very formal. I think you may have signed something. Remember?" I definitely hadn't signed anything. And Nigel started forging my signature? "It was earlier this fall when you were single. You specifically requested an American Thanksgiving." He put air quotes around American. "We talked about how many people would be attending. I put you down for 1 because you didn't need a +1, but I can add an extra seat for Brooklyn." He smiled at her. Oh, I did remember him saying something weird about an American Thanksgiving, and being rude when I asked if Kennedy could come. "We'd need a lot more seats than just 1 more, though," Brooklyn said. "Matt's parents and the whole bridal party, Jacob, of course. All the kids, too, probably to make it easier for everyone. And maybe my dad?" She glanced at her phone again. "It definitely won't be appropriate for children," Nigel said. "I always need him to say more," Justin said. "Why does he never say more?" I never had a problem with Nigel not saying enough. If anything, he always said too much, in way too much detail. "I'm going to text Tanner," I said, and grabbed my phone. "But I already have permission," Nigel said. I'll make it good, I promise. I shot Tanner a text anyway. He's weird about his privacy, though, I said. He has all those sheets over everything. I'll remove all the sheets then, Nigel said. And the statues and portraits underneath, since they're not for you. Who are they for? Justin asked. And what are they of? Tanner? Not many by that name, no, Nigel said. That's a very confusing answer, Justin said. Who are they of? I'm not supposed to say the names. It's against the rules. He turned back to me. If you don't want it at Tanner's, we can have it in my new house. He pointed to the door into his home. I did kind of want to see it. But no, it was probably very weird, and I didn't want our rehearsal dinner to be at Nigel's. It was strange enough that he was a groomsman. There was a knock on the door. Company? Justin asked. We've barely gone over anything. Whoever it is better be ready to make some decisions for this rehearsal dinner. I walked over to the door. What the hell? Tanner was standing there in a suit and a bushy mustache. What's with the stash, dude? And how had he grown it so quickly? I'd just seen him a few days ago. Or had it been more like a week? Huh. I definitely hadn't seen him as much as I used to before Brooklyn was back. I think the last time I saw him was when we'd played football in the backyard with Jacob and Mason. What? He touched his upper lip. Oh. He ripped it off and concealed his scream with a cough. Ow! Sorry about that. It was for a sex thing. What sex thing? He gave me a funny look. Mustache rides. What else would it be for? He patted my chest and walked in. I'm glad you texted. It's been forever since we had a proper boys' night. His voice trailed off when he saw everyone in the room. Oh, yeah. This works too. But he sounded kind of sad. He cleared his throat and walked past me. Hey, Brooklyn. He sounded cheery again as he sat down next to her on the couch where I'd been sitting. I'm so glad you're here, Brooklyn said. We have a huge favor to ask you. Tanner nodded. If this is about your third, we can... No, I said firmly. You are a fascinating creature, Tanner, Justin said. Or should I call you Master Tanner? If you're ever needing a third, you can write my name down. Tanner laughed. I appreciate the offer, good lad, but I only partake in dalliances with women. I bet I can find you someone, though. Are you only interested in a throuple, or... Oh my God, Brooklyn said. Justin, do you remember Donnelly? Donnelly. Justin tapped his index finger against his lips. Donnelly. He's one of my dad's bodyguards. Justin smiled. Oh, yes, that big bear of a man. Yum. Oh, it's been years. Well, I guess about 16, huh? To be young again. He's coming to the wedding, Brooklyn said with a smile. Shut the front door. He's not on the guest list. You can't just add random hotties without consulting me, especially bears. You know what they do to me. I'd really like him to come, Brooklyn said. Me too, Justin yelled. Damn it. This changes everything. Does it, though? I asked. It definitely changes what I'm doing with my hair. Okay, this seemed unimportant to the rehearsal dinner discussion. Tanner, we were hoping we could have the rehearsal dinner at your place, since we were planning on having Thanksgiving there anyway, but we'd need a few more place settings. Yeah, sure, that's fine. He looked at Nigel. We'll have to move a few things around, but we can make that work. How many people exactly? I'll have to figure out how many bathrooms to open. What was he talking about? Justin tore off a sheet of paper and handed it to him. Here is the guest list, and my number just in case. You're a billionaire, right? I am, Tanner said as he scanned the list. Why is Robert on this list? I sighed. Tanner, he's one of the groomsmen, you know this. I figured you'd change your mind about that decision. Did he, though? You can sit at opposite ends of the table. But it's Thanksgiving, and I'm not thankful for him, and it's my house, and he certainly can't sit at the head of the table. Brooklyn laughed. Tanner, please. She squeezed his arm. He smiled at her,